in late game. Or just keep the rocket belt for the engage. I kind of like rocket belt for the engage, but I feel like rocket belt is kind of a cheaper item. Maybe I have my ultimate build. Care. We're not here. Okay, nice. I think Malphite's gonna smoke Kasai from the back. Nice.
An enemy has been slain.
Nice. 4v5. We win. Like, we can win off this. Oh, don't. I want him back right now.
Has been slain.
We have to fight this. Yeah, we need. It's a 5v3. We stole Baron. Woo! Ace with the Baron steal, baby. Go. We got a minute, boys. We got a minute. Rush him down. We can do it. No way. Volley don't give an F. Let's get it, baby. Woo! Next one. In him. Go. 13 seconds. We got 2 picks, Baron steal, and a team wipe. This has to be it. Dude, I think we win. Let's go, boys. Oh my gosh. Wow. That's how you get the V, huh? Oh my gosh, what a rush. I'm not addicted. No, I can quit anytime I want, but that was just a good game. That was a really good game. That's fat. We're going to honor up to Nasus. What was our CS? CS 280 CS, guys. Top in CS casually. I wasn't even like uber focused on it, but it's getting there. Now it's just like, all right, nice. We came fully online for that. Beautiful.
This is my love language. Just kind of sad we've gotten to that point, huh? Just when a game is actually like a truly physical game, that's when it's just like, oh, boy! This is something I wanted to talk about for a bit, especially in recent years, considering it seems like we are finally entering Armageddon. There's been a long battle between physical and digital media, and this isn't even exclusive to video games. I mean, you're seeing it with movies, music, all of that. And it does feel like each medium is kind of dealing with it in different ways. I'm gonna be honest, I haven't gone out of my way to buy a DVD or a Blu-ray in a bit, you know? Like, I buy them sometimes, but, you know, when it comes to like, oh, I'm interested in watching this movie, the first thing in my head is not, I'm gonna buy the Blu-ray. And I feel like a lot of casual consumers think the same way. Of course, there are loads of Blu-ray, 4K Blu-ray, hell, just DVD, just physical media collectors in general for film and TV, whatever. But every time I would go into Walmart, Target, Meijer, Best Buy, you know, I'd always see that movie section and like nobody was looking through it. I think digital definitely won with movies. And it sucks to say because like now when I go through a lot of these stores and they got rid of their DVD section, I'm kind of like, wow, there's like this element of this store that I always just enjoyed looking at, even if I didn't buy much from it anymore. Like, it's gone now. Like, Best Buy announced they were done stocking physical movies. And, yeah, sure enough, every time I go in there, there's nothing, which is pretty wild. I mean, you think of all the crap Best Buy stocks, like all the stuff you're like, who the hell would want this? Who's buying a fucking fridge from Best Buy? And if they're going like, we are done stocking physical media like that must have mean like, wow, like sales must have been piss bad. It's just not very common to find physical media like that in stores anymore. Now, music is kind of in a weird place where it's just like, yeah, everybody just listens to music on Spotify, Apple Music, YouTube Music, all of that. But I do see physical media kind of just blossoming with music again. People do like collecting their music on vinyl. Hell, CDs are kind of coming back. I feel like for general consumers, there's something where music means a lot to them. Movies almost seem like it's just kind of like a way to spend that night. It's almost just like, hey, you want to see a movie? Sure. Music is a little more like, people are a little more passionate about their music in general, it seems to me. I think the thing is, like, a lot of people, they only watch a movie once, even if they really like it. They're like, I saw that once, I loved it. Music, a lot of people listen to their favorite songs, like, over and over and over for their entire lifetime. So that makes sense, but now we're on to video games. Physical video games, and this has kind of been the holdout for a while now. I think a couple of things kind of delayed digital Armageddon for game systems. For one, video games are piss big, 50 plus gigabytes for a lot of these things, especially starting with the PS4 era. So if you were going to download those things, it was going to take a second, and then you couldn't sell your game afterwards. And that's just been kind of like a core part of video games for decades now. The idea that, like, all right, when I'm done with my game, I can trade it in at GameStop. But as time has gone on, people's internet speeds are getting faster. The consoles themselves are getting faster, which means download times, while they're still dumb, they're definitely a lot more manageable now. And I think overall, the convenience of just having a game just on your console, you don't have to find the disc, you don't have to put the disc in a safe spot, you don't have to worry about any of that. You can just turn on your console, select your game, and go. And on top of the fact that a lot of the games that people are playing these days are online only to begin with, they're just online multiplayer games, so why even bother getting a disc for that? And especially for consoles like the Switch, where it's portable, and it's very nice to have all of your games just on here, ready to go whenever you want. And to buy these games, you don't have to get up off the couch, you don't have to move over to Amazon, you don't have to drive over to Best Buy. You can just sit down, you can be like, I want to play this game, and you just buy it right there, and you wait for it to download. Yeah, you do have to wait, but there, boom, it's on your system, ready to go, and then you can play it. So I think as time has gone on, this mindset has started to creep into video games, and it got to the point where, like, whenever, like, Sony would talk about their financial report, they would start to say, like, yeah, digital is overcoming physical sales. It's at the point where, like, yeah, digital is king. Most people will just download their game. They don't care. But what about the people who do care? What about the people who want physical games? Guess what? They're told to suck it up. Ugh, but these companies still want to put out physical products, but these physical products are not physical products. They are so dependent on an internet connection. Many of them don't even have anything on the disc or cartridge. They just call to the server and they just download crap to your system. Case in point. Okay, but before we get into that, here's somebody who paid us.
Hey, what's your social security number? Asking for a friend.
Is that friend the World Wide Web? Because no thank you. I have Incogni. Thank God Incogni paid me to say that. No matter how careful you are online, your personal data can easily find its way into the wrong hands. Companies will sell it. No matter what, you will always find yourself back on those sketchy websites with your personal info, your addresses, your phone numbers, ripe for the picking. That's where Incogni comes in to help out. They will consistently scour the internet for your personal info and work to take it down without you having to do anything. I value my privacy and personal info a lot. So Incogni really helps me sleep at night, which says a lot because I have insomnia. Take your personal data back with Incogni. Use code STASH at the link below to get 60% off an annual plan. Let's talk about how we got to this mess. Firstly, I want to talk about Microsoft right over here, because Microsoft is definitely the most digital-centric of the main three console guys. And I mean, you can see traces of that ever since the very start. I mean, like, they really went all in on something like Xbox Live Arcade, but it took a while for them to really, like, embrace digital games. I believe at the time they were called games on demand, when you could buy full retail Xbox 360 games through Xbox Live Marketplace. And then when the Xbox One was revealed, you know, that whole controversy hit where, oh, the console has to be online. You can't trade in your games or lend them to friends. Once you use your game, once you insert the disc on your Xbox One, the license to use that game is locked to your console, or at least like your Xbox Live gamer tag or whatever. And that was such an unpopular thing that was proposed there, especially in 2013, that they had to roll things back, and the Xbox One launched as a pretty basic console at that point. However, over the years, it's obvious that Microsoft found a way to do exactly what they always wanted to do. I think because they masqueraded this whole thing as a deal. Because we got Xbox Game Pass, and for a while their Game Pass was like, oh wow, this is a no-brainer. This is a great deal. You have access to all these games. You don't stream them or anything, because at the time that Xbox Game Pass released, and even these days, game streaming, it ain't that amazing. Even the best form of game streaming, like, it just, there's something about it that doesn't feel exactly right. So Game Pass came in and was like, hey, you can download the games directly to your system. You're not streaming them. And eventually they said, like, hey, every Microsoft published game from here on out is going to debut on Game Pass. You're going to be able to download day one Xbox first-party games on Game Pass, and they made a bunch of deals with all these other publishers to the point that, like, yeah, stuff like Persona 3 Reload, that was available on Game Pass day one. You know, it just kind of became second nature for a lot of Xbox owners that, like, hey, Game Pass makes the most sense. This way I don't have to outright buy all these games. You know, I can just get all my Xbox first-party games, you know, day one. I don't have to think about it. I have access to them. But see, that's the kicker, because ever since Game Pass started to kind of get built up as, like, the main hook of the Xbox brand, Xbox's physical releases started becoming less and less frequent, and when they would do them, they were absolutely worthless. Last major, like, physical AAA game I remember Microsoft putting out was Gears 5 in 2019. And then 2020, Microsoft basically just kind of, like, took a fucking nap that whole year. And then in 2021, we got Halo Infinite. And Halo Infinite launched day one on Game Pass, and also, like, you know, the multiplayer was free to play, so I don't even think I've ever seen anybody physically hold a copy of Halo Infinite, but physical releases did go out, and there's basically nothing on the disc. Well, I mean, there's practically nothing. You have to connect online to do anything with Halo Infinite physically. And it kind of feels like from that point forward, physical Microsoft games are just kind of not a thing. Games like Avowed, digital only. I mean, it launched day one on Game Pass, so it's just like, they're probably just like, yeah, just subscribe to Game Pass. But if you really want to own it, you know, get it digitally. The Outer Worlds 2, no Xbox physical, but ever since Microsoft started going multi-platform and publishing their games on PlayStation 5, they do physical PlayStation 5 games, which is weird as hell. But even when they do physical games, you know, this kind of started with Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. That did get a physical release on Xbox Series X. However, both the Xbox and PS5 versions of that game physically require an internet download. Sure, there's like 15 gigs or something on the disc, but one, you can't play them, and two, 15 gigabytes is nothing these days. Sure, you can look at it like, oh, well, I'll be saving 15 gigabytes on my console, whatever. Is that really worth it at this point? You're spending $70 damn on a physical copy of Indiana Jones, and it takes up practically the same amount of space as digitally downloading it, which at that point, I mean, if you don't have Game Pass, just sign up for 1 month of Game Pass, play Indiana Jones, and then just f*** off. Forza Horizon 5 released on PS5, and they didn't even bother with a physical release. And this mantra extends to all the studios that Microsoft had bought throughout the past couple of years. So, like, there really isn't much physical Bethesda stuff coming out. The Oblivion remake? Yeah, that's not physical. And you know why they're doing this? Because Microsoft does not sell any physical games, because they basically train their consumers to not give a damn about them. And it sucks because honestly, like, I don't even think Game Pass is that insane of a deal anymore. Game Pass being a great deal back in like 2018 or so, really kind of trained people to play primarily digital games on their Xbox consoles, and then with all your Xbox exclusives coming out pretty much day one on Game Pass, then it's just like, okay, well, why would I buy a physical copy of Gears 5? Why would I buy a physical copy of Halo Infinite? There's no reason to, especially when those same physical copies require an internet download. Yes, of course, you're gonna have to install the game, but I don't want to be at the mercy of an internet connection when I buy a physical copy of a game. It kind of helps out the balance here, you know? Okay, digital, you need an internet connection, you need a lot more space on your console, but it's more convenient. Physical, oh, I don't need an internet connection, and I actually own the physical copy of the game. I can trade it in, I can do whatever I want with it. You know, I think they balance each other out fairly well. But then you force an internet connection, you force a download, and at that point it's just like, yeah, what do I actually own here? What is the point of owning these physical games outside of just, oh, they look cute on the shelf? I'm gonna be honest, the reason why I get my games isn't because they look cute on the shelf. All right, who the fuck am I kidding? Okay, that may be an element, but that's not the only reason why I want physical games. That's kind of like a nice little bonus, in addition to the fact that it's just like, yeah, like, that's the game right there. I own it. When you don't have that and you basically just have a plastic box with a worthless disc in the inside, or even worse, a digital code you redeem, I mean, that just kind of devalues it sitting on my shelf tremendously at that point. Why do I own this, you know? What's the purpose of this? There's no value to this. There's no core memories I have of this game box. You know, when it's a physical game like this, you know, like you're gonna open it up multiple times, close it, open it, close it, you know, take the game out, put it in, take it out, put it in. So when I own the physical game and everything's on the damn cartridge and all of that, it has way more value sitting on my shelf. For some reason, these publishers just decide to do these internet download kind of things with their physical copies, thinking like, oh, well, it doesn't matter. The physical people, all they want is just something to hold. No! I want something to hold that has value. Not because I care about, oh, the value of all this stuff. Oh, how much does it cost? No, no, no. I want something that actually means something when I'm holding it. I don't like Cyberpunk on Switch 2 because, like, oh, that looks nice. Oh, cute. Like, no, this is all great, but that's just kind of the cherry on top. I like this because, like, this is the game. I'm holding the game. I'm holding something of value here. You look at something like the fucking Just Dance 2023 on Switch that just contains a digital code. Like, I'm holding nothing here. There's nothing of value here. I'm literally holding a worthless piece of plastic. That's how I view a lot of these digital hybrid physical games. Which then brings us to what's going on with Nintendo and the Nintendo Switch 2. And it really sucks because the Nintendo Switch 2 is a great piece of hardware so far. You know, this is pretty early on in the generation, but early signs is that this is a great upgrade from the Nintendo Switch 1. However, there's been a big problem with the physical games on Nintendo Switch 2. And it all boils down to those ghastly game key cards. Now, it must be known. I understand why these exist. The Nintendo Switch 1 to the Nintendo Switch 2, it's basically kind of like a PS3 to PS4 / 4.5 PlayStation 5 jump. Look at the game sizes on the PS3 compared to the PS4 and PS5. Like, it's peanuts compared to how big games started to get from the PS4 onwards. So the Nintendo Switch 1, you could fit a majority of the games that released on that console on the physical game cartridge, which these game cartridges are more expensive to produce than Blu-ray discs. There's more that goes into manufacturing them. They're also a proprietary game cartridge, so they aren't like the standard thing that Nintendo can buy from somebody. No, like they have to produce their own game cards. It's not like Blu-ray discs, which are a standard across video games, movies, you know, like it's way cheaper to produce a game on a Blu-ray disc than it is to produce a game on a physical Nintendo Switch cartridge. But back on the Nintendo Switch 1, Nintendo offered a variety of game cartridge sizes for publishers to pick from. So then if your game is a very tiny game, you could buy like a 1 gigabyte cartridge. If your game is massive, you have the 32 gigabyte cartridge choice, which some publishers still decided not to opt for. Something like Grand Theft Auto Trilogy. You know, very cool this happened physically, but the only game included on the cartridge is GTA 3. The other games, they do have this little notice on the bottom that says download required. On the back, they say at least 9 gigabytes. So that's probably saying like, yeah, you need, you know, if you want to download the rest of this, at least Vice City is going to be 9. I think San Andreas is like a 15 gigabyte game. So, I mean, like, if we add it up, I'm sure they probably could have squeezed the entirety of the trilogy on a 32 gigabyte cartridge. But the margins on that are definitely a little lower than probably what they'd want. You're not making as much money as you would selling this, which is probably on a smaller game cartridge with just GTA 3 on it, than you would if they went for, oh, let's put everything physically on one game cartridge. A lot of these publishers, they don't really care about that. But hey, at the very least, one of the games is on the cartridge in its entirety, so that's something. Still definitely annoying, but this was kind of a bit of a problem with some of the larger multi-platform games throughout the Nintendo Switch's lifespan. And you know what sucks? Is that this is the core problem of physical games on the Nintendo Switch 2. Because game sizes are so damn big, Nintendo offers the game key card because realistically, some games may end up being like 70 gigabytes when it's all said and done. And it's probably just not financially feasible for Nintendo to produce like a 128 gigabyte game card or something. So, reports came out that Nintendo produced one game card size, 64 gigabytes. You have that as an option, and you have a game key card as an option. So basically, either you pay out the ass for a 64 gigabyte game cartridge as a publisher, which I think the report said one 64 gig game card would cost $16, which is taking a decent chunk of change out of the profit you would normally make from a physical Switch 2 game. Or you could just get a game key card, which has nothing on the game cartridge. The thing is, Nintendo kind of standardized how these physical games look and run and all of that. So you have like 3 different types of physical Nintendo Switch 2 games. You have the standard ones, this, Mario Kart World, where it's all on the cartridge. It's just a standard physical game. You have the Nintendo Switch 2 editions of games, which were originally rumored to be kind of like, oh, it's just the Switch 1 game cartridge with a download code included, which includes like the upgrade, the Nintendo Switch 2 upgrade pack. I mean, that makes the most sense, doesn't it? As lame as that is, it makes sense. But no, it turns out these game cartridges are almost like those old school Game Boy Color game cartridges. This right here, the black Game Boy cartridge, is a Game Boy Color game, but it also will work on the original Game Boy, just without any of the Game Boy Color features, enhancements, all of that stuff. Whereas this translucent one with the convex top, this is just a Game Boy Color exclusive game, which is weird because I don't really think they made that obvious to consumers. Like, did you know that? And like, I'm pointing at you like, oh yeah, you wouldn't know. Like, yeah, okay, if you're listening to me babble about this kind of bullshit, you probably already know that. However, like, did people in the 90s really know that? I mean, like, these are 2 Game Boy Color games. Did you know this one also works on Game Boy? How would you know? There's nothing that says it. You gotta go to the back and it says like, oh, it's compatible with Game Boy. But then this one, yeah, it does have a little like banner that says only for Game Boy Color. But like, seriously? Like, how did you know this worked on Game Boy without reading the back? So the Nintendo Switch 2 editions of games are kind of like the new school version of these like Game Boy Color cartridges, where it's just like, oh yeah, they work on both, which is cool, but like nothing really indicates to me that that's the case on like the packaging and everything. So I just think that's weird, but okay, cool, good for Nintendo. That's another like completely physical game, except when it's not. And then there are the game key cards, which made up the vast majority of third-party games available on Switch 2. These range from games that I think are absolutely absurd that they're game key cards, like something like Puyo Puyo Tetris 2S. Seeing that as a game key card honestly made me wince. I'm like, what are we doing here? But it made sense when the report came out that there's only 1 game cartridge size. So yeah, if you're putting out Puyo Puyo Tetris 2S and it's a 2 gigabyte game, and there's only 1 game cartridge you could buy to put the game physically on a game cartridge, and it's 64 damn gigabytes, what do you expect? But then another report came out that third parties were not selling a ton of games on Switch 2 around launch, and I wonder why. Honestly, I'm not really sure if the game key cards had like everything to do with that, but at the very least for me, yeah, I don't want to buy any of these damn game key cards. If I'm gonna play any of those third-party games, I'd rather just download them digitally. Yes, a game key card, like, it does function very similarly to a regular physical game. All you gotta do is just download it. But honestly, even though the Switch 2 has 256 gigs of internal storage, with the giant increase in game sizes, it almost still feels like we're stuck at 32 gigabytes of internal storage from the Switch 1, because this stuff fills up so damn quickly that it just made me really wish a lot of these games were physical games, because I don't want to manage all of this storage space. I don't want to deal with it. But even if I buy something like Street Fighter 6 physically, I still have to download the whole last game. So at that point, buying that game physically, the only thing I'm really getting is the ability to sell it and the fact that I can put it up on my shelf. And I don't really think those two things are worth it at all, because I'm not inherently opposed to buying digital games. I don't mind it. Hell, I do find it very convenient. I think it is very nice to have like some of the games that I like the most as digital downloads on my Switch or on any of my consoles. If I'm really, really excited for a game, I'll often buy the digital version just so I can just immediately play it at midnight. And then later down the line, I'll probably pick up the physical, usually on sale. But most of the time, like, if I'm just buying a game and I want to try it out, I'm going to buy it physically. And like I said, a physical game to me really needs to, like, have some value to it inherently. And again, I'm not talking monetarily. I'm talking, like, there is value to what I'm holding. And a game key card, I don't consider that to be valuable. I just find that to be more of a nuisance for me. Like, oh, I have to download the whole game, and yet I still have to get up off my ass every time, get the game off my shelf, and pop it in my system. I don't want to do that. Might as well just buy it digitally at that point. It does seem like Sony is kind of the last major hope for physical media, but even then, like, they're just kind of the only one that isn't doing Dumbo baby bullshit. But it's not that they're opposed to it. Here I have Assassin's Creed Shadows. Pretty much all Ubisoft games at this point. Looky here. Internet's required to install the game. F*** off. When I got my Switch 2 at midnight, I brought it back to the Airbnb I was staying at. And it was the Mario Kart World digital download bundle, where when you logged onto the eShop, it would tell you, like, hey, we've detected that this Switch 2 has a full game download ready for you for Mario Kart World. And I tried downloading it, and it's just like, oh, wait, you can't play this game yet. It hadn't released, and it's on some other time zone bullshit. I'm just like, come on! I guess a lot of this stuff is just a one-time thing. It doesn't matter. Oh, you need internet to install the game. Okay, well, I have internet right now, and I'm installing the game, and I only have to install the game once, whatever. But still, stuff can go wrong. And even though a company like Sony is still, like, putting out physical games, and, you know, it's obvious that physical games do sell okay on PlayStation 5. That's why Microsoft reluctantly puts out physical games on PS5, even though they aren't true physical games, but whatever. At the same time, you look at something like the PlayStation 5 Pro. That has no physical game version. You have to go out of your way to buy the external disk drive attachment for the PS5 Pro. And you know what really stinks about that? The PS5 Pro requires an internet connection to properly install the disk drive. Buddy. Now, they do that to ensure, like, you're not doing any kind of bootleg piracy, something, whatever. Like, okay, I understand, but come on. Why do I need an internet connection to install a disk drive? That's just the world we live in. Everything requires an internet connection these days. And that's all fine and good until they decide to drop support of all this crap like it's some dirty ass hat. Now, of course, I do think with products from the big three, Nintendo, Sony, Microsoft, I don't really think there's a ton to worry about with them in terms of like, oh, wow, well, this is completely useless now. I think it's going to take years and years and years, like probably a decade plus, for stuff to start happening. I mean, like, that doesn't make it any less kind of like, oh, man, that's a little concerning. But a lot of products that I've taken a look at throughout the years, you know, like I opened up like an Amazon Fire TV. And, yeah, that barely fucking worked anymore. A lot of older products, let's say they released in like 2014, around that era, if they required a smartphone or something to operate, many of those products just don't work anymore. You can't operate them. They don't work. And while I think these big three game companies are at least pretty dedicated to like making sure like, okay, like we're gonna make sure like you can use this stuff until it's genuinely like super obsolete. I mean, we're gonna give you a warning like, hey, we're gonna shut down the marketplace, we're gonna shut down online servers, all that stuff. But at least for the things that a lot of these companies have started to shut down, there's usually kind of a loophole to still play a lot of this stuff. Yeah, Microsoft shut down the Xbox 360 store, but a vast majority of the stuff that I care about from that store made the jump over to the current Xbox store. And most Xbox 360 games, they don't require an internet connection. They don't require any kind of like internet download or anything. So when the Xbox 360 store shut down, it's kind of like, that kind of sucks. But it's also like, yeah, when was the last time I bought something from here? For these current generation, it's genuinely pretty concerning what the future lies for these things. I mean, so many games are so dependent on an online connection that you saw what happened with Concord. Sony just shut that down after like a week, and it's online only. You can't play it. Even though physical copies went out for that game, they don't work. So for a lot of this stuff, I'm genuinely kind of concerned that like a lot of these games just aren't going to be playable in like 20 years unless these companies or whoever owns these IPs decide to do like a full-blown re-release or something. But here's the thing with physical media, okay? Xbox is completely out. I don't think Xbox is going to be doing physical media for much longer at all. Nintendo with the Nintendo Switch 2, I don't think they're necessarily trying to get rid of physical. I think the game key cards are kind of just like they have to do that because games are so big these days. Nintendo themselves are committed to putting out their main games on physical cartridges without any downloads necessary or anything. Sony is definitely a lot more up in the air. I wouldn't be shocked if their next console was digital only, but I also wouldn't be shocked if it did. I'm kind of 50-50 on the future of PlayStation, but at least like in the next 20 years, it does kind of feel like we're not really going to be seeing a lot of physical video games anymore. And that really damn stinks. That doesn't mean I'm gonna stop playing video games or anything like that, but I do find physical video games are just really special. I've genuinely grown into the person I am today because of physical video games. That's embarrassing. You know, I mean, like, that's always such a hobby of mine, to buy video games and to play them and to enjoy them and to just have a physical memento of like, yeah, I played this game. This was super cool. I can go through my collection and point it at people and be like, oh yeah, that game has this going on. And that game, I remember playing that. And this game, I beat that one. And this one, I couldn't do that. And I just don't really think that you really have the same experience at all doing that when all your games are digital downloads. I mean, like, I'll still do it, man, but it's also like, I don't know. As much as I've bought on the Switch and as many of these games are digital downloads, I do kind of feel like there isn't as much of an attachment to a digital download game, which is what these companies want. What happened with Concord is what all of these companies want to be able to do. They want to be able to control their products, and they want to be able to rip them from you whenever they want. If there's something wrong with the product or they got to recall it, it's so much easier to do that if it's a digital download than it is when it's a physical game. Because when these games are physical and everything's on the disc, when they go out to retailers, that's it. It's no longer the game company's property at that point. And they fucking hate that. By now, you've surely seen the thing of like, oh yeah, digital games, you don't technically own them. You're technically renting them. And when you're buying a digital game, all that money's going directly to the game company. It's not passing hands with Best Buy or Target or whatever. The game companies don't have to worry about trade-ins and used games and losing money on people buying used copies of their games. Don't gotta worry about any of that. But I honestly think a lot of these companies think in the short term in terms of like, oh man, we're losing money on this right now. We can't have this. When I think physical video games and buying used games and trading games and all of that, it's such an ingrained part of the video game experience. And I think that is the genuine way that you end up getting the most fans imaginable. There's a lot of games that I bought them used, and I became a massive fan of those franchises to the point that, like, yeah, I'm there day one when a new game comes out. Would I be there day one if I had to pay $70 for a brand new copy of a game in a franchise I've never tried before? And with prices going up so much, I think it's becoming harder and harder for people to kind of warrant buying a lot of these games. But you know what? Damn it, if I'm gonna get an actual physical release, I mean, I hate saying this stuff, but I will definitely say, like, if I actually get the actual fucking game on the cartridge, I'd be willing to pay a significant amount of money. Not too much, but you know, you have Street Fighter 6 on a GameCube card on Switch 2 for $60. If you charged $80 for that and everything was on the cartridge, yeah, I'd probably buy that. I like Street Fighter 6. I do that for a lot of these games. And if that's the solution moving forward, I would at least like the option. Because that feels like how things should be. I think a digital game should cost less. So if the digital game is going to be $70, which, oh wow, oh, such savings. And the physical game is $80 or $90, that is absurd. But it's also like, okay, there's an actual reason to buy this over that. But for some reason, all of these game companies are like hell-bent on making digital and physical basically the exact same price, at least MSRP at launch. The physical copy of Cyberpunk is $70. The digital copy of Cyberpunk, get this, $70. In this, they have to take into account the game cartridge, which is $16. And they also included like stickers and a little note and everything. I mean, like, this stuff is pretty cheap overall, but it adds up. So obviously, business-wise, it's a lot better if you sell 1 million copies of the digital copy. So I think if these companies are so focused on making as much money as possible, just raise the damn price of the physical game. Because I really don't want these things to go away, even though as time goes on, it's becoming more and more evident that in a few years' time, we're going to be seeing less and less of these things. However, we have been seeing a lot more like physical-oriented video game companies pop up, and they are very committed to putting out physical copies of games that don't require downloads or anything like that. I know people got problems with limited run games, but you know, they're doing that. There's like premium edition games, Lost in Cult. You know, I do hope if a lot of these companies are like, we don't want to do physical games anymore, I do hope other companies step in and are like, well, we'll do physical games. But I think the problem with that is that it is a niche market. It is kind of like a boutique thing at this point to be like, oh yeah, I have a physical copy of Persona 4 Golden on my Nintendo Switch. Because, you know, Atlas wasn't interested in publishing the game themselves. They had to go through limited run for that. But the fact these things are kind of becoming like, oh, if you know, there's a physical copy available here, so go to this website during this time period and buy it here. You know, like, it's just if it has to be that way, it has to be that way. But it's also kind of like, this is the future we're going into, and it kind of sucks. But I do have hope. I do have hope that Nintendo releases more cartridge sizes for Nintendo Switch 2 games. I do have hope that the game key cards bomb so incredibly badly that game companies are like, all right. We'll take the plunge. We'll buy the 64 gigabyte cartridge, because it's at points where it's just like, what the hell is happening? Like a Switch 2 game that also releases on Switch 1. You get the Switch 1 game and everything's on the cartridge, and then the Switch 2 game is here and it's a damn game key card. Like, this shit doesn't add up. I hope we end up seeing something happen with these video games that ended up happening with the music industry, where like physical media ended up becoming like a really big thing. I mean, like, they're selling vinyl records at like Target and Barnes and Noble now, you know? But for a while there, that was absurd. Like, why would you do that? But eventually, like, physical media became like a really popular thing to buy for consumers with music. And I really hope that as things start to fizzle out with video games, there kind of becomes like a big boom again, and people kind of realize like, oh yeah, physical media is way better. Because I see discussion online all the time. You know, I always see videos pop up. I always see people talk how like, I'm done with streaming. I'm done with digital. Fuck this stuff. I'm going back to physical media. I see people say that all the time, and it seems like when you look at the comment sections, like a lot of people are echoing the same thing. But what I think happens is, one, 90% of people aren't like that, or two, even the people that are saying streaming, digital, I'm going physical, aren't really doing that. They might do it for a little bit, but they end up going like, I'm lazy, I'm just gonna go on Netflix. I don't want to buy a DVD and wait for that to come and then pop that in my DVD player. That likely might be happening, because, you know, as much as I like physical media, I do that. You know, come on, we all do. So in short, I have hope for the future that things eventually will work itself out. I do think consumers are getting a bit tired of kind of this digital-only streaming Armageddon. It's irritating, especially now that everything's a subscription model. Everything is this ongoing fee. You don't actually own anything. All of these services take content away all the time. And I think even the most casual consumers think that's annoying. I don't think they care overall. I think they'd be like, oh yeah, that sucks. I don't care though. Like, you could tell them it's just like, well, you could buy DVDs and that wouldn't be the case, and they'd probably look at you like you're fucking crazy. So as bleak as things are right now, I do have hope that things eventually will work themselves out. I feel like things are gonna get worse before they get better, but call me an optimist. And you can call me a masochist if I ever buy one of these.
Most people expected BLG and G2 to make it out of the play-ins, but I think the way that it happened was a little surprising. G2 definitely was like, you know, a lot worse than people were expecting.
It feels like when I watch them that Caps and BB are playing worse, but it feels like they're playing worse because they feel like they have to do so much because Lebrav and Skumon just don't do anything. Like, their jungle support just are never doing anything. So they're just trying to like get unreasonable leads. They're just trying to squeeze blood from a stone, you know, like that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to squeeze so hard and it's just not, there's nothing there, bro. There's nothing there to squeeze.
Welcome back to the Cloud9 Kiev Forecast MSI edition. You guys have been asking for this in the comments, and I Will Dominate will be joining us every week throughout MSI. Do you want to introduce yourself for everybody?
Yeah, I'm Dom. I was a pro player a long time ago with Meteos. Competed against Meteos for a couple years, I guess a few years, like 10 years ago at this point. Then I was a streamer. I was a gameplay streamer. Started creating content around pro play, became a full-time like pro play content creator now. And now I work with Cloud9 as one of the coaches.
Sweet. I mean, it's awesome to have you here. We've tried to make this happen earlier, but you know, it's hard because your sleep schedule's all over the place. You need to watch games on the other side of the world and whatnot. But it's great to have you. And as a reminder to everybody, Portuguese, Brazilian subtitles are available. So, you know, we've interacted a couple times over the years, but we're not super close. So we're gonna do some fun, cringy icebreaker games.
Okay.
To start us off. All right, I'm ready. All right, first one we've got. What's the best meal you've ever had?
Best meal I've ever had. I mean, I can't think about like best I've ever had, but recently I went to a really good Texas barbecue place called Interstellar, and it was like one of the few ones. It's not super expensive or anything, but it has a Michelin star, and that was absolutely amazing. Like, it was actually the best barbecue I've ever had.
Really?
They had pork belly. They had peach tea pork belly, which is like one of their specialties, and it was insane. So that was the best recent meal I've had. What about yourself?
I'll have to check that out. Yeah, I mean, it's tough to come up with one on the spot, but I think usually there's a steakhouse that we've gone to for a lot of Cloud9, like, you know, victory meals called Boa Steakhouse, and they have this like $200,
Brazilian, right?
Yeah, or is it? I'm not sure. It's some kind of steakhouse.
Look at me.
Well,
Pandemonium with a purpose.
that might be Fogo de Chao. This is the Brazilian one. But this one, it's a steakhouse, and they have this like $200 Wagyu sampler where it has like 3 different like 2-ounce cuts of Wagyu beef, like all different kinds, and it's just so insanely good. Like, I didn't even know steak could be that good. So that's probably the first one that comes to mind.
What do you
I've never actually had Wagyu steak. I've heard about it. I mean, I think I've had like
so
fake
good.
Wagyu steak that's like $8, and it's like, okay, that's not the real thing, right? Because everyone that talks about Wagyu is like, oh, it's like fucking marbled completely, $200, and you get 1 speck of it. Like, that's how I always hear it being talked about. So yeah, I don't think I've had real Wagyu.
I mean, you should try it sometime. It's insane if you're a steak guy.
Yep, I am.
All right, we've got one more icebreaker question. This one is, what's the best piece of advice you've ever received?
Cutie told me to become a streamer in season 5, and that was some good advice. Like, he was like, hey, streaming is pretty nice. Like, I had some friends, I had some former teammates that went into streaming, and yeah, that was like a really good time to, I think, get into the whole streaming thing. So yeah, I'd say that's like a pretty good piece of advice. I mean, also I've gotten like advice like from my parents, like when I was thinking about becoming a pro player. I actually got the opposite of what most people have, where their parents like hate the idea of it, but I actually got the opposite advice, which was that you can always go back to college. So you might as well pursue something that you're super passionate about, because even if you don't end up like making that your entire career, or that it doesn't become super lucrative, the growth experience of going for something and striving for something and like being able to not have those regrets in life will just do more for you than starting college a couple years early. Like, you'll be fine anyway. So for me, it was more like finishing college, because I was like a senior when I dropped out. But yeah, it's like progressing through school. You're gonna have that opportunity anyway. So yeah, especially if you can find something where, like, at the time I wasn't making crazy money, you know, it was early esports. It's like, oh nice, I got like $300
a month.
Yeah, it's like $800 a month with Dignitas. You know, we were big time back in season 2, so we had the super contract, yeah, the super maxes. But yeah, just like having the opportunity to just like try something like that, I think that was pretty good advice.
Yeah, that's awesome. I think for me, mine also comes from my dad. But this was like before esports, because it's funny, he actually gave me similar advice when it came to LCS. Because when I was talking to him about it, he was like, well, you know, I don't know if it'll work out or not, but this is definitely the kind of thing that you should do in your early 20s versus like in your 30s when you're trying to have a family or whatnot. So definitely in line with that. But I think the advice that's always stuck with me comes back from like high school when I was in marching band, and I wanted to drop out because I didn't like it.
Oh, the Trombonist Brothers?
Like, that was part of it. That was part of it.
Okay.
But it was like I wanted to drop out of marching band because I just didn't like it. And then my dad was like, all right, well, what are you going to do instead? And I was like, I don't know, nothing. And he's like, well, I'm not going to let you do that. Because he said, the advice he gave me was like, make sure you're always moving towards something rather than just away from something. You know, it's like, if my life path is just like, I don't want to do marching band, that's not really going in any direction. And so I feel like that's helped me a lot with like, you know, some days playing League feels really painful, or like some pro days would be really stressful. And you have those thoughts in the back of your mind. It's like, I just want to quit, like do anything else. But then, you know, that would just be moving away from something. But it's like, there's nothing I actually want to work towards. And like, I should just stick out what I'm doing and like, you know, just work through the hard days and keep going. Yeah, so that was always nice.
Yeah, it's good advice.
Yeah. So MSI, you watch all the games?
Yep, watched all the games, unfortunately.
What do you think? I guess we can start with the first one, Furia versus G2.
Furia versus G2. I mean, I feel like every time you watch Brazil at one of these internationals, it always goes the same way. Like in my chat, we always call it the Brazilian tragedy. We're just like, the Brazilian tragedy is coming. And the way it always starts is they look really promising and everything is looking like it's going to be great. And then over time, it just becomes like worse and worse. And then the final loss is always like the most tragic loss of them all. It's like, how the fuck did we ever get here? So
yeah,
watching Furia play, it was tough. And it's also like especially bad because on the G2 side, you feel like G2 doesn't deserve to be winning. It's like, damn, like even though Furia lost, I felt like Furia deserved to win. Like if you look at both those teams, you look at like how well they can both possibly play. It felt like for Furia's level, they were competing better than G2 was, but they still lost because they're worse at League, which makes a lot of sense when you are in a region like LTA South. It's super hard for you to actually get that level because you just don't have the opportunities to compete and scrim like the teams in Europe and North America do.
Yeah, definitely. I was kind of pleasantly surprised by Furia, I think, because, you know, obviously us LCS fans are like kind of upset. Some people that Furia is going instead of Cloud9 because, you know, we're sending one North team, one South team. And I think in most tournaments they would be considered a wild card team, but I was impressed that they actually put up a pretty good fight. Like all their players, I think, you know, showed up pretty well. Guigo was doing really well against Broken Blade that first day. There was like the Warwick meme after game one. Yeah. But I actually think Furia's biggest problem when I watched was their drafts. I think that, you know, it's obviously not all in Thinkard. He is their coach, but like I think some of their drafts just actually made no sense whatsoever. Their game 5 draft,
the Lilia one.
Yeah, like they just picked Lilia in a spot where it doesn't make any sense. I feel like Lilia, I'm not even a huge fan of the champion, but I think you have to pick her into like, you know, a bunch of meatballs when the other team's rolling like 3 tank comps or something like that.
Yeah, and like no CC and stuff.
Yeah, but they just kind of like picked her randomly and she didn't even get ahead and was just completely useless. Plus, I don't know how you feel about Jace, but to me, Jace just is like the free loss champion right now.
Yeah, Jace is like, unless you're a top team in the world, don't lock the champion in, pretty much. That's how I feel. Like, unless your top laner is like mega Chinese or Korean, you don't lock this champion in. Like, it's just not good enough, and then also it alters the way you have to play the game. Then you run into like so many problems playing a Jace comp out. It's like in the mid game, you're like, how do we actually get the Jace to farm a side lane without dying? And then at the same time, it's like, if you're playing on the Jace's side, normally like your Jace or your top laner, you just kind of like let them, you know, take the shit waves or whatever, and you'll be playing on the side of your mid laner. But then when you're trying to like orient a game where like both sides are being played to, it's really hard. I mean, it's not impossible, but it takes so much coordination. And I think if you're just not a top tier team, if you play Jace, you're probably going to lose. But I think on your point about like the game 5 draft, I feel like a lot of times when you play a game 5, kind of like what's left, or like what do you want to play, and people get really like locked into, oh, this is a champion that we're just good at, so we should just play it in game 5. But they don't have good conditions for the champion, and then they just end up in a situation where they're just like picking something that ends up being useless because, you know, in scrims normally they're picking that in an earlier game and they're able to find success on it.
Yeah. Have you done a lot of like game 5 drafts or whatnot? Like, how's that been in your opinion? Because I haven't done a ton of fearless drafting. You know, I did like the couple days I worked with near airport in the beginning, but I feel like it's super hard. It's like really easy to get dizzy and just end up with some completely terrible comp.
Yeah, I mean, like, because I'm not going to be on stage with the team, like, I don't do a lot of like the drafting. You know, I'll give my input on drafting, like, you know, before the games and like in the meeting, or when I talk to Nick, like, you know, we'll talk, you know, alone in the channel during the scrims. And I'll give my like opinions on stuff there. But I think a lot of times game 5 drafting is, I think what the main thing that at least I've learned about it is a lot of times it's going to be confidence based. Like when it comes to a lot of times in these types of series, there are champions that both teams are not really good at, that are going to be left through the draft because like both teams are like, yeah, we don't really want to like play that. But those champions are going to be like super fucking OP in game 5. In game 5, it's like, holy shit, like if we're getting if we're able to draft Kalista Renata in a game 5, or we're able to draft, you know, in this situation, it was like Annie in game 5, or these champions that are normally like way higher prio. Even if you're not a team that's super like dedicated to playing those champs, like having the balls to actually pick them, I think does a lot for teams. And normally in fearless draft, I do think that the teams that are willing to take more risks in game 4 and game 5 seem to have the edge. Like I think about China, Korea, like AL when they won LPL this split, going for like the Zed game 4 where it was like a really good angle, but it's not something that they had played a lot of. Thought that took a lot of like courage to be able to do that. Like Genji series versus Hanwha Life. I mean, they didn't actually have a final because of the format, but that's essentially the final of LCK. The way that they were able to realize throughout the series what Canyon needed to do to win, where it's like, we're just too AFK on the map. We just need you to like start making shit happen so that we can actually play the game. And the fact that he was willing to like do that in these games, I think was a huge reason why they're able to win. So I think a lot of times game 5 drafts, if you're playing at like a high level, comes down to which team has more like courage to actually play what's still good.
Yeah, especially, I feel like Fearless is so interesting because you're not always going to be on comfort picks. Like sometimes you'll have to play a champion that, you know, maybe it's like your 10th or 15th best champion, but you still got to do it because, you know, you don't have a lot of options. So it definitely rewards people who have like a really broad champ pool and whatnot. So yeah, you know, that series went to 5. G2 took it. You know, obviously the 5th game was kind of a blowout, but the next series we had was BLG GAM, which was pretty one-sided as well. What do you think about that one?
I mean, it just felt like GAM played pretty well in the early games. They're actually able to make solid plays, and I feel like a lot of times you see this when a team goes in against one of the mega favorites. I mean, BLG, at least in play-ins, is by far the best team in play-ins, so they can play to like a higher level than you normally see because they're playing with almost like zero expectations. It's kind of like, just show them that we're not terrible type of mindset. Like, let's just give them like our best. And I thought they were able to play early game pretty well, but once they got into mid game, like BLG was just significantly better than them, and they were able to just consistently find angles. And then by game 3, you know, BLG just understands certain things about the game that it felt like GAM didn't understand. So when they were able to fully
Dude,
push.
that level 1
Yeah.
game 3 was so disgusting. I've not seen someone lose like that in a while. That was so rough.
It's also like pretty interesting to me because that used to be like a core way that BLG loved to play the game, and that was mainly in 2024 spring when they were able to play like Ashe support was a huge thing, and they would essentially just always draft some type of mega abusive bot lane combo as either Bliss or Nada or as Ashe support, or like that was back when people were even playing fucking Darius and Kalista support and like all these like 80 carry supports. They're willing to just pick these like random champions, these like abusive champions, and they would just play to split the map. They would just stack 3 waves, have their jungler come because they would automatically be winning bot based on the champions they would pick, and they would force the enemy jungler out and then just dive bot, and they would do this so consistently. But that really hasn't been something that they've done recently, but I guess they just knew with the things that were drafted. It's like, yeah, I mean, we have champions like Karma, we can just push you out completely, enemy jungler can't fight, they just snowballed the entire game off of it.
Yeah, definitely. Dude, I don't know your opinion on it, but like I hate level 1s in League so much. Like, especially as a jungler, level 1 invades are so cringe. Like that game 3, it's hard to even blame their bot lane for what happened, or Levi. It was like they just got chunked level 1, pushed out of their jungle, and the game was just unplayable entirely. It's like, I don't know. That was tough to watch for sure, but you know, obviously BLG is good, and in a way, it's, you know, I feel a little bad for these teams in play-ins because, you know, BLG was in MSI finals, World Finals last year. This is an insanely good team, and they're in play-ins. So
I think it's dumb to put Chinese and Korean teams in play-ins. Just like period. Like these teams have proven, like these regions have proven they are so much better than everyone else that it's like, just let them play in the main event. Like there's no reason I need to watch 6 games of BLG just like completely shitting on teams that I want to get hyped for. I feel like it does the opposite of getting me hyped for the tournament. It's like, damn, it looks like China's a lot better than Europe again. Wow, big surprise. And then you just like go into the tournament, and also it feels like because of like the way the matchups work, there's, even though you get a lot of best of 5s, there's just going to be a lot of like tough best of 5s to watch. I mean, G2 versus Fury, the fact that the G2 versus Fury and G2 versus Gam were close, that actually saves us from some of the brutality that you would normally get in a tournament like this. But, you know, when you look at all the first round matches, they're all mega favorites in each one. So you do get a lot of best of 5s, but you're going to get normally in this type of format like 7 best of 5s that you expect to be pretty one-sided at a minimum. But back to what you said about level 1s, I don't mind level 1s in competitive play, but I hate level 1s in solo queue. Like solo queue level 1s, it is the most brutal thing ever because half the time it's just decided about like by who's AFK in the game. Like who actually decided to play the game level 1? Like, oh, you decided to not play the game level 1? Well, I guess I can just like go fuck myself then as a jungler. Like I'll just you know, be down, you know, 2 levels early. It's okay, there's catch-up experience in the game. I'll actually end up being okay at some point, but yeah, I mean, it normally just feels very unskilled where you're like, oh, I'm just behind because of nothing I can control.
yeah, dude, especially like, you know, I'm a big Rek'Sai fan, and Rek'Sai is just completely useless level 1, and then, you know, you drafted against Graves, and he just walks in my jungle and just starts shooting me, and it's like, well, I feel like I can do something here. I don't know. It's definitely not my favorite thing.
Are you still playing Rek'Sai?
I haven't played it recently, no. I'm more like Xin Zhao these days. Xin Zhao Fiddle.
Nice. I like that.
Yeah.
I mean, I used to be a huge Rek'Sai player, but I feel like this champion is just like, it's just pathetic these days. That's how I feel about Rek'Sai. I just feel like it's just not a good champ. Like it just feels, yeah, I mean, the level 1 problem, and then also you don't like farm particularly fast. And like the one thing you have is like creative like angles. Like you can take creative angles and you can gank. But yeah, I just feel like it's feels very like limiting to play Rek'Sai. I don't know. I just feel like I'm like stuck when I'm playing Rek'Sai half the time.
Yeah, I mean, she's not good right now. It's just, it is what it is. Ever since she lost the true damage E, it's just like hard to kill people. I'm kind of sad. Need some buffs. Please free.
Yeah, it won't get buffs. It's like 53% win rate, so it's like not getting buffs.
Yeah, unlucky. The next game we had was Furia versus Gam, which went to 5 games yesterday. I mean, it was a pretty interesting series. I think, I don't know, that was another one where I just didn't like a lot of Furia's drafts. To me, it felt like they kind of played better overall as a team. minus top lane, Guy was absolutely farming Guigo. But I don't know, man. Furious drafts a lot of the time just like they don't make sense to me.
Yeah, I mean,
if you had any thoughts on it?
For me, it's like their game 1 draft was like something I really wouldn't want to play. Personally, I mean, I think that giving Talia and Pantheon, when you're on red side and you're giving blue side first pick Talia and then you're giving them the best jungler that goes with Talia, and they get a rumble on top, and then you're just trying to like counter pick everything. Like you're picking Ahri because it's fine in Talia, like it's like you can play the matchup, and then you're picking Galio because it's a soft answer to rumble. And then Xin Zhao is like okay into Pantheon, but none of those situations are actually winning for you. So you're just trying to like counterpick everything they have, but nothing is actually good. And even their bot lane was Rel Smolder into Zyrokan, which is another lane that's like,
dude, Smolder in game 1 is crazy. Yeah, I like, is this champion even good? Didn't seem very good to me.
I mean, I don't think Smolder is good, but I think there's times where you can play it, right? Like if they early in a game 1, if they want to open with like a Senna or something like that, and you're like, okay, like it's Senna and whatever support, and we can just get a free Smolder angle, we can just exist and farm in this lane, and we'll both like stack, and eventually like I'll have a point of power. I'm okay with it. But into Zyrokan, like when you're playing into Zyrokan with Rel, it's like I feel like Rel doesn't want to play with Smolder, and you don't also want to play Smolder into Zyrokan. And then it's not particularly good into like the top side because there's so much stuff that can kill you. You know, like a lot of times Smolder games, you want it to be relatively inactive. You want to be able to just sit there, walk forward, rapid fire Q them, back off, do the same thing again, and just chunk them out. But this whole game, I mean, you saw throughout that even once he got super strong, I mean, you have Talia ulting him, you have Pantheon ulting him, you have Rumble ulting him off the screen. Rakan is flashing 4 screens like ahead onto his face, and even when he had flash and stuff, it felt impossible for him to play. So I don't know. I really didn't like
no
the pick
lifesteal
there.
too. Like no BT was super weird because he just kept getting chunked out by Rumble ult and whatnot. Yeah. Close series overall though. I think. Who did you expect to win going into that one?
I expected Gam to win pretty hard. That's what I thought was gonna happen, but it didn't end up going like that. The game 3, like the way that they played out their game 3, Gem, that was the Kazakhs game with like TF where they had 5k gold lead. I thought that was really bad. Also, Aatrox not buying tenacity in this game. I don't know. I feel like it's so crazy. You're playing into Ashe, Seraphine, Poppy, Sylas, and then you're playing Aatrox with 0 tenacity. There was multiple fights where he would literally just get CC'd one time, charmed, and he wouldn't even cast one ability. Like, he literally would not be able to Q1 before he died. It just felt super weird the way that they played. They didn't play on a side lane one time. They had TF. They were just playing 5v5s perma. It just didn't feel like they were going to execute that comp well.
Yep, that's one of the most tilting things for me, I think, when I see these teams draft stuff that just can't team fight. You know, you have this comp with no front line, not a lot of CC, squishy, and then you just perma force 5v5s, and whoever walks in first in your team's gonna get one shot. Like Kiaya, he kind of did this all series basically. Like it's been something that, yeah, like we were doing the cushion with double lifts, and like he was pointing it out. It's like Kiaya is really good in lane. He almost always gets huge lane leads, but then when it comes to team fights, he just kind of runs in and dies repeatedly. And I think it's tough when like you're trying to play something like Aatrox and then you don't have anything to go first, because you know you have to be super patient to actually make that work. So I feel like that's just hard.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just like a point where when you're playing these types of like split push drafts, you're gonna have to team fight at some point. Like, but the whole goal is that you get enough of an advantage before you're forced to team fight that you're able to actually win this team fight. But it felt like they just didn't know when they were actually stronger. Like, at what point do you have enough of an item lead from being able to, like, you know, split and play side lanes that you actually can team fight, where you use gold card to target with TF and that person gets one shot. And it felt like the fights that they took weren't coordinated fights. And they took the fights where like Furia was walled up front to back and they were able to play exactly how they wanted to.
Yeah, I mean, close series overall, but obviously it didn't work out. It kind of ended with like the least hype ever. It was like they picked Cassidy and then just kind of got rolled in game 5, followed by like a 30-minute pause into chrono break and to still lose.
Yeah.
I don't know. Did you like that Cassidy? It seems so useless to me. He picked Cassidy and he got like 3 kills early. So like if Cassidy's ever going to be useful, surely it would have been then. But he actually did nothing. I don't know.
Yeah, I thought Cassidy was good in that game. It just he played I mean, they just didn't, like, okay, you have a Cassid on your team. Your Cassid is level 15, and you're forcing Otacon. Like,
Oh
at some
yeah, that
point,
was criminal.
you have to ask yourself, what the fuck are we doing at this Otacon? Why are we flipping an Otacon 5v5 when our Cassid is about to be God mode? Like, he's about to get to the point, and then once they get level 16, instead of them being like even in the game or like down like 2k gold, I mean, they made multiple int plays, but that one was like, now we're down 8k gold. So our Cassidin doesn't even get to like be Cassidin in a fight. I mean, I think that there's things that are good about Cassidin. I feel like he's good into Oriana, he's good into Bard, GP later on in the game, like once he has items. But into Kai'Sa's not the best, into the Fury it's whatever, but he never was able to like get angles. We never saw the Cassidin moment because it felt like they just jumped the gun. Like they didn't need to start hitting the Otacon when they did, and yeah, they just did the easiest way to lose a game, which is you just start Otacon 5v5 and then you end up losing it, and then after you lose it, you're so tilted that you lose it that you end up just fighting after anyway and just losing the game. Like that's a tough way to lose.
It was hard for them. That's both games actually were, I don't know. I feel like Furia just, I think if they had better drafts, I don't know what it comes down to, like whether it's their champ pools or whatever, but like I think they could have done better. I think they could have beat Gam, but so many of these games, I see their comp and I'm like, I do not see how you win with this whatsoever. You know, just like 0 CC comps, whatever. Like just picking champs, I don't think are strong. You know, like this tournament, like Ezreal has never looked good. Gnar has looked pretty useless. So I don't know. I'm not a big fan of it personally.
Yeah, I mean, I think that those champions, we'll probably see a different story once we see, like, you know, Genji, T1, BLG, like, play more and AL play. True. I think we'll end up having different opinions and be like, oh, Ezreal's actually fucking OP. Like, this shit is unkillable, does 1,000,000 damage, like, wins lane. Like, what the fuck? Like, how do you ever beat this champion, you know? Like, that's kind of how it normally goes. And it's just...
Yeah, that's a good point. It does usually change going from play-ins to the full stage.
I mean, if you're playing Ezreal Karma into like Bard Kai'Sa, like I feel like that should be like the freest fucking lane. You know, Ezreal Karma into Bard Kai'Sa, you should be able to roll them the entire time. I mean, that's a miserable lane to play on the Kai'Sa side. I also thought the Bard pick like was borderline game losing in this draft. Like you're playing Bard in a mega losing lane versus Ezreal, Kassadin, Gnar. Like Trundle is the only champion, I guess, that the Bard is good into the whole enemy draft. So I don't know. In that game, I thought Fury was gonna lose, but I thought that Gam had a worse draft.
Dude, both of them had like 0 CC whatsoever. It was not a good draft. I mean, but I guess that's game 5. Sometimes you just end up with some like mess of the comp. Yeah, but then you know BLG and G2 played. That one was pretty one-sided. It seems like PLG was just obviously the best team in this group stage. No surprise to anybody. And then today we just finished our Gam vs G2 match, which I think was a lot closer than at least I would have expected it to be. Do you think G2 got too cocky with their like Nunu on 1-2 game 3? Do you think that was real, or do you think that was like a...
I just think they don't know what to play.
Call that.
I mean, I just think they had no idea what they could possibly play into Wukong. Like, they're like, okay, Wukong is up. You don't really want to play an AD champion. Maokai is banned. Poppy is out. So they were just like, they probably just didn't have anything else they really wanted to play into Wukong. So, I mean, going forward, they should probably either ban it there or should try, you know, some type of magic damage dealing jungler, tank, anything. But I guess that's what they're trying to go for with the Nunu. They're like, yeah, I mean, it does magic damage. You can go like an AD mid. Like, I guess it's tanky, whatever. It doesn't get abused by Wukong.
I feel like you would need like Nunu would show up in like a game 15 of Fearless or something. Like this champion is just not built for competitive whatsoever. And honestly, he didn't even have that bad of a game. But I just think the champion's limitations, like you just, you know, you don't really do damage. You're not really tanky, and you don't have that solo queue aspect of like just snowball getting a kill every single time and no one watching the objectives and you eat them real quick.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like maybe it's just like the type of pick that you pick in a game where you just have mega prio lanes everywhere, and your idea is just, oh, I'm just gonna walk to all the objectives and just start them and just, you know, play through getting every single objective on the map the second it spawns. Because yeah, I mean the ganks. Like, Nunu ganks are actually not good. It's just annoying that he can gank you so often.
Yep. I feel like in solo queue it's good, too, where most of the time people's vision is, like, you know, right outside their lane at best. Whereas in competitive, usually you have some idea of where their jungler is and where he could be. It's like, you know, he's on bottom side. So you're mindful of it versus like, oh, there he is. He's in my ward. Oh, and now he's snowballing me and I'm dead. So definitely not the best pick. But dude, one of the things that stood out to me so much when I was watching Gam this weekend is I feel like their mid was so gapped no matter who they were playing.
Yeah, their mids are terrible.
That was shocking to me because it's one thing, you know, they're a minor region, like I guess depending on how you want to call it, but compared to the other regions for sure. But the rest of their players were doing really well. Like Artemis and Kiaya, especially to me, were stand out, just actually stomping lane a lot of the time. They were just playing so well. But then both Emo and Ares just looked absolutely gapped. Like they were not even in the same league whatsoever. It was like Challenger versus Diamond player or something.
I mean, honestly, I think they should have started the Eris guy over Emo because I thought Eris looked better than Emo. I mean, most of the games they won were with Eris on their team, but I just didn't like the champions that he was being put on for what I felt like he should be doing for the team. Like, I don't think that this guy is a carry, right? I don't think that he should be playing champions like LeBlanc or like Game 5 Oriana's I was not huge on because it doesn't seem like he's going to play Oriana the way that you wanted Oriana to play. Like, you're playing Oriana versus Annie and you're down 10 CS in lane. It's kind of like, it's like, what the fuck are we
doing? Dude, his TP
for?
back to lane was so reportable. He was like playing smart early, dodged the Viego level 3 timing, and then he early bases and just TPs in Annie's face, takes 60% of his health for nothing. That was so wild.
Yeah, it was terrible. I mean, the fact that he was able to win that LeBlanc game in game number 4 versus Furia, like, that was crazy. I mean, he was down like 4k gold on Azir. He's using his full combo forward and doing like maybe 30% of Azir's life, and Azir's actually trading like 60% of the LeBlanc's life back, and it's like, nice, that's all you can do in this game. I think there was a point where Azir was like 3 items and LeBlanc was sitting on Ludens and a Hextech alternator. Like, that was his fucking build at the point. It was like, yeah, I mean, I don't know how he's gonna get into this game. So I just felt like a lot of the picks that he had throughout just didn't feel right. I felt like he should have been playing. He should be the guy that's looking for like the Annie angles in earlier games. You know, he should play.
That's what I was saying.
Galio or something. You know?
That's what I'm saying, dude. If I was them, I'd be like, okay, our mid laner is so turbo gapped. Put him on like Lissandra, Galio, Annie stuff. That's like, it's fine if he's down in lane. You could be like 2 levels down, but at least, you know, force him to build Merc Treads or be able to start a fight for the rest of our team to like clean up. But was not the case, and it just felt like, I don't know. I'm surprised they even got to game 5s because their mid was just super gapped every single game. It was rough.
The mid just couldn't play on the same team. I think that it was that, and then also what I noticed about Gam is they just like never hit Baron. They're just super scared of hitting Baron. There's so many times where I'm just like, this is the freest fucking Baron. Like the game versus Nunu where they force Nunu's flash, they kill 2 people, and they have all 5 up. They have, you know, Xayah, like, they're so fucking strong in this game. They have Xayah in this game. They have Wukong. They have Jax that can go over the wall and like, you know, take away the blast cone, whatever. And they're just afraid to hit Baron versus an Mbessa that has no ult, a Tristana and a Nunu. It's like there's no poke. There's nothing that the enemy team can do to you. They won't hit Baron. The other game was like, do you remember that game 1 versus Furia where they killed 3 people? It's literally 5v2. And they went for this gank mid with all 5 people up and multiple TPs. Everyone's full life. They have a Xayah. They can just easily do the Baron. And instead, they go for this like gank mid on Smolder instead of actually taking the Baron. There's so many times where I'm just like, they could hit the Baron to force action. You can hit the Baron to actually, like, if they have an opportunity to do it, they can hit the Baron to force the enemy team's face check. They can hit the Baron and then, like, you know, test to see, oh, does the enemy, like, are they going to check quick enough, whatever. There's multiple different things that they can do by, like, just hitting the Baron, and they just don't hit Baron ever. Like, they want all 5 enemy people to be dead, and then maybe they'll touch Baron.
Yeah, Gam had a really distinct playstyle, I feel like, where, like you were saying, I think it extended past Baron, where their objective control was just so non-existent. Like, I think against BLG, they got 0 dragons. They got Dragon sold against every game 4-0, like, immediately. Even when they had some good early games, like, they absolutely had opportunities to take Dragon, but I don't know, it feels like they just have some, like, reservations about actually going for objectives. Otacon too, I think it was game 5 just before this where they just gave Otacon for free in a really close game. And I don't know, man, when I see one team having like 30 Otacon flowers to 0, like, That thing is so insane. I think those flowers are mad OP. It's like a level on your whole team, like 15 plus adaptive stats. Like, I don't know. It's almost like a permanent Baron buff. So.
I mean, it's huge. I mean, the only reason they got Otacon in that game 5 versus Furia was because Furia started it in their face. It's like they didn't really do many objectives. And even once they had objectives, it felt like the way that they tried to play the game out, like going back to that game 3, the way they tried to play the game out once they got the Baron versus G2, they actually did nothing. They got like 1 tier 2 and like an 800 gold lead off Baron. And the only reason they were able to like end this game in a relatively quick manner is because Skumon just ran it down bot on purpose and then just like lost the game instantly. Outside of that, it was going to go to like next Baron, next Drake. It was going to be a long fucking game because of the fact that they just don't play they don't play actively when they have a lead. They just want to like win by fighting you over and over again and then winning the fights. And if they win the fight, then they'll just do stuff afterwards. But they don't actually plan to like make things happen on the map or force the enemy to be in a bad position. They just fight because they have a good idea of like how fight should go. Engages when people are out of position, like, you know, when the enemy's inting, whatever. They're just able to identify those moments and just pull the trigger.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just all they want to do is fight. But I think most people expected BLG and G2 to make it out of the play-ins, but I think the way that it happened was a little surprising. G2 definitely was like, you know, a lot worse than people were expecting. It had like 5 games against both of the teams that were eliminated. So a little concerning for them. I think Broken Blade had a pretty... I haven't been watching a ton of EU, but like, to me, it felt uncharacteristically bad performance. He was kind of getting gapped by everybody, making a lot of mistakes. Has he been like that in LEC?
I mean, he's definitely had like bad games here and there, but I don't think that he's been like this bad. Like, he hasn't had a series like he had versus Furia where it's just multiple times you're just asking, what is this guy doing? Like, why is he fighting at this time? Or like, does he actually know what's going on in the game? I mean, the people will tunnel on the Warwick game that he played, but I would say the Renekton game that he played was maybe even worse. Like the Renekton game that he played in that series where he was like 1-9, that was tough to watch. One thing I like about BB is that he was able to actually bring the Renekton back. He played in game 1, played a good Renekton. Like, he's somebody who has confidence in himself, even when he ints. Like, he's like, okay, I inted, but I'm not a terrible Renekton player. I just played terrible that game. So I'll just play better next time. Draft me Renekton. And he played it in a harder matchup too and was able to perform. So that's something I've always respected about BB. But also the way that I feel about G2 is it feels like when I watch them that Caps and BB are playing worse, but it feels like they're playing worse because they feel like they have to do so much because Lebrav and Skumon just don't do anything. Like, their jungle support just are never doing anything. So they're just trying to like get unreasonable leads. They're just trying to just squeeze. I mean, we always say like in the saga is like trying to squeeze blood from a stone, you know, like that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to squeeze so hard and it's just not, there's nothing there, bro. There's nothing there to squeeze. And they keep on trying to get these advantages that don't exist. And if you think about like how Mickey X used to play, Mickey X was somebody who would maybe int every now and then. He would have some bad games. He'd get caught randomly, but he was active. You know, he was the support that would run an entire game by having a little bit of tempo and then going top and killing the top laner and just like making things happen in other people's lanes. But it feels like if they don't do that, if Caps and BB don't create big advantages, the game is going to be a mega slow game. And a lot of times these games are just not going to be like won by them versus decent teams. So I do think there's a reason that they're playing worse. I don't think it's like, oh, they're just playing worse because they got worse at the game magically. To me, it has to do more with
And just nothing to farm, really. Guess there's some jungle camps. Oh, bro, on your map, it shows you a little icon when jungle camps are up. What? Are you kidding me? How did no one tell me that? There's a little icon. You don't have to guess. And just nothing to farm, really. Guess there's some...
Draven out.
Green, where are you from?
I'm from Poland.
Ah, you sound super... How old are you, bro?
Well, I'm older than you think. That's for certain.
13.
You flatter me.
It's a girl? What's that? Green, where are you from?
I'm from Poland.
Ah, you sound super... How old are you, bro?
Well, I'm older than you think. That's for certain.
13.
You flatter me.
It's a girl? What's that? Green, where are you from?
I'm from Poland.
Ah, you sound super... How old are you, bro?
Well, I'm older than you think. That's for certain.
13.
You flatter me.
It's a girl? What's that? Green, where are you from?
I'm from Poland.
Rules are made to be broken. For people.
I thought I got rid of it, but it's still here waiting for me to go to sleep. What? What is? Oh, next! I thought I got rid of it, but it's still here waiting for me to go to sleep.
Oh god, that was pathetic.
Would anyone mind telling me how the game is moving on its own? The human mind is such a strange thing. You can't see my hands in both situations. But only when I'm like this, people ask, how is he playing without hands? Would anyone mind telling me how the game is moving on its own? The human...
Oh my god. Are you helping me, please? Thank you. All done. Thank you. Oh my god. Are you helping me, please? Thank you. All done.
White to move. White to move.
How World's consistency needs to be studied? Yeah, what a surprise that Pokemon, one of the most successful franchises of all time, is in fact very successful if it's done in the right way. How World's consistency needs to be...
What is that? Why is that on fire and why is it coming towards us? Oh my gosh. Ow! What is that? Why is that on fire? And why is it coming towards us? Oh my gosh. Ow! You stupid bro, you stupid.
Wait, why'd she go so fast? Wait, what? That's how it works? She just goes faster. So it 100% connects.
You stupid bro, you stupid.
Wait, why'd she go so fast? Wait, what? That's how it works? She just goes faster. So it 100% connects.
You stupid bro, you stupid.
Wait, why'd she go so fast? Wait, what? That's how it works? She just goes faster. So it 100% connects.
With the money in the bag. What exactly do you think you're doing?
I'm putting the money in the bag.
Men can't do anything right. Who is this? Who is this? It's Ben Franklin, you idiot! A man! I want Susan B. Anthony coins. No! Susan B. Anthony coins, huh? Do you even know who she was? She was, once upon a time, women weren't allowed to do much of anything. Susan B. Anthony knew that was wrong. In 1872, she broke the law by voting. And even though she was found guilty, the feds wanted to go easy on her. Because she was a girl! And not send her to jail. Susan B. Anthony didn't want special treatment. She wanted to be treated equally. She demands that she be sent to jail just like any man who broke the law. And that's exactly what we're gonna do to you. With the money in the bag. What exactly do you think you're doing?
I'm putting the money.
Oh no, chat. The A word. I don't know which one I prefer, chat. Which one would I prefer? It's a T word. And against Trundle, there's one thing that can help you out. Mentos. Specifically, the orange ones. Okay, listen. I need to be able to side lane against Yasuo and Trundle. We need quite a bit of armor. Trundle is the strongest level 1 champion. There's one job and one job only. Don't get cheese level 1. So what do? You put a ward down here. Now he can get closer to me. Now I stand here. If he comes here, I throw a Q in his face and I tell him to f off. Like this. I need to get reported. I just lost my lane. When I hate myself, I try to smile. I need to focus, man. I need to focus. So didn't even panic. Didn't even panic. If I keep the wave here, can't really progress. So I'm gonna be annoying. Rolling the wave here. Ow, he just ulted. So I goes. He's gonna sidestep left. Oh. He's gonna sidestep left again. Ah, come here, buddy. Come here, buddy. Run. Run to your turret. I am your father. Watch this. Chat, do we buy hearts to you?
With how the team operates and how stagnant they are.
Yeah, so you feel like BB and Caps have to like pressure themselves to do more than they should because otherwise nothing will happen.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that makes sense. We've definitely seen that a lot. What do you think about the meta so far at MSI? Is it kind of what you expected? Is there any surprises? Anything that's stood out to you?
I was surprised by the I'm not sure how good TF is. I think it's definitely buffed. I mean, it's good, but we saw it getting banned like every fucking game. Like it was getting banned 1, 2, 3 every game, and then the couple times we've seen it be let through, it's looked not great, I would say. So I'm interested to see.
Has it won a game yet? I don't think it's won a game.
I think it's 0-2.
I think it's 0-3.
Oh, 0-3?
0-3. Yeah.
What was the other game it lost? I remember the game yesterday and the game today. I don't remember the other one.
Caps lost twice with it, and Eris lost once with it.
Oh yeah, he lost the game to BLG. Yeah, I mean he was gonna lose that game no matter what. You know, like he could have locked everything. Yeah. That's a fake loss. A fake loss to BLG. But yeah, I just wonder if we'll actually see TF be 1, 2, 3 banned the entire tournament, or if we'll see like it go in phases where it's banned all the time at the beginning, then it starts getting left up. Then when better people play it, it actually is OP. And then we see it getting let through. You know, we see some of the top teams playing it, and then if they're able to verify that it is really strong, then it becomes banned again. I wonder if it'll be that, or if it'll be how some champions go, like Echo Jungle did like 3-4 years ago. I remember where people just ban it all at the time at the beginning, and then they start thinking about it, and they're like, oh no, there's answers to this shit. Like it seems right now, if TF is up and you play Silas into it, you're going to be fine for the most part. You answer a lot of the things that TF does. TF is going to have a gold lead because TF has TF passive, whatever, but you're going to be able to play the game and you're going to be able to out team fight TF, which I think is something that is really nice. You can find champions that are able to neutralize the strength of TF and then also have the advantage in team fights, then I think you're good. So I want to see, like, are people going to play Ryze into TF? Are people going to start playing like Galio more into TF? Are people going to keep on playing Silas into TF? And if that's a thing, is the TF just so OP that he's able to deal with this? Or is it the type of thing where TF just ends up being a situational pick where like 4 or 5 you ban out certain counters?
Yeah, I think TF's been the biggest bait to me. The biggest surprise I think to me has been Annie. Like, I was never impressed by Annie. Like, a lot of people were playing her in playoffs, and I don't know. To me, I never see an Annie player look good. Like, every time you watch an Annie play, it just looks like a bot, no matter what. But she's been picked, I think, every series, and she's won every game she was played. She's 5-0 so far. And I was not expecting that. I think that's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I think Annie's like pretty decent. I just feel like a lot of times when we're seeing Annie players play, they're just getting away with murder. They're just getting through lanes that are way too hard for them to be able to get through at a decent level. I feel like in a lot of these situations, it should be the opposite, where your Annie is like going to be able to have playmaking potential, but she's going to be coming out of lane down 10 CS, 15 CS, or she's going to have to base at weird times, whatever. So I think that when we see better teams play, I think that Annie will be reserved for like later games, like games 3, 4, 5. Once certain picks are out, I think they'll be playing more Annie.
Yeah, definitely could be. So we got the bracket stage coming up, and are they doing a draw? Do we know the matchups already?
Yeah, we know all the matchups. The matchups are, let me get. I can probably do it off the top of my head. So the matchups are Genji versus G2. That's the first matchup. So rest in peace, G2. So G2 is gonna get 3-0'd. Like, it's gonna be completely. It's gonna be a 2-hour series. 2 hours 20 minutes. That's gonna be the total series time. So we have that one. Then we have AL versus FlyQuest, which, as an NA fan, I think that's probably the best team for FlyQuest to go against. After that is T1 CFO, and then the final match is MKOI versus BLG.
Damn, these look one-sided, honestly. You think all 3-0s? You think... I could see FlyQuest, winning a game. Maybe, I mean, hopefully more, but I don't know, dude. It's not looking good for the underdogs here.
Yeah, I think Genji's a 3-0. I think Genji's the highest likelihood of being a 3-0. If I were to put it through to most likely to least likely, I would say Genji's the highest likelihood of being a 3-0. Then T1 versus CFO. Then AL versus then MKOI versus BLG, and the last one would be AL versus FlyQuest. Because I think FlyQuest is a team that plays like their own way, where all the other teams are like, when I look at MKOI, I think MKOI can take games off BLG because BLG does not play clean enough to consistently win. But they play a similar style. Like, MKOI is not going to do anything in a game that BLG is going to not know how to respond to. But I think that FlyQuest actually does do things in games that are not normal. And I think AL could be caught off guard by that, and it's easier to lose a game to a team like FlyQuest than a team like MKOI, in my opinion.
Yeah, I could see that. FlyQuest, I know from talking to the C9 guys, they're always saying, like, FlyQuest is really good mid-game, and it's hard to predict exactly what they're going to do. Like, I think Lucio and Inspire do a good job not giving away more info than they have to, and just making it, like, unexpected where they're going to show up. So we've got that to look forward to. Probably going to be some stomps, but, upsets are always fun. We've also got a little bit of league news where Fnatic has reached a verbal agreement with Poby, which I did not expect. The only time I've heard of Poby was when he subbed in for Faker, and yeah, I don't know. That was one of the biggest mid differentials between players I've ever seen. It's a lot of times it's hard to believe that one player can make such a big difference in a team, but that was T1 with Poby was losing every single game dramatically, and then Faker came back and they just won the split or whatever they did. So
they got 3-0 in finals and then won Worlds. That's what they did.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely insane. What do you think about Poby? any strong thoughts? Apparently, he's been doing better in Academy this year, and I know a lot of these regions like importing out of the LCK challengers.
He's just he's gonna be just a worse version of Loki, I guess. You know, he's the like he's like the runt of the litter. You know, like that's how it is. It's like the LCK CL players. Like you had the top tier, which was like it felt like Saint and Loki were the people on everyone's radar. And then there's, you know, a Poby who I've heard from people is not even at the top of like LCK CL right now. So I think that he's like, he has characteristics that I think are decent, where people really want to import a young player, somebody who's been in, I mean, these aren't really characteristics, but just things about him, like the fact that he's been in the T1 ecosystem for a while. Like people just feel like that's going to create something, but I haven't watched enough of him to make a strong decision, like to say, oh, he's bad or he's good. I thought that when he was 17, he subbed in for Faker. It was, I mean, he was in this like pretty much an unwinnable spot. The team was also playing so much worse. As soon as Faker was benched, it felt like the team completely fell apart. Like people looked like they just didn't care to the same degree. Like, the way that Zeus was getting killed was like, bro, like what? I think I saw. Didn't he get solo killed by an Alistar? I think he got solo killed by Lehen's Alistar as Cassante at a point, and I was like, yeah, this is. We need to just remove this from our memories. I mean, it was one of those things where it's so easy to mentally check out when you have a player like Faker gone. It's like, yeah, nothing really matters. Like nothing really counts here. Anyway, so it was actually something that I felt like was almost good for T1 because they weren't playing super well with Faker when he was injured. And then when they had that like moment where they were just still losing, but they could kind of just write it off, and Faker came back, it's like it gave them that second wind. It gave them that that honeymoon phase again with like the same lineup, which I thought was really useful for them. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'll give Poby a chance. Like, I was a huge Humanoid hater. I thought Humanoid was, like, not good at all. Maybe he's better right now than Poby, but it feels like with Humanoid, there's almost no upside at this point. Like, sure, he might be good enough to get you... Okay, if you peak with Humanoid, maybe you get, like, the 3rd World Seed. That's what you could look for. But if you want to be competitive, if you want to win LEC, you need to do something about breaking up this Razork in Humanoid core.
Yeah. Makes sense. I think it's also going to come, like, anytime you import a younger player, there's so many unknowns. Like, how's his English going to be? How's he going to deal with the culture change, everything? So, yeah, I mean, wish him the best, but it's always hard to know. Maybe it'll be good, maybe not.
Yep.
Next, we have a look ahead with Cloud9 Kia coming up. I'll be filming the dive right after this, so, you know, a lot of content tonight. These MSI time zones are very late. You know, games starting at 5 p.m. But it's kind of nice to not have to wake up too early for it. So that's fun. Yeah. And then
we will both be going. It's the opposite.
Yeah,
of
you
like
it?
Yeah, I mean, my days are normally like I would stream with C9 until like 7 or 8 p.m. and then I wake up at 3 a.m. to do like LPL, LCK, and I've done this like almost every single day for like 4 or 5 years now. So like being able to like watch games starting at 7 p.m. it feels like an off day, honestly. It's like, damn, it's a blessing.
Yeah, that's pretty nice. That's definitely nice. But we'll both be going to MSA final weekend, where we'll do an episode in person right after the finals, so that'll be cool.
Yep.
And as far as Cloud9, the team's scrimming against the teams MSI right now, and be getting ready for EWC. Will be right after MSI. And I think that's going to do it for us. Thank you for watching this episode and for your questions. Let us know what you think about Practice Stage Pick'ems, and please drop a subscribe.
10 years ago, Silverstone announced a case that was unlike anything we'd ever seen before and is unlike anything we've seen since. Designed in collaboration with Charles Harwood, the creator of Murderbox, the X-Forma MBX Mark II was meant to be the ultimate marriage of timeless aesthetics and uncompromising performance. The perfect case. There was only one small problem. At a price of $1,250 plus accessories, it was out of reach for most mere mortals. So even though Silverstone only ever made 250 of these, so many of them remain unsold that Silverstone offered me a deal I couldn't refuse. They would send me all the cases, and in exchange, they wouldn't have to be the ones to store them anymore. I mean, there can't be that many of them, can there?
Yes, there can be.
Oh, lordy. Let's have a look at what they sent us, shall we? And let's have a look at this message from our sponsor.
Looking to sell your old GPU? Don't take it to this guy. Ah, a fascinating artifact. You know, it appears to be circa early 21st century. You know, this reminds me of another piece from Montenegro. Take it to Jawa and get an instant quote for trading in your old graphics card. Simple. Excuse me?
It's probably worth noting that while I respect Charles's work as an artist and do think the case is incredibly cool, I didn't actually want 3 pallets of them.
You shouldn't have asked for it then.
Well, it was less that I asked for them and more that if I didn't take them, they were headed to the scrapper, which I felt was not cool. And I know that Tony from Silverstone, who was the one who reached out to try to save these, feels much the same way. See, the MBX Mark II is not an entirely ground-up design. It's actually based on an older Silverstone case, the TJ07, which was gifted to me by my then-girlfriend, now wife, and I used for my daily driver for many years. It also happened to be a passion project of Tony's when he was a young project designer.
Oh man, look at how much dust is on this thing. This has been in the warehouse for a very long time.
This one was apparently for Joe.
So is this one. So is this one.
Dude, you think that's the worst of it? What color do you think this X is supposed to be?
Whoa, probably closer to that red.
And I'm pretty sure some of these are scuffed on the inside too. Replace all screws, damaged from flood. How many of these do we have? I mean, they only made 250. How much of the total production do we have here?
We might actually have like a significant percentage. Like, let's see, there's 9 per pallet.
No, let's count them. We'll count them. We'll make a pile. Let's make a pile. Okay, so here's the sitch. We've got 27 total boxes for cases, but 2 of them are labeled side panel only, and then we have 5 boxes of accessories. These could include any number of things, ranging from the case basically doesn't really function without it, all the way to, wow, that is the most superfluous bullshit that I've ever seen. Most of the case boxes, 23 of them specifically, have similar markings. Something about being for Joe and needing a VV panel with a red tag. Those we piled up here. The ones we're more interested in are these. Flood damage, sample case, side panel only, and okay, this one's also for Joe, but it has a smiley face. 2 of them actually.
Sorry.
What's the deal with that? First up then, this is for you, Joe.
My case finally arrived. I've been waiting a decade.
It's been 83 years. One tricky thing about the TJ07 and its derivatives is because it uses a unibody design for the top, front, and bottom. It's actually bent rather than being welded or riveted or stamped or anything cheap like that. It's really heavy.
Would that have also contributed to the high cost then?
Absolutely. Even without the modifications that Charles made, all of which made it far more expensive, the TJ07 was a $300 to $400 case back in the mid-2000s. Oh, it stinks.
Does it? Oh wow, yeah, it smells like vinegar.
Check this out. Have you ever seen one of these?
Not in person.
We had one kicking around the office for a long time. Charles actually did a build in it for us personally, but it got quite outdated for a showcase PC. So to give it a chance at a new life, we gave it away at the Christmas party and Colton won it. This is it.
Holy cow, that's cool.
It's still beautiful.
Wow.
The goal was timeless design, and Charles and Silverstone nailed it.
Wow.
The original case was full of 5 1/4 inch bays in the front. Charles was extremely forward thinking and saw that 5 1/4 inch was going the way of the Dodo, replacing all those bays with this incredible looking machined light slit. That's not to say he didn't want you to have the option for an optical drive. This slit right here
Is that what
actually accommodates a slim optical drive loaded in through the top.
All right, that's kind of cool. Even if it is dated tech, it's kind of cool.
Another ahead of his time touch is that because Charles's philosophy was that cable management meant making your cables beautiful rather than hiding them, he actually had windows on multiple sides of the machine. One on the front, and one on the back of the motherboard tray.
I didn't even see that one at first.
This was meant to show off individually sleeved cables, something that Charles was one of the key drivers of back when that first hit the scene.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
There's a lot of history behind this little guy.
It's a very cool case.
I mean, even just this like one continuous like cut with a little bit of slits in it. Yeah. It just looks so stylish.
Yeah, too bad it was a nightmare to manufacture. But these were Charles' touches. The original case had a couple of small exhaust fans here and actually accommodated dual power supplies, which
that's cool.
Is a cool feature, but not a very necessary feature. Yeah, Charles's impossible standards are both the reason that the case is so incredible and also the reason that it was probably always destined to fail.
That's so sad.
You can't build a super high-end boutique product in a commodity industry.
Sure.
Or rather you can, but it's really hard to find commercial success with it. Why do you think every case is stamped sheet steel?
Because it's cheap and then people will buy it because it's cheaper. Even just this piece is like got weight to it. Is this what goes at the front there? Oh, it totally does. That was a very satisfying click.
Okay, so that's what For Joe looks like. Why don't we put Joe aside and have a look at a couple of the other interesting ones?
Yeah.
What are you feeling next?
The sample one, because if that was the production unit, I want to know what a sample looks like.
Sure. This one has both side panels, so that's something.
Oh, interesting. Oh, and it's got stuff in it.
Yep. There we go. Oh! Comes off like that. There we go. Okay. Dude, these are in great shape so far.
Yeah, they look fantastic.
My understanding is that some of them are here because they didn't meet Charles's standards, and he determined they couldn't be sold. So
maybe that's what For Joe meant. Like Joe had to like inspect them or look at them or something. We need to find out who Joe is. The great Joe mystery.
This is a diffusion layer with a gradient on one side. The idea was that I think it goes behind these guys right here to give the lighting kind of like a diffuse look.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Kinda cool.
That's really cool. One thing I'm noticing as well is you mentioned the stamped sheet metal before. It looks like this whole case can just like come apart because of all the screws and everything was like each its own sheet.
Everywhere screws, no rivets.
Oh, that's so cool.
The model number is SST-CPF04. I'll give you 3 guesses what it is.
It is a bracket to hold your GPU.
It's a repurposed box full of a whole bunch of other random stuff.
Oh, we have number 169. We have a label for 169. Let's go. I'm confused.
Neat.
Like, what is it?
Not sure.
Okay. Oh, I'm even more. Oh, wait, no, this is like a fan.
So you can power your GPU off your fan headers.
No, I think it's
gotta be for one of the accessories.
Okay, I'm so confused. And the last baggie here, which has 2 standoffs and this.
Yes, this.
Do you know what it's for?
No.
Okay.
But I know what this is for. This is for slimline optical drives.
Oh, okay. So you could use the front one here.
Yes.
Cool.
Oh, we missed something.
Oh, did we?
This has a quad radiator mount in the bottom and a giant fan filter.
Huh.
So you could put a quad radiator down here. I actually modded my TJ07 to put a quad radiator in the bottom.
But seeing all those accessories honestly raises more questions than we had before.
Dude, I don't even know if we have enough of the accessories to build systems in them yet.
Yeah, that's actually very true.
What were all those cables and why did we need them? If we need them for all of... Okay, let's just...
Okay, take a step back.
Yeah. You know what I'm feeling next, Elijah? Side panel only.
That looks heavier than the other boxes.
No, I'm just hamming it up. Go for it.
Okay. My back. Oh my lord. Whoa, I see some color.
Okay. Well, that's not a side panel.
Holy crap, we have a lot of radiator mounts.
What a weird way for it to ship. With just the one side panel, and then the other side panel, which you definitely totally need, being like this.
Maybe that's just how Silverstone shipped it to us.
But this wouldn't exist if that hadn't been part of the idea behind it.
But like, this is so jankily made. There's no way it shipped to you like this.
Well, no, it actually does kind of make sense because the way that you bought this case was through a configurator. There was no just the case.
I see, okay.
Yeah, you had to go through a whole almost PC builder level process to determine what all the options you had were. So there might be other side panels that I forget about that were not this. So that's why they're not in there.
I see, that makes more sense then.
And for a low volume thing, you'd be surprised how janky stuff can be. Is that all that's left in there?
The only one I noticed is this one's white.
Oh.
But I think the rest of them are just the exact same. Nope.
What's that say? Loose grill. Okay. Maybe it means it didn't pass QC. Oh my God. This failed over this gap.
That's insane.
Dude, Tesla'd be like, send it.
Logo plates, 10 pieces.
Let's go. This is the flood damaged one. That's right. It was there when the Master Chief was defeated.
It looks totally fine.
Ha. Little watermark there. Oh, and it's off.
What else? Is anything wrong with this?
Okay, you know what? There is some corrosion. This one just flooded. I think this thing got hit with like salt water. Check out some of this corrosion. It's good enough for our customers. Tell you that much.
What customers?
I don't know, maybe we'll build systems?
Ooh, that'd be pretty cool. Maybe we can like auction them or something and make some premium systems for some people.
See what happens. I don't know. I'm thinking. I'm cooking. Let's each pick an accessory box and we'll let the audience vote for who picked the coolest one.
I want the small one.
Well, someone was bound to want the small one. I want the heavy one.
Oh, yeah.
What are these?
Is this just a bag? Oh, no. No, it's literally just a box of these. There's hundreds of them.
I, on the other hand, have what appears to be the entire shipment supply of those random brackets that we found earlier.
I have one.
You got one. I got some cable management clips.
Okay.
All right, that's something. Oh,
those are all
front grills.
Oh, my God.
This is an accessory box.
Oh, sure. This is what would go with each case then?
Good.
Good.
Now things get even more interesting because I have sub boxes. Look at all of these O-rings.
What would they be for? Like
reservoirs. Yeah, buddy.
Whoa.
They did a custom res for this case. Okay, what else we got?
Is this more?
These are bottoms.
Oh.
Yeah, you'd be able to relate.
Beat me to it, damn it. Whoa.
SATA backplane.
Would this go in like the 5 1/4 inch bay area?
Yes. Are these not in the cases? Do the hard drive bays of any of those even work? Hey, I answered your question. This is what those random fan headers and 4 pins are for.
Cool.
So they're doing... What crap is all this? Look at all these 3-pin fan headers. So this is like a janky old school fan hub.
And then even more SATA ports? Is that yeah.
No, these are the input. And then there's your optical and your 3 hard drives.
That's, wow. I'm kind of speechless because I didn't expect it to look like that. I see one in here. Oh, wait, no, this is a different one. It's like a mini version.
Oh, that's PCB 1.
You compensating?
This is one man something and one man something else, but am I the guy who got the trash or the treasure?
Well,
it's cool.
The value of these, it might be treasure.
Is it though?
The last one apparently sold in April of this year for $2,200 US on eBay.
What?
So like if we actually have as complete of a system as that one was, we have like 40 grand of cases.
Extra hard drive cage?
Something.
Oh, that's the fan grill for the top. There was an alternate one.
Oh, I see.
So these weren't installed in all of them. So I don't know if we're gonna have it. Here's a new cable. Just little tiny 3-pin fan extension, male to male. Sure. What have you got?
This.
Ah, yes. That. Okay, here comes another accessories box.
Ah, yes. More SATA cables.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Oh my.
These are all the slimline ones for optical drives. Oh my.
Dude.
You can tell these weren't a hot seller.
No, they had to make so many because they sold so many.
What do you got? What do you got?
Oh, this is what was like a checklist of what was included in the accessory box.
Oh, excellent. We are not going to have a lot of this stuff. Like this acrylic light block that's supposed to be in the included accessories, we got one of those. The Duratrans media strip, we got 2.
At least it'll help us maybe complete some of the other boxes or shift it around. Wow, it came with a lot of cables.
Well, yeah.
Oh, these are like LEDs.
Yeah. No, they're not like LEDs. Those are LEDs.
Oh, and then here's your, all of your like shrink wrap, I think?
Yeah. 382. Someone counted these. Not good use of time.
Should we get someone to count that to verify?
No.
Okay.
Promise.
Cheese, grommet.
Oh, okay. Cable management for jigs.
Even more.
Whoa!
Oh, we got more.
Oh, buddy, we got different codes. Oh, okay.
Okay, that's cool.
Okay, we're back in business.
Oh, we can sell these now.
I don't know what to do with these now.
Oh, there's the acrylic.
There's all our acrylic pieces.
We're back in business.
The only question that remains then is what do we do with them? Pitch 1, we start a boutique system builder that sells only to people named Joe.
We might be able to sell one.
I mean, there's a Joe who works here. He needs a PC.
Is there?
Floatplane support Joe.
Oh, I was gonna ask Joe who. What about option 2? Maybe we make some of these the whale PCs for our Whale Land event.
Assuming Whale Land is able to go forward, still pending some details. That's not bad. We could save at least a couple specimens for our next charity stream. Just an idea.
Yeah.
They might take forever to build in though, that's kind of my concern.
Oh, we can do it. Our last stream was like 8 hours. We've got nothing but all day. Or maybe we just need help from you guys.
Yeah, let us know if you have any brilliant ideas. And let us know if you ever heard of our sponsor.
Micro Center! It's officially summer, which means instead of sitting in front of a
No, chat. The A word. I don't know which one I prefer, chat.
If somebody wants to be your boyfriend, what is the one thing you absolutely cannot compromise on?
Claiming what's not theirs, I guess. Like, let's say just because you guys are in a relationship or you're in the phase where you're courting, all the things you have shouldn't be theirs already. So I think it's a good thing in a relationship. You must set boundaries and all that. And for finding a boyfriend, I think a big no-no for me as well is not having emotional intelligence. I really think a guy should have that because I know females are really fragile when it comes to feelings.
If somebody
So let's talk about what's going on inside the Switch 2 dock. This is a dock that people have been curious about because while it's similar to the Switch 1 dock, it's also very different. This, in fact, has a fan inside, which has confused many people as to what exactly that does and why is it there. Because initially it was thought, hey, it'll work to cool the Switch 2 down since it's going to be drawing more power, but that does not look to be the case. If you start looking around your dock, you'll realize there's really no ventilation in here for the Switch 2 to take advantage of this fan. In fact, if you take the back off, you'll see we have vents here and here for pulling air in and sending it through, but not really anything on this side with ventilation for the Switch 2 from this fan. Now, there's still ventilation, as you can clearly see through here with the bottom holes there, ventilation, okay? And the way the Switch 2 we know works, it pulls air in through the bottom where we have that ventilation, and then it expels it out of the top. And this does have these little feet here so that it holds the dock up. Still, I wouldn't put it on any kind of surface like carpet. I would have it on at least a flat, hard surface, and most people probably are doing that since it's probably going next to your TV, like an entertainment center, and then the Switch 2 is going into the dock. Now, if you compare it to the Switch 1 dock, this is the Switch OLED, actually, that it came with. It is a little bit larger as well, you can see, which has to kind of accommodate the larger system, sure. But also even from the side there, similar in terms of the thickness, but it does have the same outputs as the Switch OLED dock, which we have HDMI, USB-C for power, and then Ethernet right here, all right? And then on the opposite side, we do have 2 USB Type-A ports. I was looking around this because I haven't really seen much in terms of people taking it apart, or I just haven't really been looking for it, and there are screws all over this thing. I mean, just on the back here, there's tons of those tri-tip screws that's very common for Nintendo to use, and I noticed there's some under here. There's probably, I haven't lifted these up, I bet you they're hiding screws under here too. The companies love to take advantage of that, hide it with some kind of sticker, or in this case, like a rubberized pad right here. So I guess we can start tearing it down and see exactly what we get. I just see a number of screws back here. I'm just gonna start taking them out and just making a pile of screws for the back. Hopefully they're all the same size. I guess I'll find out here in a minute. Now, why might you need to take your Switch 2 dock apart? Well, since technically we are dealing with a fan, a moving part, and it can get clogged up, like any fan can, since, I mean, this especially, it's going to be, I mean, most likely close to the floor, around the floor, or if you have it on an entertainment center, just dust collects, goes through, and might get stuck in here. Eventually, you could have a dust bunny that piles up. So we're also going to figure out, I guess, what the shortest way is to get to the fan and how easy it is to take out for any kind of maintenance you may need to do. I see 1, 2, 3. Let's check underneath of our little rubberized feet. I'm going to bet that there are screws, and there are. There we go. Those are... Oh, those still tri-tip. All right, good. So it looks like you're just going to need a tri-tip driver for the most part, at least so far, to get all of these outside screws. Be very, very careful with these bottom screws. They are a little longer than the screws I had back here. This was torqued in there pretty well, and it started to even strip a little bit for me here. So I can see these ones in particular getting stripped out pretty easily if you're not taking your time. Apply pressure and just slowly try to loosen it to the left, and if it starts to kind of strip or slip a little bit here, just stop and then try to reset a bit. Just keep constant pressure, slowly turning it, should break it loose. So here's a fun update. There was one small screw, which was back here. Makes sense, small lip, so it can't go too far through. All the other ones were longer screws that really wanted to strip out completely. So if you're opening this, watch out for these screws, take your time. They all seem very fragile and delicate and ready to completely lose their grip with a cheaper or maybe a more worn down tri-tip driver. Oh, they're hiding one. I was trying to open, but it got stuck. They're hiding one right in here. It's sort of hard to see as a little window. There's a screw in here, a small screw. It's kind of those old school teardowns where I'm just kind of going. Just turn the camera on, just seeing what we can figure out here. So let's talk about what I've learned here. This bottom part just kind of wants to come off after you move. It looks to be those bottom screws. Yeah, once those bottom screws come out, this just comes off. Okay. I was messing with it, trying to unclip it, realized that piece just wanted to come off. And then at the bottom here, I can already see one screw here. It seems to connect the side piece here right at the corner. And then we have more screws at the bottom, which you can see it wraps around from here, comes down and around, and that is where the USB-C plug is so that it can receive the system. And it does have some movement to it, as it's kind of on this ribbon cable, this little board. There's springs in there. Very similar to what we had with the Switch 1. Once that screw came out, the whole thing just wanted to pop off. So, much easier that way, it looks like. Okay, so just one piece. Not bad. There's screws holding this top part down, kind of where that vent is. So if you do get a dust bunny or something stuck in here, looks like that piece will just be able to lift right out. You can clean it easily. I don't think there's anything on here other than some of these screws and stuff that you'd have to be worried about if you had to really deepen this thing. You could most likely pull this. Just checking to see if there's anything. I don't think so. You'd be able to basically just dunk this and scrub it with a brush and some soapy water or something if you had to clean it that much. But then it gets us here. This is the main component of the dock, where we have our board, all of our inputs here, and what should be any of our chips. We can also see our fan in the back here. Has a cable running up the side, plugged in, ribbon cable. It's like a couple of screws here, but it is technically behind the board. I mean, I see 2 screws, so I'm wondering if we can just pull the fan without having to mess with this at all. Just want to carefully lift this little guy right there. Ribbon cable's going to come out then. I'm going to go ahead and close this just so we don't have it accidentally break off. And then we do have 2 screws. They are Phillips head though, so we are moving off of the tri-tip in the Phillips head. And unfortunately, the fan has 1 screw that's buried underneath of this board. So this will at least have to lift. Maybe we can pivot it this way, so then you can get it out of there. I will tell you this though, if you're trying to get to this part right here, which is typically where you'll have a blockage, you can get there without having to remove this board. But if you have to clean the entire fan, take it out, the whole thing, you're gonna have to at least move this to the side. I will say it doesn't look bad in terms of removal. We have Phillips head screws all around on these posts. So I'm thinking once I remove most of the, I don't even know if all, no, I guess they do. So there's posts all around that these Phillips head screws go into. And hopefully all these screws are the same size just to make it easy for us. At which point, I figure once they're all out of here, we should be able to just lift this to the side. And yeah, that's it. We can take this off here. Something already fell out. There's our main shielding for the back. Kind of set that over to the side. Nothing, it seems to have to worry about cooling or anything. Might just be for more structure, more support on it. That piece. This guy is running down and around here. And at this point, I'm going to go ahead and plug it. So there's not any extra stress. We also have, this is the LED lighting down here. You could, I feel like, just kind of put it there if you need to. If you don't want to mess with any of this stuff. And there's your fan, which we can just go ahead and remove with this last screw. It does have rubber grommets all the way around, which is there on the fan to keep it quiet as best it can. I've already seen some people say that their fan in their dock is noisy, like they can hear it. I don't know if that's necessarily a vibration issue with these grommets. It could actually just be this fan here itself could be vibrating inside of the, I mean, technically then the rubber grommets, they can only do so much, but it could just be a fan itself being off axis a little bit, vibrating a little more than it should be. It happens in manufacturing with, you know, so many percentage being defective. Well, not defective, but you're not winning the fan lottery, basically, if that's the case. I haven't really had a lot of noise come out of my fan from the dock I have upstairs. Not this one in particular, but like the other one that I use all the time. And for the most part, the fan itself, it's not very large. It's a smaller, it's even smaller than most laptop fans. And the way it sits right here, you can see it is direct proximity to this, which is kind of a thin aluminum plate almost. It just sits right here. And all it's doing is just more or less pulling any ambient heat out of here, just accelerating airflow through. Because what I think is going on, which I'm just going to remove these cables and look real quick. I think what's going on is Nintendo's operating at like the threshold when it comes to, could they have done this passively, as in, did they need to have a fan in here? And I think they were right up against it, as in, maybe they could have gotten away with it, but they weren't necessarily liking some of the results in the margins maybe were a little higher in terms of how many were overheating the system. Just unplug the ribbon cables there. I'm gonna go ahead and put this one to the side. And this is our main board for the dock. Get a nice zoom in on that. And I don't see anything really holding this down other than what I assume to be thermal pads underneath. Typically when you see these indents, here, even here, usually that's just to make contact with a chip underneath, along with some thermal padding. So that's probably all, that's all it's really holding it in there, you can see. And to me, it looks like the thing that Nintendo was more concerned about cooling are any of the power management chips, MOSFETs, etc., because there is a consistent flow of power and just power delivery through this board to the Switch 2 to run at higher power levels, we'll say, than when it was in handheld mode, and even more so than the Switch 1. As we know, the Switch 2 is just a more demanding, more power-hungry system. And it looks like that's mostly what the fan is for. And that's kind of what I was expecting, now that I'm really thinking about it. They do have, you can see, this is just like a foam piece. I think that's mostly just to keep, that's right behind the HDMI port. Just an extra way for them to at least keep some support behind it. But we do have the metal shielding here, and this would be covering up our main chips. Any of these blue thermal pads you see here is all for things that have to do with the power circuit that goes through to deliver more wattage than the Switch 1. And here's our main chips for HDMI. We also should have Ethernet, networking, power delivery. All the chips are generally underneath of here, and the obvious part here is it doesn't make sense for most people to remove that. It's covered up for sure protection, but also just heat, and it's a pain to get off of there. Still, though, we can get a really good look and see what chips exactly Nintendo has in here. We'll start with RTD2175N. Quick search of this shows that some people had already been looking into this months ago when we had some of the shipping stuff that was brought up. However, there was still people unsure if it was actually in the dock. However, it is here. And what exactly is this? Well, people are pairing it to another chipset, its predecessor, that does support HDMI 2.1. Apparently, you can do up to 4K 120 or 8K 60. Feels like might be a little ahead of ourselves there, but still, it is there. And for bandwidth up to 32.4 gigabits per second. I know you may be wondering if this means that the dock is VRR capable. I would say it should be, but it's also up to Nintendo on the software side if they can get it there and make it happen. Because we saw Sony, as an example, go years before enabling VRR, variable refresh rate, in the PlayStation 5. So it does make me wonder if Nintendo, even before launching, because they had it on the site that it did have VRR in dock mode, if they were close maybe to having it ready. And who knows, maybe throughout the generation, Nintendo will also come to the table with an update. But as of now, we just have to assume that what we have is what we get going forward, and that means VRR in handheld mode, but not in dock mode. However, I do think it's possible here for them to make that happen. The other chip, RTL8153, is our gigabit Ethernet controller, specifically USB to Ethernet, but it allows you to plug your dock in through Ethernet, connect it directly to your network, and for what you can do better speeds in general, or more reliable speeds and connection than Wi-Fi. Especially since we've already seen testing and comparisons for the Switch 2, yeah, I'd recommend plugging that in if you can. GL3510, this chip appears to mostly just be for USB 3, just managing anything, say, you plug into the side, whether it's for power or data. And then on the other side, we have a pretty standard ARM Cortex M0 Plus microcontroller. That's the STM32G080, and to me it's pretty straightforward to have something like this for, say, a dock that can also accept firmware updates, but also just sort of driving the entire dock and everything it's trying to do forward. But hey, if nothing else, I hope that at least answered some questions as to what is going on inside the dock. Why is there a fan? Well, it's mostly just to cool the chips here, specifically for power delivery, and that's about it. It's not, again, not there really to cool the Switch 2. However, if it did have a hard time moving air through, say, because of a clog from dust, yeah, I guess your dock could overheat at some point. So keep that in mind going forward, because getting to this is, you know, a little more annoying than I was hoping it would be. You could still get to the top of it by spraying air in through the vents at the top, or even at the bottom. I guess if you held your switch to dock sideways and just sprayed compressed air through it, you should get most of the dust out. But if there is a major clog and you're not able to get it out, you're going to have to open it up and pull the fan. And unfortunately now it does not look like a lot of fun, because I see many people stripping some of the more annoying screws on the way. But let me know what you guys think about this down below with the Switch 2 dock and what we found here. Thanks guys for watching, and I'll see you next time.
In a world of rebellion, insurrection, rioting,
you're going to be good for your commute. It's going to be great. Obviously, when you do a commute, or you're in a gym, or maybe you just have a noisy house full of family members, maybe you share with roommates, maybe you're at the library studying, they have the active noise cancellation. Because of the format, which I will say I'm not a huge fan of. I understand, look, when you compare it to past years and past international tournaments from Riot, it probably is the case that, like, I mean, CFO showed this, you probably do have to give the smaller country/regions like a shot at getting into the main event. The problem is, normally, if this had been like a real G2 lineup, and then BLG's already good enough, it would have just been 2 sets of people stomping on people for 3 days and then it'd be over. But actually, what's incredible is, thanks to G2, listen, part of it's some teams going up. They met them halfway. Thanks to G2, ended up being incredibly exciting players. I didn't say really good games, really high-level games they might up, but it was very exciting. I tell you, there was a lot of 5 gamers in this fucking plane.
Oh, it was crazy. You know, like, I think everybody expected it to be bad for G2, because I didn't see a single tier list where anybody rated G2 at all. I think everyone put them as like the potential lowest team that is currently in the bracket.
Yeah. Some people had CFO.
I had CFO over them. I got bought into the whole CFO idea, but mainly because of how bad G2 would be as this international because like their version of League regionally has just been remarkably boring, and also whenever they play finals or the lights are bright, then the performance just falls off a cliff. So looking at G2 now, I guess that's what we have to start on. It's just the main guy that I'm looking at is Broken Blade. You know, it's like the Broken Blade haters.
Solo killed by fucking nobody's mate. The Furia guy was clapping this dude, wasn't it? Crazy.
Considering how like Guigo was winning against him, and then what Yaya did to Guigo, it's like Furia lost the series based on how big of a top gap it was. But just like, I'm not for like the MMA math and but here it's too blatant. It's too damn blatant. And like I know that Broken Blade deserved like his fair share of criticism, but in the end it's like I saw segments in this year where he was playing well, where he was playing the tanks. I think the lead up in winter was like really good for BB, like when they went reversal and they went for like the win streak. And then, of course, the finals looked rough. I remember like the Urgot game and so forth. I think the Mundo game he played against, of course, Midwin also looked quite ugly. But I didn't think it would be this bad. Because like Broken Blade has a segment of haters. Like there's a lot of players that don't like him, and I mean a lot of people that watch that don't like his gameplay, especially because of 2023 in particular, because that was a year where I agree with the notion that he did get kind of carried during the majority of winter and spring in particular by how strong the roster was.
International games at times.
Yes, the international was also rough, but last year was like a pretty damn good year, and this year was like middling, like in line with of course G2's performance. But this is just such a fall from grace. It's like sometimes you watch someone play and you're like, it gets to the point where it's that bad that you get concerned about the person. It's like, what's going on in his life? Is he okay? You know, like what's happening here? You know, it's absurd how BB has played.
Also, the thing that's crazy to me is this. Look, not just because it went to 5 games. Like, listen, I know this might sound counterintuitive to someone who hasn't thought it through, but you can have a 5-game series where you never were going to lose. Maybe every game you win's a stomp, but then maybe game 5's a stomp. Now look, good news is, like game 5 against Gam was a stomp. Game 5 against Furia, it was like a moment early on, but aside from that, it wasn't business as usual. Here's the difference though, mate. The early games against Furia and Gam, like, bro, that Gam one at the end was that was the great escape right there. Bro, they could have lost, like, 3-0. They could actually have been 3-0 by Gam. Like, that's the one where, look, once it gets to the game 5, that's surely where, you know, experience helps you. Also, I will say this, I thought in both series, I do think once you got to an even state, real 5v5, G2 was better. Like, you even saw target selection was better. Sometimes people in Fury or Gam looked like they panicked and, you know, like, shot the tank with all their fucking damage, etc. So overall, like, look, G2 was better. They should have gone for it. But mate, there are so many worlds where, like, if you're both Fury and Gam, I have a list this long, mate. Skirmishes I want back, team fights I initiated. It's like, why did I do that? Like, I was leading, I had dragons and stuff. There's some weird moments here where, like, and the thing is, Yamato, I'm not going to criticise those teams as hard because I don't expect from them what I expect from G2. I can be way harder on G2, even though they won, than I can be on Fury and Gam, who lost the series. Like, I think that's just, you have to be proportionate, I think, with your criticism and your praise, you know.
100%. It's like the context of how G2 played. It's like the only thing that would be like comparable is like, oh, FlyQuest versus C9 was so close. C9 could have won if they did these small things different. But the context would be, yeah, the context is a Vietnamese team and a Brazilian team against the premier organization with you know, the Western GOAT on the lineup, and G2. You know, the mission statement. It's like I said from day one, like, losing Mickey is going to be a problem for this organization. They are hoping to do you know, differently at an international level. Losing Mickey is going to push you so far away from that, and you're kind of wasting, let's say, Caps' good years. Like, we don't know how long Caps is going to be good. He has sequences in his career already where he underperforms and then performs again. It goes up and down. It's like these are the years where you need to pair him with all the good players, you know. Like, if everyone always asks me, it's like, how does the West ever you know, compete against you know, the Eastern teams? It just comes down to extreme amount of luck, really good GMing, and just making sure that you have like the top players concentrated on the same team, and then hope that by some miracle a team like IG loses to Team Liquid in semi-finals, so you get a free finals. You need shit like that, you know, to happen. But this whole offseason was a step in the wrong direction. Looking at Labrov at this competition, he just exactly how he looked regionally, just very uncreative.
He doesn't have a champion pool, mate. You know, he could play like an Alistair or something. Like, he hasn't got many champions, does he?
It's just so flat and boring. Like, I think that there is nothing of substance really there. It's just you brought over a player that thrived when the game was about him on BDS. You know, he was a, let's say, medium fish in a small pond on BDS, but now he's just a small fish in a large pond that is G2, and it's not really helping, you know, the main sphere of the team, which in my mind still is Caps. I give Caps a lot of grace, because definitely there's games here where he's getting solo killed, he dies sometimes, like the Annie game, those engage angles he looked for that just didn't work out. But for me, I've said this so many times, and maybe I'm biased, this is just my own view, it's just that Caps has a way of playing when he believes less in teammates, and he just elevates risk through the roof and just makes mistakes that I think just look very questionable, but I think that's the fine line of him trying to look for angles, like in that game 5 against Gam, where he just dominated and won the game with his Annie. And I think it's just a fine line between carrying games and also like losing out games, because he looks at his jungle and support and says, yo, they are not super active in the game. I have a top laner that goes 0-7 on Renekton and smiles in interviews. I need to do something. What do you think about the Caps angle?
That's why you don't do this stupid thing every fan did when he lifted a trophy, which is like, it's just him. He just 1v9s every game. He doesn't. I don't even know, by the way, ever in his career, what team are you describing? You know, when he first joined Fnatic, Reckless was the better player. That's why Reckless won all the MVPs. Reckless carried the world. Then when he went over to the Super Team, Are we having a laugh? That was one of the greatest teams ever assembled. The joke is, like, every single player at one point looked like he'd be top 10 in the world at this role. And by the way, even Perks and Rotop was pretty fucking good once he got out of the lane. So you keep going. When has there ever been the closest to 1v9 team is maybe the one that had this Blackhead and Targamas one. And even then, that was actually very good. Like, Jankos was still extremely good. You can't say that's it. So, first of all, this shows that he isn't going to 1v9, especially not at this point in his career, by the way. I also think, I don't want to hear a single Caps fan tell me the stupidest line they could say, which goes, yeah, but he had some good games in these... Yeah, in the 5-game series against Furia and Gam, he had some good games. How deep are you going to go for your opium homie? Like, it should be just 3-0 Caps. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Remember, proportionately, you're all then going to tell me that Nitro's late. I look like he was playing with children when he played games. This is nonsense. So I think actually, yeah, it was quite underwhelming. And also, I thought it was funny what you said there, Yamato, because that's actually hilarious. I was going to come with a similar angle. I was going to say, you know what? When my boy Perks looked like shit in mid lane, but then went for every hero play, and half of them fell on his face and lost the game, everyone went, what a moron, why is he inting? And then, on the other side, when my boy Upset doesn't trust his teammates and just kites out and tries to just do damage, he's a moron, he's too pussy to go in. This is why, guys, you have two extremes and reactions, unfortunately, when you think your team's losing and you have to do something. You either play super cynically, you don't look bad while losing, basically give yourself a limited chance, or you go super aggro and watch that. By the way, both can look really bad in their own way. I mean, these both the guy just going in. The guy that goes in, you go in and you die, if you go in on an anti engage and you doesn't get the other fight, you look like a moron. You look like you're into the fucking game away, and you will instantly be like 100-0 by all their fucking DPM. Like, it's just over. So I thought actually Caps, even though he was actually one of the better G2 players, still very underwhelming. That's how G2 ended up in this mess, mate. Like, it's not like they were just hard winning mid every fucking game.
I think like that GAM series, the fact that GAM rolled out emo in the first 2 games. Like, I don't know what the internal workings is there, but I'm just screaming at the screen. It's like, I watched the emo games here, and he just is not performing at all. And then
think if they played the other guy, they would win?
I guess that's like the fact that we're speculating about something is even crazy to
it's a real conversation, though, isn't it?
Yeah, because it's like the emo guy. Like, he folded like a launcher against Caps. It was like 40 CS lead, 50 CS leads. Caps on Rise was just running the whole map in game 1. I think game 2 as well. Game 2 was the Rise game, and then game 1 was the Syndra game, where in the end it's like he just reached like critical mass. I got his full stack passive so early because the Talia was just getting kind of farmed and the CS advantage. But then it's like the series kind of opened up when Ares came in with that Ari performance because they actually had a mid laner again. It was kind of crazy that we had a race between Emo and Broken Blade about who is going to be like the worst player of the series, because practically that series was a 4v4 to some degree, and then it started swinging in the other direction when Ares came through with the Ari game, and then I think in the 4th game as well, that was like the Silas game, if I remember correctly. So there's so many things that were like small differences if you change. In the end, I do think like the conversation about Caps, I do think it's interesting because I worked with Hilly and Mickey, and obviously I'm very intrigued. It's like, oh, how was working with Caps? What was it that he did mid lane that like worked so well? And he said he just demanded attention. And if you didn't give it to him, he would kind of like int, and he would like just do shit on his own. So you naturally were inclined to just go towards him. Like the 2018 roster eventually, especially in that period where Guto was playing AD, he was right click towards Caps' lane. When they went to the World Championship, it was like the opposite. I remember the finals in particular, like a big problem there was Rookie and Ning were just the best mid-jungle ever, and they just dominated him. And I was like a fly on the wall in one of the conversations that happened later where they were like arguing over the finals, and they were just saying, it's like Caps just kind of gave up on the idea of playing mid-jungle 2v2, and he just committed to playing like carries that would farm on their own, in the sense of like he picked like Victor, and they played one Azir game after playing like Irelia and just got isolated. That if he doesn't believe he's gonna get help, he changes. But it's like Caps is the GOAT, but he is still a player that has weaknesses and strengths, and he's the type of guy that just needs and thrives when he has that attention, and this team doesn't give it to him, so he's going to look worse. But Caps, I give him a lot of grace because honestly, I do think he deserves it. It's like, you mentioned like periods where he 1v9'd. I do think there were periods where he was like 1v9, like 2020. I think that version of Caps was absolutely insane. Last year in spring, I do think his teammates were like really underperforming. But it's always the context of the meta. It's like here, everyone's banning Alcir because they know that on Alcir, he's going to farm, he's going to get away with everything on side, and he's going to eventually carry the game. Tristana is just a weak champ, and he's trying to shoehorn it in. It's just there's a very few champions that can get away with farming side, winning 1v1, and also scale at the same time, and he just can't pick them because either they're banned or, like the Tristana game, are just way too weak.
What about, this is an example where if we're going to put the blame on Broken, he deserves it. Labrov just, it's the same as him. He doesn't do anything. He's not that good, and he doesn't do anything. He gets 0 points for that. So, one of the things, I'll make a very quick prediction. I do think, somehow, I don't think anything these fans. I've already had fans asking me on my stream, like, who should they replace for summer? Like, listen, that's some amateur hour shit you do when you're like the 6th best team, guys. Look, we'll get to that Fnatic Kobe thing maybe later if we want to address it a little bit, but like, that's some clown shoe shit when you're even doing that. Like, nobody's changing in G2. You don't change after this roster. If you even get any half-decent BO5, if you even just basically take infinite hopium that you can get it together for Worlds with LXC, like, you just run it back again, because it would also be bullshit to bring Labrov in and then just go 2 splits, you're out. It's like, fucking hell, mate. What is this? So I think you're going to play the same roster somewhere anyway. But I'll make a prediction. I do think at the end of this year, this is going to be 3 whole tournaments that I'll have seen very little from him. And the problem is, there's way too many good players at the support position. There's so many people you could upgrade with that are even worth the gambles. You might even, by the way, if you just don't want to spend money, maybe you do gamble on a guy from an ERL or something like that. Labrov was sort of a proven quality in that sense. He doesn't look like he's got adaptability to his game. Remember, this isn't a 19-year-old rookie in his first team where, give him a break. He's got played fucking forever. He's played a lot longer than some, like, the joke is KC players are already better. He's played like a whole career with the LNC. So I think Labrov is going to be good. The interesting thing to me is, I do think if you are a BDS, a Vitality, you should be looking for this guy, though. You could use him. You could actually put him in a squad where it makes sense for you in the overall. But if we go beyond that, the main problem I have is this. If there was only the Fury and the Gap series, I could do this kind of copium amount. I could go, but you know what? Some teams, you play to the level of your opponent, you get dragged down into the mud, you have to scrap, it gets dirty. For LG, you're going to play to their level, could be awesome. And I'll tell you what, you had one good game. You did have that game you almost won. Even that one capture wasn't that good, by the way. You had one good game, though. You didn't win it. And after that, wave goodbye. Like, that's not good enough. It's not good enough. Because remember, you played a lot of games in this play. Like, it's not like, we're just over scrutinising the first 2 games in the video play. Fucking hell, this was a lot of games you played. Like, at this point in time, I do believe a couple of days off can give you like a break, reset mentally, etc. But just what I like seeing, the clicking on my screen, the decision making, the proactivity, it has to get so much better for this crap. Not least because then God looked down and said, all right, you want to fuck around? It's like a top siege from a good. There you go, you get Gen G, motherfucker. Enjoy. A team that nobody knows how to beat. Nobody. Like, this could be a fast fucking tournament, mate.
100%. It's like the only saving grace is, as you said, it's like they are warm. It's like we have a lot of teams here that didn't play for a very long time on stage, and maybe they have a slow start. I think going through play-ins is definitely, like, if you're Billy and G2 on paper, it should be like a big advantage for you. I think in terms of like revealing strategies, to some degree that is true, but at the same time you also reveal a lot of strategies to yourself. Like the theory and how things work in scrim sometimes don't translate, and then you're scrambling on stage and figuring things out real time, and that's a part of the challenge of international competition. But I don't think it's so far from enough for G2. On the other side, right, of G2, I do think Scrimond, I think he's having a decent tournament. Like as a rookie.
In my opinion, yeah. I've never really gone in on him that much,
I think like it's just, I give him grace. This is still, he has good games, he has good moments. Definitely like that Nuno and Nafiri game where he just like ran straight into the enemy was extremely questionable.
Here's the thing though, Yamato, I'm not a massive defender of Vinton, but to be fair, if you actually would see his POV, I'm going to go ahead and guess you have fuck all wards. I think actually someone had already recalled. You're just gambling on like, I'll try some ridiculous attempt at a pick on that reload. That game was done at that point anyway. It's not like that was like he threw the whole game, was it? You know, there was more to leave the game than that.
No, definitely.
Look, it also looked bad because he was going for the kill. He wasn't just even trying to fuck around. Like, he went in after that, so that's why it looked bad. You know what I mean?
It looks very funky, but these are like small things that you can definitely adjust. I think Skumon as a player is definitely flawed, but you can see the strengths, and I think that's a good thing. Will it matter? No, but I think it's still important to highlight. I think Hansama, I do think when he plays champions that are strong in lane, I do think he has had a pretty decent tournament too. Like if we are going to like rank the performances, I do think like Hansama, Skumon, and like Caps are the ones that are actually contributing to winning game states most of the time. But also Hansama, for example, that Sivir Nico game was so atrocious. Like if he is not in a driving position, he's playing a losing matchup, he has no grace at all. He breaks all his bonds.
I don't ever want to see that bot lane draft again, please. No more. Mercy.
This is a Sivir Nico game, was a very ugly game, and really frames my categorization of Hansama as a player. I think Hansama is just like European Gumayuchu, pick him a winning lane, and then he's going to be like decent routes. If you give him a losing lane, you're gonna see some crimes.
Right, all right. Let's just go through the two teams that they're in, because I actually think they've earned us talking about. So the Furia one is proof, because obviously they lost in Tribute. Watch the way they lost. Both of these series were winnable. Like, look, and I don't do winnable where it's like, you know, you haven't been totally destroyed. I mean, you were in actual winning positions against G2. Against Gam, by the way, again, it looked like you were even going to take him out, like in probably 4 games. Like, I think if you're Fury, it's such a rough tournament, because Brazil historically has only ever done something like a 1-2 BO1 upsets ever, like a Worlds type scenario. Aside from that, they've been fairly irrelevant. Like, this actually... There's obvious flaws there, but mate, there's reasons you were ahead as well. There's reasons you're getting kills. There's reason like some of these players. This is one of the biggest compliments I can give them. Some of them did prior to the game 5s. Do what you'd want the teams to do. If someone was a Yamato kind of type coach, you'd want to tell them, even though it's impossible, turn off the nameplates in your brain. Just play as though you actually do think you have the conviction of the player that you're going for. That your champion is the same champion as his. It can do the same damage and the same ultimate. And if you have the edge, you pressure that leverage. They actually played with like quite a lot of confidence in some of these early games. I thought, man, like there's a reason they were ahead.
I definitely. There's that aura of teams that carry themselves with a certain confidence, where being the underdog seems to be something that really like riles them up in a very good way. I think it's like in terms of the rivalries and how competitive the LTA South is in terms of, let's say, they make it very personal already there. So it's like to win in the LTA South already puts you through the test of how confident you are in your own ability, and I do think taking the opportunity to beat someone that is capable of underperforming requires a very good state of mind. Like we've seen so many times in Europe, BDS and Fnatic are like the ultimate opposite of this version, where they can't defeat a underperforming G2 even if God came down and just like pushed them. Please do it for me, you know, and it just never happened. Mad Lions also, like the Koi roster, also carry that very similar energy. Highlighting the players, I do think the bot lane, whenever they played like very unique champions, like the Ashe Seraphine, they were doing things that I haven't seen before with the W stars and the Kalista lanes. That was really insane. The Ashe Seraphine was really good. The Nyla lane that they did, they played the Asuwon game too. Whenever they were kind of staying in their own pocket, being like the southpaw of the bot lane in comparison to playing the standard stuff, they did a lot better, which I thought was interesting. The jungler, Tattoo, I think he was very dynamic and very chaotic, which I think was a very good gut punch against someone like Skumond, because there was like that Nocturne game where he like level 3 ganked and then level 4 ganked top, and then he invaded. He was very busy in that game, and I really like to see that level of jungler, because in the end, at this tournament, like when we are looking at the likes of Canyon, Tarzan, Inspired even, it's like the way they see every opportunity. It's like, oh, they warded here, I have a pocket through here to punish here, this is the matchup, and they kind of deviate from what is standard, whilst Kumon is very, very standard. And finally, of course, Guigo, like he did the Warwick game. That's like the first domino of BB's performance here.
He even took his Warwick from him. Exactly.
This Warwick game, the opening game was crazy, and Guigo just annihilated him with the Aatrox. I feel bad for Furia because in that series against Gam as a follow-up, Guigo just heavily underperformed. He just got massacred by Kiaya. It was not. It just put them in such game states that were so unnatural just because of how fed the enemy top laner was. Like even that game 5, like a gangplank solo killing a Gnar. It's just, that's just not okay. It's not okay at all.
To assume the emo guy is a scrim DPS. I don't understand otherwise why he's in the game. The player I actually thought did hold up the best for camp is probably Artemis, the ADC. Bro, he actually had some. He cooked at times. This guy thought he was going to win these games.
He was very consistent. I did think that he raised the floor of this team big time. Levi had such up and down performances. Whenever he played like the standard shit, like the Vi and the Xin Zhao, it did look like he embodied the worst characteristics of a Razork. You know, he was just.
He went in all the fucking time, didn't he? I know. But we have this saying in Counter-Strike, mate. Players who are like the super engine, we call them plus W religion, because you know W is just the forward button. It's the idea all they do is just press the forward button. That's how this motherfucker plays engage. It's crazy. He doesn't just engage, mate. He goes like. He's like the guy who fucking dives over to the backline. It's crazy. He goes so deep. So deep.
It just seems like such a protest. It's like, oh, we're picking this because we need engage. And it's like, and then some junglers just view it so black and white. It's like, I am engaging. Why is it not working? And it was silly. But then on the other side, he had like the feeding games in the group, carry champions, his Nocturne, his perma-ban, didn't get to play it at all. Like when he played those champions, it looked really, really nice.
Oh, he beat Scuba with Lilia. Yeah, got my attention now, Levi. You played in the LPL, I remember you.
It's just Levi as well. The fact that they ended the series in that like the G2 game, that they put the buy in that one, that was so disappointing. I thought they were just pulling out the Shyvana, because I pulled up Levi's record, and he has 60 games of Wukong in his career, 80% win ratio. Shyvana the same thing, just an 80% win ratio. It was last year too. And I thought he would just roll out the Shyvana though, just because, you know, that's the moment to do so. And then he just picked Vi and he leaned into what I would say would be his weakness, and Gam just were out of their depth in the prep department in the final game.
I'll give props though. Look at what the coaches on Gam banned for game 5. So we'll take out Azir, Maokai, Draven, Blitzcrank and Ezreal. Bro, you made G2 actually have to work for this one, mate. Like that's all the shit they'd go to for comfort. Those are all the picks you'd want at the end when they haven't been played in the draft yet.
Yep. No, for sure. It was cool to see. Like Archie and ThinkCut, I think we always, especially this year, we praise the coaches when they do the prep work. Yes. And I think this series was definitely like a big part of that. And G2 found like really good footing in game 5s, but I think that's where like the player quality just comes through, because it's like the G2 going for the Annie last, or like the Young performance that caps that's just like experience coming through and being capable of going so deep. That's like the main thing. And in the end, to get to game 5 was already super impressive, and they didn't do it in a way where G2 gave anything away. Like G2 played and just got outplayed. So really a lot of props to Fury and Gam. They made it super interesting.
Oh, by the way, I will even say, tiny assist to Vestion, our last guest on that preview. Because remember, he didn't just say CF4 like everyone else did. Spoiler, we can all say CF4. They actually won more games against KC. They were beating up people in all those matches. They could have been in the MSI fight, and we've seen some of those players before. The difference is to actually have the balls to pick Gam to actually have a chance to get out. Like, I thought that was jokes. I thought that was the usual, like, you have to believe the team from your region can do it on their best day. It's like, no, actually, it's not like this was the absolute worst day for G2 always. Like, they just went head to head with them and actually had a real good chance. Right, let's talk a bit about BLG though. Look, they were better. Here's the thing, Yamato. They had the best of both worlds, mate. They got to warm up. They got to see, you know, test their meta and test out their draft. By the way, this is something you should love if you're a fucking LPL team with their history. And then not only that, they got to clap people and not even show that much. Fucking perfect. You know what? Couldn't ask for a better little run if with these guys. True, I do think they should obviously have lost that first game. Like, it was one of those ones where, if you notice, I've seen every region do this now, Yamato. It feels like it happens a lot more in the modern day.
You gotta see this. What is it? Blizzard is increasing the drop rate of all pre-Dragonflight mounts and legendaries by 10 times in legacy dungeons and raids. I don't want to have this conversation because I know a lot of people disagree with me, but I think that is a terrible thing to do. That is a massive L. Like, I think it is a very short-term thought process to get people playing, which it will work, but it dilutes the meaning of things in the long term. And that is like a very bad idea if you want your game to last in the long term. This is like short-term dopamine hit, like for the game to last long term and have people care about the things that they've achieved. So if you achieve something and then they make it easier later, it's like, wow, now I'm undercut. And yeah, terrible. I'm open to change my mind if someone can convince me I'm wrong. You gotta see this. What is it? Blizzard is increasing the drop rate of all pre-Dragonflight mounts and legendaries by 10.
It's so funny how you gentlemen keep referring to us as the MAGA people on this panel. You call us morons. I'm going to start referring to you gentlemen as snowflakes over there. Maybe you haven't looked at the post-election polling in this country, but guess what? The men in this country, the young men in this country, showed up for Donald Trump in droves. And you want to know why, gentlemen? Because they were sick of being emasculated, because they were sick of being lied to, and they were sick of being guilty until proven innocent. The real men in this country I'm talking to. Maybe not alluding to.
You're going to trigger them. Triggered. You got it.
Okay, someone please explain the enemy draft. Please, someone explain, because I do not get it. Corki jungle. Twitch jungle? Twitch jungle. It got worse. The draft got somehow worse. So it's Akali mid. It's LeBlanc support with Corki bot. Top lane Fiora and actually Twitch jungle. It's Corki jungle. Bro. Okay, someone please explain the enemy draft. Please, someone explain, because I do not get it. Corki jungle. Twitch jungle? Twitch jungle. It got worse. The draft got somehow worse. So it's Akali mid. It's LeBlanc.
Well, I did say if you go team fight, you would win the game. Did he just miss everyone? Well, I did say if you go team fight, you would win the game. Did he just...
If you jumped out and aimed for a
Good luck hitting that thing.
Trampoline, you might think it would bounce you hundreds of feet back up into the air. But
oh my, no.
in reality, hitting the trampoline at that speed would feel like slamming into concrete. The force would cause the fabric to rip instantly.
Now you could design a trampoline that could get you down safe, though it would need to be over 20 meters tall, use aerospace grade materials, include hydraulic dampeners, using compressible foam or fluid dampers similar to nuclear reactor grade shock absorbers in order to absorb that much energy.
The springs and metal poles would bend and snap from the impact. You wouldn't even bounce.
Consumer.
Look, if you could figure out a way to get this balloon in this glass without the balloon popping or breaking the glass, I will give you $100, right? But I gotta go to the bank and get it.
Why can't I have it now?
I don't got the money. Do you want to bet or not? You know I'm good for a window. I do not pay up. I pay up all the time.
Okay.
Okay, you make sure you got your 100 if you lose. How about that? Go ahead, try to squeeze it in there. Remember, the balloon pop, it's a wrap.
I can't get this in without popping the balloon. That's
Well, good. Well, good. That's good for me and bad for you. Sounds like a you problem. And remember, I said you cannot break the glass either, because obviously we don't have glass everywhere. And
light the napkin, drop it in there, and then put it on top.
Girl, why you want me to do the dangerous stuff?
Safety first, you're the adult.
That's okay. Whatever. Light this on fire?
Yeah, and then drop it in there and put the balloon on top.
You drop it in there?
Yeah.
Summoner's Rift. Seconds until minions spawn.
I better see $100 in my account.
Look, if you could figure out a way to get this.
You think they've got the Nexus, and people do this weird thing where it's like I'll give you a comparison. This is quite a good analogy. You know Counter-Strike a little bit. You know in Counter-Strike, when there's not enough time left to do a defuse, if you pause and fight the guy if he comes and checks you, and you just have to hold it and pray. You have to literally just pray either you're in smoke and he doesn't guess where you are, or even he just sees you and he just misses, or he just waits 1 extra second thinking you'll come off the defuse, and then he goes to try and kill you and you get it just by that much. That's almost what you have to do on some of these Nexus when they're open. You have to just basically just go, all I have to do is literally just hit, and then maybe like every, 2 auto attacks. Think about repositioning a little bit, but aside from that, just keep doing that. Because the amount of times people are hitting these Nexus and then someone comes out and fights them and it survives on that much. It should happen 1 in a million times, mate. It happens like every week, it feels like, if you're watching all the leagues in League of Legends. And the amount of times people don't get that Nexus is bonkers now. And I thought that was a great example one, because he probably should have won that first game. Look, it was a steal. Again, the game, by the way, here's another thing. I feel like we're 2 years back. You win that one good team fight at like 29 minutes, and you just win the whole game. We're back in that fucking weird meta again. So there was a chance to win that game. The problem is, after that, forget about the series, mate. After that, like, that whole dream of, well, Knight is amazing, but we've got cash. We don't at the moment. Knight was fucking toying with it, mate. He was like, all right, here's a bit of Talia. Oh, you don't like that, do you? You got, well, you know what, fuck it, I'll go easier. How about Vega? Oh, that shit's all over me as well. Well, you know what? What do you want me to do at this point in time? Play with one arm behind my back? I'll choose the left, obviously. That was ridiculous, mate. Like, we had all the copium in the world. You couldn't find a way they're going to win this series. Come on.
There's such a contrast. It's like when you pull the decision to go all in, you need to go all in, but so many teams don't. Like the contrast between like the FlagQuest call, it's like they commit their itemization too.
Yeah,
like
true.
If BB maybe buys a hull breaker to strengthen the cannon, like sells his item, gets a hull breaker, buys AD, then maybe maybe they can end. There's some details, but staring into the eye of that decision is scary. But at that point, like if you are too scared to pull the trigger completely, then maybe you just should just go to Nash and play, the game that suits you. We've seen this too many times. I think they could have played the ending a lot better too, but in the end, like that game wouldn't have changed anything besides, how the conversation in the community that would just drive us insane. It's like they took a game of Billy. But
what is the problem with Archer? Because I've seen BLG literally lose a third game using game 2 to anyone in the LPL. I was like, you know what, fuck it. I actually did a bet. Here, listen to my 2 bets. I had 3-1 BLG and G2 wins at least 1 game. So you can imagine how I felt about that Nexus. None of fun. None of fun. That's why I'm already imagining shopping out Lavrov, BB, you know what, homie? TSM doesn't exist, but if they ever get a team, you can fuck off to there again. I'm farming everyone out. We're shipping the lot. We're only keeping Caps, Hansara, and Skewbon, and we're starting over. We're cleaning the deck. The joke is, like, there was a better on-camera performance by the fucking guy who paints himself. I even know his name, but I'm just fucking with it. Whatever. The guy, that's the other thing. The amount of fucking aura farming now is so fucking this game, man. Like, the egos of like, look at me, look at me. I'm from Vietnam, look at me. Well, look at me, I'm French. Like, fuck, we get into the game. I don't even care about watching the fucking general manager talk. I don't give a fuck. It's not the coach, I don't give a fuck. Get the coach or a player. I don't want to see these guys fucking dick-waving competition. It's fucking ridiculous. Anyway, whatever. So here's the question I have for you. And this is a sad question. Bro, everyone was supposed to believe this is your chance to get bin. But I always keep reminding people, I know he's been reading Reddit threads, because it isn't like he lost to everyone in the LPL. He mainly lost to the really good players. He still had games where he would clap the fucking shitter teams, and he would get the ones, the Thunder Talks of the world. He would still smack them around. And even on by the way, even the best teams, even the Camille or Jax, there's still a chance he can. Look, he hasn't even been tested for me. I haven't even had to see him do any of that shit yet. I can't say he's back. Broken Blade's having one of the worst tournaments in ages. So, what do you think about your level of BLG overall? How is you feeling? Has it changed how you feel with them going to the main event?
No, not necessarily. Like I'm probably one of the few people in terms of how like the other like analysts talk about Billy. Like I am not too. I'm not too worried about Ben as a player. Like I think there are certain champions he underperforms on. Like the Ambessa stands out. Like even in this, like I know when he plays Ambessa and Rumble, these are going to be like harder games because you're going to get less from your top laner. In that Ambessa game he played against Gum, he did in fact get solo killed by Kiaya on the Rumble, and you know this is just not his specialty. Bin learns champions rather slow. I've seen so many regular splits that Bin has committed. Like I remember there was a segment where he didn't play tanks and then he just played Kesante the entire regular split, and in the beginning it was slow, but then he was 30 games in and then he was just suddenly like one of the best Kesantes. He was just demolishing. And in that Rumble game as well, that was a close game against G2. Outside of those champions, I do think that he is still a damn demon. I think if he finds himself in the right matchups and the series goes deep enough, I think he can be insanely dangerous. He's going to still pull bans. In terms of how I frame Billy coming into this, I still think super talented team. Beishuan just... Beishuan is like the opposite of Skimon, where he sacrifices all efficiencies just to be there when his teammates call him. And he's going to just naturally fall behind because he doesn't put himself or put his own camps or his own condition as a priority at all. And I think against better junglers, that's going to be a very big problem when Knight and the other homies aren't going to just annihilate and like dominate completely, and it's more even in the matchups. I think that's going to be a big problem. Billy still to me the weakest Eastern team, but I do think still that Billy would beat any of the other teams in this contest. It's like I am not so hyped about Fly as some other guys are. I still think Billy is a very tough team to beat. They will drop games, but you need to win 3, and that's a whole different question. I think that's also like the main conversation about T1 too. It's like, oh, you can maybe win 1 or maybe 2, but winning 3 is insanely difficult.
Now here's the thing, Bin does stay on Rumble, but can you think of anything, or maybe some sort of product that could help with your battle?
I can think of just the one in particular. We're talking about Mando whole body deodorant. You know, especially now, I don't know what's going on where you are at, Torin, but I am in Germany right now. We have 36 degrees.
Similar here. Yeah.
It's like I have days where I don't use Mando because I'm staying at home and I just stink it up completely because it's like we don't have AC here in Europe in most places. So we are melting. But at least I am melting and I still smell good, which I think is super important, you know? It's like going to the gym, when you're not smelling good, you know, going to the shop, is there something about your self-conscious that really gets to you? You need to be able to smell good. You need to know, you know, in terms, we are very social creatures as humans. It's no longer like a social distancing type thing. You don't want to be the guy who stands in line and people are like, what the hell? What is that thing that smells? No worries. What the hell is that? Is that Mount Fuji? Is that bourbon leather? He must be using Mando whole body deodorant. I think the craziest thing is like growing up, I remember preparing for parties, thinking to myself, it's like I need to prepare for any moment in time. It's like I'm looking at my deo stick, it's like, is this safe to put in every area possible? I don't think those regular deo sticks are. Well, Mando whole body deodorant, you can put it on your balls, your grundle, your feet. I hope we don't get another one of those moments that Thorn pulls out his feet. That was a one-time thing, I think.
That was a tease, yeah.
Mando comes, you know, it's... you know, a doctor created this product knowing that just body odor was misdiagnosed. It was misdiagnosed completely. He realized, we need to attack it at the source. This protects you for 72 hours. You're ready for any hangover situation. You're ready for any situation. You use it 72 hours, ready to go. This product, I recommend it wholeheartedly. Comes fragrance oil free. You know, it's just no worries at all. So, with that being said, we offer something very specific for everybody that watches. Mando starter pack, which is perfect for new customers. It comes with a solid stick deodorant, cream tube deodorant, 2 free products of your choice, like mini body wash or deodorant wipes. I use the deodorant wipes. I always pick them out because just keeping them in the bag, I have like a little, you know, one of those, I don't know what you call it, like a drug dealer bag. I just keep it in there. You never know. You know, you never know what you're going to, you know, what situation you're gonna end up in. You can just get it with you. And this, you know, Mando starter pack comes with a $5 off, which is absolutely insane. With, of course, free shipping. As a special offer for the listeners, new customer gets 20% off site-wide with our exclusive code. Use code, of course, summoning at shopmando.com for 20% off site-wide plus free shipping. That's shopmando.com. Please support our show and tell them we sent you. Smell good, feel good, be confident, be comfortable. Just smell great doing whatever you do in life. Use Mando products. Go for it.
I just like to imagine Yamato getting pulled aside by German police, and then they're like searching his little bag. Like, come on, what's in here? Where have you hidden it? They're pulling out. What is this? Is this a fake container? Mount Fuji. And then they're looking around elsewhere. What's going on here? What are these wipes for? Is this where you wipe down all the cocaine? Like, oh, wait a minute. That smells great too. All of a sudden, next thing you know, the police are on the fucking Mando hype train. Polizei over in Germany, loving that shit. It's crazy, isn't it? Right.
Oh, it's a blessing. It's a blessing. Where do we go next, Lauren? Where do we go while we
the
smell
obvious
it?
places. I think now we preview the bracket, right? Let's talk about the bracket. By the way, because obviously the episode can't be like 700 fucking hours long, we will later on, because there's not that much to talk about. We've already talked about all the matches we've had so far. We'll also talk about like Fnatic Porby and some things like that, some of the silly news that's around the world. Shout out to Fnatic. Even managing to int when they're not even fucking playing. That's impressive. And then there's even that implication, and I don't even know what's real anymore. I don't even know if that's a joke that Dardo was involved in that move, but I can't tell. Like, so fucking... reality's collapsed completely. The conspiracy theorists are right every time now. So we'll put that on the shelf for now. Put that on the shelf for now. And let's talk about your boy. Let's talk about the bracket. Because, bro, if you want to see some opening round matchups, we've already got one that is spicy as fuck. Bro, what did every fucking person hyping MCoin out of the LEC on our preview show say was the team they wanted them to play? It was BLG! Because the logic goes, you know what? Elyoya might actually be better than Baseline. That's not even some crazy, like, Corpium, or like, because he's playing the worst. It's plausibly true. He might be better. And actually, like, Baseline's strength, as I always say, is to just not be there. He's not actually some like superstar player. He's just all right. Like, he really is what he looks like. He's like a mid-table LPL jungler that they signed because one, he kept getting in their ass, and then two, who the fuck else is available in the middle of Spring Split as you're also attempting to fire your coach secretly, but not secretly, and then you really do it for real. Like, fucking hell, mate. So, like, if you wanted to have a fun matchup, let's go, because I'll tell you what. If you want to see, hey, Bin, let's see how deep that champion pool goes. Welcome to Merwin. This motherfucker, he's playing fucking random in StarCraft. He just goes, whatever, let the gods pick what I play. Like, this guy's a nutter. And then obviously the Elyoya angle. Bro, if you imagine they can ever get an early game off against BLG, Elyoya can cook. I'm quite hyped for this match, but I think there's upset potential in this one now.
I think, like, judging by all of the matchups, I do think that this one probably carries the highest upset potential if you don't estimate, like, AL, like, choking Gigaheart. Just based on, like, gameplay, because I'm with you. I do think in terms of, like, jungle support synergy, Elyoya as a player, I do think that Koi can create conditions where they are ahead enough to actually beat Bilibili. I think that Koi, the main thing for me is the context of them like ramping up. Like, they played good League of Legends over one weekend. That's like my main concern, because they ramped up, and in terms of how their bootcamp was, in terms of how their prep is, it's so hard to estimate and read, because they're going to go pretty fresh onto the stage, and now they're putting everything to the test. I do think Koi is going to do a lot better than G2, that's for sure. I think Giorgio Pune, in terms of the strengths, I do think that his main phase is the stronger points. So I don't think he's going to fold against Knight, but it also gives you a little bit of an entry into the game, which I think is super important too. I think that Koi, prep-wise as well, in that finals weekend, ever since like Melzet came back as well, prep-wise, I do think that they should be better than Bilibili too. I think it's just about making sure that you have good jungle support mid lane trios that can pressure Knight, because Knight is not getting a lot of help on this team, even though Knight is doing a whole lot of carrying, and at the same time just making sure that you find, you invite Bin to play the champions that he's not good on in Rumble and the Ambessa, and just don't let him play, Camille in good angles, Gwen in good angles, or Jax in good angles. So I think like the prep work against Bilibili is an easy one, because I do think that Bilibili, in terms of where the meta is, something that really hit them in the gut is the Kalista nerf and the Nico nerf, because that's something that you don't need to think about too much. It's maybe something that you can play against, because in the end, I think them playing Kalista, Nico, Kalista, Renata could have potentially be like a free win against some of the best teams too. That's how like good they were at playing these type of lanes. And I think that even though I rate Elk and On super high, I do think the main issue is that they are limited in terms of what bot lane pairings they can play that is going to elevate them to that level that makes them really like supreme. And in other cases, I think it's manageable. I think Bilibili should win. I think it's natural to think so, just because of the, like, I think if they walk up to a fight and Koi is only like 2,000 gold ahead, 3k gold ahead, like 2 Drakes up, I don't think that should be enough to beat Bilibili in a team fight scenario. I also think in between the mid game, I think there is a certain pace that Bilibili is used to, and while in the LPL there is a certain type of League of Legends being played, always like very skirmish heavy, fight heavy, Koi is playing in a region where pretty much we have teams that function in a world where it's like the opposite of that. Outside of Fnatic pretty much, and we never got to see Fnatic versus Koi. The fun thing about the top 4 of the LEC is that I think matchup wise these teams would be like Fnatic would be good into Koi is good into these guys, and then KC and G2 would be good into Fnatic because they're better later. It's kind of like in terms of matching the strengths, because Fnatic was a very strong early game team. So my main concern as well is that if Koi got a little bit too comfortable playing against these teams that play very slow in Europe, and playing against the Chinese teams could come as a shock, because they are willing to challenge you in every skirmish, while Koi usually gets everything because both KC and G2 didn't challenge them there at all.
There's 2 angles for Koi that does worry me a little bit. One, everyone now is pretending like because he had a good playoffs, everything's cool with Jojo. It's like, bro, he still had plenty of games in the regular split where people were flaming the fuck out in the first few weeks. Some of the big games, he wasn't always the better player. He's going against Knight. Like this guy, the problem is, if people don't know, there's a long history there. One, famously because he came from the same cafe as Yagao. Yagao has some weird, like, ability to play against Knight. And then the other one is, he always just respected control. Those 2 players, when they play against Knight, I believe he actually thinks, I'm not better. I think when he plays someone like Jojo, he's going to play max disrespect, bro. I think he thinks he can destroy a motherfucker like this. So Jojo has to hold up, and then I already hyped him on the preview show. The player aside from Elyoya I looked on this team is super. I need him to either be super good or not chuppa bad, because that means suck or something in Spanish or whatever. I don't know, because cause that's why it's called that. That's why chuppa means suck. Yeah. That's why I know that also, because from Counter-Strike, remember, Brazilian Portuguese very similar. They always tell me chopper all the time because they want me to suck their dick. So that's right, Yamato. Even though I don't choose to learn the language of Portuguese, I do Spanish and Swedish. I have forcibly learned what it means to suck someone's dick just by being told it 7,000 times on Twitter. So, you know what? You can just passively learn languages. I'll be bringing out my own Duolingo style app, I guess, soon, where what you do is you create hot takes, and then the flame from all the original fans teaches you by elimination how you learn the language at that point in time. Yeah, there you go. And then what you do is, to get out of it, to pass the test, you have to write an apology tweet in their language that wins them back over. Just like all the LEC casters have to every time they bloody... Like, if you haven't noticed, spoiler, I know she didn't make it over. I saw Law did like a sort of rage tweet, or maybe it was like an Instagram post where it was like, what the fuck, everyone's saying I'm biased. I'll tell you why that is immediately, Yamato. Because everyone who's not French just thinks she's just a fanboy of KC. Not even actually that true if you ever listen to what she says. And then secondly, if when Koi wins, they want you to just permaglaze them. And so if you're not Spanish, they're going to be like, you're hating us because we is Spanish or something. Like, fucking mental. It's actually bonkers. It's bonkers. Don't worry, I've got some content coming against Spanish speakers soon. Be on my YouTube channel.
I get my fair share of that community too. As I started with... it started with Xpeke's mother, the owner of OG, flaming me, and then it's like me just giving a take about Xpeke, and obviously
here's the thing people don't get as well, right? on the one hand, it's hilarious when someone's mother comes on the and sends you flame. But on the other hand, here's my problem. Listen, you're just Yamato, a more social person. You have more tact, more grace, politeness. I have an enforced politeness from being rich and the reality is. But what people don't understand is this. If you are someone where we know who your mother is from like a profile video or a documentary, but she's not on the internet, she never flames you. I'll never speak bad about your family ever. But if your mother gets on the internet, has an account and tweets at me abuse, she might get thawing clapped. Understand that, home. She might get in the eye of the fucking target where you don't want to be. And then all of a sudden, I tell you what, there better not be anything in that bio, there better not be any sus looking pictures up on that account, because listen, anyone can get it. That's how I run, mate. Listen, I'm like the Punisher, mate. It's just how I do this shit. And you know what? Like the Punisher, you put me in court, I'd say I fucking love that shit. But anyway, enough about that. Because by the way,
I just wanted to add. There was also like my history with like the Spanish fans, right? Is and then the follow-up was like people were like really flaming Niski. You remember when he like laughed?
Oh yeah.
At T1, and then I just stood up for him and I just called out like some of the people in the Spanish community because they are very, let's say, like Elioya sided, and they kind of artificially made this beef between them, and like the French community versus Spanish community like went against each other. But my take was only like based on what I believe, because I think it's bullshit to judge a state of mind of a person after a loss. It's like you're judging him from outside and you want him to act the way you want to act. It's like, fuck off, you know? This doesn't make any sense. And then it was just, as a follow-up with that, was also like Ibai just came after me for no fucking reason when I was in KC, because that was also silly. Like he was talking as if Koi had accomplished shit at that point in time. You didn't fucking accomplish shit. Yeah. It wasn't even comparable to KC at the time, and I called him out for it in response. And this, ever since that, no matter what, it's like if I praise a player in Koi, it doesn't matter. If I criticize him, then everyone, all the goblins just come out. It's just funny how some communities are so ingrained and so tribal and so delusional, where like even on my tier list of players, I rate the Albaro and Lula pretty high because they deserve it, right? They deserve it. But even then, there's like, what the fuck? They need to be higher. Who the fuck is on? Duro is a rookie. It's like, what the fuck are we saying? Like, relax, bro. It's always the same. It's like that bell curve of fans. It's like there's gonna be the extremes. You have to love the team as much as they do, or you're the enemy. If you like them just a little bit, oh, you're the enemy. They come and they turn into hammers that just hit on nails. And if people give these guys any form of power, they're going to just extend it. So just tell these people to fuck off and never fold. Never fold.
Also, I'm with you. I actually do think when you have been as great as Bin has, and how long he has been great, it's a couple of years now, I thought he was up and down the first few years were actually maybe overhyped him a little bit. I do think that how good he's been in the last few years. I'll tell you a concept I also have for Counter-Strike, which is don't give him time. If you want to beat them, you better have some 3-0s, some 3-1s, you better have some really nice early games that you push on. You better actually like win that team fight and then take the base. Don't go and take a dragon again and reset and be like a tiny bit ahead in the start. Because I'll tell you what, one thing I have learned is if you give great players enough games and enough days, the days are especially key, these motherfuckers wake up eventually, mate. And remember, he doesn't have to do it the whole tournament. He just has to do it against you. And that might be a low bracket second round game. It might be like the key game in an upper bracket. So if you let that happen, especially if you're the Western teams, then you're going to be really sad, because you'll be like, oh, we had him beat. It's like, yeah, but you gave him too many games, mate. You flipped that game at the Baron and lost it when you needed to win it. You know, he's not just going to have 3 bad games in a row and every rest of the time. When we say he's bad, we mean relative to he's looking like the best top player ever last year. Like, he actually just took the crown, you know. So comparative to that, it's the same as the Caps. Like again, by the way, if Jojo plays the way Caps do, it'd just be all right. It wouldn't be the end of the world. But the difference is that's Caps, bro. That's the guy who's supposed to be the GOAT from the West, the greatest player, the chosen one of the end, all that time. So when we give you that status and that hype up here, we have to bring it down a bit if you do badly. Now, the other one, as you say, the most obvious one that is spicy play is anyone's legend against FlyQuest. Because you've got the whole, how will Tarzan do? Will he choke? Now, listen, inspired. What a fucking great player for West to put against. Probably our best in the whole West. Like, Why not put that guy again? Let's see if you can pressure him a little bit. Let's see if you can play from behind sometimes if he's there. Let's see how it goes. But with that said, I do think also people are doing this thing with FlyQuest that I don't get. Here's what I don't get, you man. Right? When they actually had that epic series against Genji, it was baller, yeah. They were in like awesome positions in some of those games. They even fought their way out. Masu played great, etc. What I don't get is this. Bro, they didn't even win split 1 in NA. And then we just talked on the last like 3 episodes ago. Every time they played Cloud9 in this playoffs, it was fucking back and forth. But
look, if you could figure out a way to get this balloon in this glass without the balloon popping or breaking the glass, I will give you $100, right? But I gotta go to the bank and get it.
Okay. Okay.
There's a setting in Mario Kart World that prevents you from getting the maximum boost possible when drifting, and it's actually enabled by default. So anytime you drift for a few seconds in Mario Kart World, you'll notice these sparks just behind your tires. They start as blue, and if you let go then, you'll see a small speed boost from that. If you hold the drift for just a bit longer though, they'll turn to orange and give you even more of a speed boost. Now in order to get the maximum possible boost, you'll need to make sure that smart steering is turned off. Now if I hold my drift for just a bit longer, I'll see it go from blue to orange, and finally multicolored rainbow sparks, which gives us the maximum speed boost from drifting. There's a setting in Mario Kart World that prevents you from
Ray's calling me. What the f?
My new test?
What the f? What happened to you, bro? Atlanta changed you?
Nah, bro. Atlanta changed me as number one. Rikai got me turning to me. Rayquan, bro, they call me 50 yen.
50 yen. They say a Viet trap, bro.
Y'all say I look like Viet trap? Out here.
You got 3 animals on your arm, bro.
You feel me? I have to get a dragon, bro. Feel me? That's our culture. I have to get a breast, neck.
What is on your neck? Let me see.
You want to see my neck? Yeah.
What the f? You look like that kind of looks tough.
Yo, I got a gold chain. Feel me? Tank top.
Take the shirt off.
Take the shirt off.
Yeah, take the shirt off. I gotta see what it looks like all together.
Okay.
Good boy. Good boy. Yeah. Now stand there and show me your attacks. Good boy. Yeah. And it looks good. It looks good. It's permanent. That's real.
That's real, bro. That shit hurt. I must got cornrows, bro, but I oversleep, bro. My brother can comb.
Why would you get cornrows with this?
Cause I got a whole task of shit, bro. Feel me? I'm gonna turn into Rayquan, bro.
Ray's calling me. What the f?
My new
Rules are made to be broken. Like buildings. Or people.
Pengu Garen was a lovely little joke skin. It was entirely an April Fool's joke, unavailable for play in competitive modes, and now entirely unavailable for purchase, which is uncharacteristically non-commercial of Riot. It was a little burst of joy just to see the flagship character from Teamfight Tactics waddle around Summoner's Rift pretending to be the Boy Scout of Demacia, and there are some genuinely quite clever details to Pengu here as well. I adore the silly dab animation he does upon respawn, but the spinning animation is the really cool part of this character skin. Garen's base spinning animation is perfectly steady, as you might expect. It's a ludicrous attack, but it's executed with perfect discipline. Pengu's spin, on the other hand, is noticeably more wobbly and out of control as the tiny penguin tries to hold on to Garen's giant slab of steel that is his greatsword. It's charming and fun and feels entirely appropriate to the character performing it. It's an excellent bit of animation polish to give Pengu personality. I really like it. Outside of that, there's really not that much to say about this skin. It's a good joke executed well, very much taking advantage of the fact that it was never going to be permanent, and so it can get a little bit more silly with it. It just made me happy, and what more could you really ask for something like this? Pengu Garen was a lovely...
Have you ever had a conspiracy theory that you believe in and nothing will change your mind? Because hoo boy, I have one. But before I say mine, I ask everyone to share theirs in the comments and fully hear me out first. Cranes aren't real. Cranes aren't real. Now granted, cranes do exist, you can see them. I had to look up crane B-roll, this is crazy. But have you ever seen a crane being built or taken down? Exactly. They spawn in. Now there may be professionals and crane operators that say otherwise, but I say witch! Take them away! Have you ever had a conspiracy theory that you believe in and
there was an attempt at one point in time to combine human beings with chimpanzees to create like a super soldier. Scientific ethics and Stalin's ape man super wars, that's what it was. It was Stalin.
We know the complete genome of chimpanzees. We know the complete genome of humans. And we look where they're different. And they're only different in a very few select places. So it is conceivable that something like Planet of the Apes may be possible.
And that's just one step, right? I mean, we could conceivably impart some of those characteristics into other animals.
Yeah.
They put Balatro on the freaking Game Boy card reader things. The e-reader Game Boy Advanced attachment was essentially a credit card swiper machine that plugged into your portable Mario box. It used little dots on the bottom edge of cards to read data and import paid add-ons into your game. But recently, Matt Greer custom-coded an entire miniaturized version of the roguelike poker game playable on the actual OG GBA hardware, with a few caveats, that is. The limitations of the e-reader make it so a couple things have to be cheesed. The actual gameplay works for the most part, but there's only 2 jokers that work properly, and both the win and blind screens are mock-ups. Greer assures us that it's definitely possible to develop a full-on demake of Balatro.
Play one more split. If they fail, great, okay, I can live with it. But like I actually thought, now also, here's the other thing about that roster, it had some magic to it, mate. They'd found a way to enable Larson to be really, really good with that crazy Malrang style. Odoamne was the perfect player for fucking Comp. Comp has never looked as good before or since. You had fucking Trimby. His career went off the rails after that. This guy looked like he was going to be the next name in the list of those of the Hillersang. Now it's Alvaro, but it was going to be fucking Trimby. That was queued up, mate. So yeah, I think that one's a brutal one. But the Caps one, look, the reason that's the even worse one is, I mean, if you listen to that video, it's implied part of the reason he might have left was he didn't want to be in that specific lineup anymore. If that's true, you absolutely fumbled so hard. Not just because he gave your main rival that player, but you literally did it where it's like it's the other way around. That's the player you make the team around. That's the you go, listen, I don't care who it has to be. You tell me you have to come, we'll make it work. You just sign again here. You need to be Fnatic Caps forever. That's my number one goal if I'm running Fnatic at that time. And then also, the reason it's so epically bad is because in any other year, you would have been able to get Perks as the replacement player. But the joke is, G2 kept Caps and Perks. That's why I still think that is one of the biggest daylight robberies of all time that they pulled that off me. And then it worked, and you won MSI and almost won Worlds. Like, oh, it's so gross. Because before that, remember, like they'd only just caught up to you in terms of titles. Now Fnatic is a meme. You used to be the greatest League of Legends org ever. Now you're Manchester United. Congrats. No one gives a fuck about shit 10 years ago.
I think what you added back in a world where if it wasn't Perks that orchestrated this move, if Perks went to Fnatic at the same time,
that would be interesting. Yeah,
I think it would have changed everything. G2 wouldn't have that AD, and Perks would actually like at the time, Reckless and Hilly were insane. You had Whitman Soas top lane. Roxa, I think, was one-dimensional, but he was good on his few picks, even though I don't rate Roxa that high in consideration to what Fnatic achieved in that year 2018. But that could have also changed the trajectory of everything. But the most gangster part is that both of them were there. That's just so insane to think about. They need to make a movie about this shit.
Clip 8 says, excluding the RX move, do you have a favourite or a most hated miracle run? It's the one that always stands out to you.
It's like being so close to Gilligan, right? It's just the whole story of you know, how Schalke did it with the 0.1% chance to qualify, like going on what was like a 9-game win streak or something ridiculous, like an 8-game win streak from being a lossless. Like considering the odds and them managing to put it together. If I remember correctly, maybe you can help me out, Thorin. Wasn't this like the year where they also played with like Forgiven and they benched him like mid-season?
The split before, yeah. And then they had Inax, and they got Neon.
It was such a messy place, and I think it's like for Gilius, he probably is the biggest believer of the law of attraction. I think there was no other person that would be psychologically, you know, like delusional enough to believe that it was possible, and he made everyone rally around something, you know. It's like Odoamne was there too, right, and like Dylan Farco and the gang, and they managed to pull that through. I think still looking back to that was some of the most insane shit ever. In regard to some other moments, it's I'm thinking, yeah, but
the elephant in the room. You did it! You were on the Fnatic team with Whipple Rollswap, won all those video 5s and all the like freaking mentality. Got to the finals. Here's the reason why I don't think you said that. Because part of you will always be burned, but you'll never know what would happen at Worlds. Because I'm telling you right now, the way that team was cooking in playoffs, that roster, there's a world that could have been top 8. Like, you even have the group for it, bro. That could have been a really special miracle run, right?
No, definitely, for sure. Like I can also say we scrimmed, and I still have those scrims on like my YouTube channel as unlisted. Maybe one day I'll show them. Okay. But what Hilly Bwipo, and Upset were doing against like Gumayushi, Keria, Ona, what they were doing against like some of the best bot lanes. It's like we scrimmed 8 games against Damwon, and we went 7-1 because. I've never practiced so well against Korean teams as we did during that period. Like, if there's one game I remember, Bwipo was playing Viego against LNG, the one with Tarzan and Ale, and I believe Icon mid lane. There was one game we were so far behind, and he just completely ran the game with Viego, like went 13-0 and just dropped. Like I have those games, and maybe I'm gonna unleash them one day, but it's it was.
You know why Bwipo is delusional as fuck, because he did it. He had his world just secretly in scrims only. In scrims, he was gone apparently.
No, bro, I say it to this day. I think in that split, I think Bwipo was the best jungler in Europe, because it was he really overestimated what was necessary to be a good jungler. So he just worked so fucking hard and went beyond what everyone else did, because he came at it from a position of like just not knowing what people actually do. He went so far. There's this famous jungler who all he does is post like optimized clears. He basically paid this man to create a spreadsheet of the exact timers of the fastest possible clear on every jungle specific camp. So whenever Bwipo loaded into a matchup, he just knew, I can invade chickens here, he will be 2 seconds late and I will be able to punish. And he did this like clockwork. He just like really studied so damn hard, while a lot of the other junglers are just like in solo queue, not spamming the champions they find easy. But he went into solo queue and played 100 games of Trundle when everyone else like, oh, Trundle is easy, don't need to practice it. So he really had an edge because of the approach, you know?
Mercy or me?
I've got a fun one. I like this question. This is a banger. Right. IMAC says if you were to create a think tank roster, as in we all sat around and thought of you, this one, the aim of the roster is to tilt Dom into oblivion for a whole split. Which 5 players are we putting together? So it has to be people that Dom just would not be able to handle watching. It would just make his blood fucking boil. Who are we picking?
Oh shit. I think he definitely hates Malrang. Like
Malrang for jungle, there's a banger. Especially when Malrang was winning.
You can choose.
By the way, I feel like surely top lane is the Shy. You know, because when the Shy hits, nobody hits it more than Dom. Bro, that's like he's getting electrocuted in Guantanamo Bay when the Shy hits. There we go. By the way, already as well, the Shy Malrang, rough. What mid laner would get the Dom? What mid laner would just fucking make him lose his shit? Who would it be?
Oh man, I'm trying to think. What? I don't know. I'm trying to think. Like the angle that I wanted to think about, it's like it's a little bit too good, but at the same time, I think it hurts his heart because of the OMG days of the potential of Cream.
Right.
And
that
how
was his
it
boy
fell
once
flat.
upon a time. Yeah, that was.
Like that was his, that's his boy, you know. That's his boy. It's like maybe the mid laner needs to be someone that he loves, but should just suffer. We just put Doimbi.
No, because Doimbi's too good. Here's the obvious answer. By saying his name this way, you know what I mean. We're not going to put Choke. We're going to put Choke.
Okay.
Obviously, someone ever since like 2023 onwards has said Jordan's the best player in the world, and then he watches all the LPL, everything. The world comes around, and then anytime Jordan ever had a bad game, every fan's like, "This is why you don't know about the game or why you didn't win the LTS." Like, they just go on his arse all day. I'm with you. Remember, it doesn't have to always be a bad player. That would just hurt him a lot. I feel it would hurt his soul if Chalky. Every time you think it's Chalky, it's just. Oh yeah, there you go. It's Chalky, but in disguise as Chalky. There you go. So it makes him believe, like, oh, this is going to fucking cook. What are you talking about? And then every time it's portrays him completely. There you go. Right, bot lane, where are we going?
Honestly, I think the jungle role is so... That's where he has the most hate. So we need to keep Malrang there, but we put him support.
Okay.
Because the jungler could either be Aki or we just bring back Umti. And...
Ooh, Umti's a good one.
Umti, the Shy.
Pyorshik too. That's another good one.
Pyorshik, that's a great one.
Definitely not. Pyorshik's a world champion. He's definitely not a Pyorshik.
Oh, we can also have Barrel. Like, Barrel is definitely the source of my pain, but I know that he also... Like, whenever someone... Like, I think, like, we lose... A grey hair just pops out, and either my head or Dom's head when someone says, "I don't think Barrel is one of the GOAT supports, you know. He made 3 finals, you know. He won worlds on different teams, you know. Isn't he just the best?" I thought, oh man, I think Barrel would hurt us soul. Which one for AD? We need to complete this roster.
AD's going to be harder, isn't it? I think what AD does he actually really hit? Well, the obvious angle to tilt is big. We'll start There you go. And by the way, let me just run this down for you boys, just so you know how bad this team is, right? So we've got the Shy, Pyorshik, Chalky, Piglet, and Beryl. And the best part is, a bunch of them are world champions! And we've picked the most tilt-worthy team of all time. And he would actually be on fucking... Forget, he wouldn't be on Cloud9, he'd be on fucking Mars, mate. He'd be out of this world, he wouldn't even be able to handle it. His blood pressure would be insane. He'd be like one of those aging face apps or something. He'd be like he's president of the US in age 10 years. Right, one last question, Aaron. One last one for the Okay, Big Boy says, was 2024 G2, so last year's G2 roster with Yank and Mickey, was that actually one of the best EU teams that no one will remember because of the Swiss squad? Not a bad question, eh?
I think it depends on how far back we go, but let's... For the simplification, let's remove season 1, 2, 3 for simplification.
Okay.
So we don't need to mention the Post 5s and the COGs. I think it's like the 2015 Fnatic, I think deserves a shout. I think that was a very, very good team. I think 2018 Fnatic was also a very good team. Then there's 2019, 2020. And then I think like those are the G2 rosters. Yeah. Beyond that, the in-between,
they can get up there. Yeah, maybe they can be like 5th or 6th,
it's
right?
Like, I think they're comparable to like a Mad Lions of 2021. Because it's like in the end, Mad Lions made, of course, quarters, and then they also took down 1 to 5 games, which I think if I contextualize what the format was, I think there is similarities. But I do think that G2 last year was definitely like one of the top ones. I think they could sneak into top 5. If I look back at that recent history, because in the end, in the previous format, in terms of a team that they would, like in a group they would land in, being the #1 seed, I do think that they would do well. And if it was like an MSI old format, they would also like have a very competitive series in semis against the LPL or the LCK favorite, and almost made finals. And I think that would be like formidable. Because in the end as well, I think it's hard to rate winning everything regionally because of how shit EU was. But at the same time, they still did, and it should mean something, right? So I do think that 24 roster was solid. It was a good one. Top 5, I think they can reach.
Yeah, I think it's probably actually just like, cause, as he says, cause of the Worlds run. It's probably underrated. I mean, look, they did 3-0 TS at MSI. Look, it's a fly test shit. They were absolutely in those games against T1, the land of one world. They're still fucking doing the business at MSI. There really is a world where, just like Fury and Gamma saying now in the Barcelona, we could have got him. Yeah, we could have. Made Caps was better than Faker. That was real. So, if anything, the real problem with that team is it'll always be a one-off team. It'll always be like they could have made the run and be like third or fourth best team of all time, for sure. Maybe they could have even gone to the second finals. Could have made that run to MSI finals.
Better to be a what-if team than a what the fuck are we doing here team. That's what they are right now, so.
Yes. Right, that's going to be it. Wasn't as long as short, still a pretty good one. We'll see you probably, I think, around next week. I'll check the time and the day and stuff. But we'll do another one after part of the bracket stage, and we'll have loads of matches to go into. See you next.
Has been slain.
Hello everyone, it's been a long wait, but we are now back here on Power Spike. Digon here alongside Dom and Jamada. Also, for the first time in a little while, in the same time zone in terms of our schedule. Close to the same time zone of our schedule. I am not in Korea. I am in my the house that I grew up in Virginia. My brother's man cave. I hope that you enjoy it and love it. He's been maxed it out. Dom, you also took a little trip around the world. By around the world, I mean outside of your house. How was your trip?
It was good. It was good. I mean, I pretty much vacation every time that there's a break like that. Obviously, I wasn't gonna go anywhere if we made MSI, but we tragically lost. And we didn't make MSI, so that meant that I had like a week off and I decided to travel. And I was also expecting, so originally I was told that I wasn't going to be able to co-stream from the venue, which is something I'd been talking about Riot, or talking with Riot about throughout the year. Like I was trying to get a co-streamer spot. They're like, they thought they could probably get me in, but you know, they at some point they told me it just didn't work out because there was a limited amount of slots. And then they ended up hitting me up like 2 days ago and being like, or 3 days, I guess it was like 4 days ago at this point, but whatever. They hit me up recently and they were like, actually, we have one more spot in Vancouver to co-stream MSI Live. So that pretty much meant that it's like, oh, I guess I'm going on like 2 trips then. Like I thought that I was just gonna, you know, only have time to, like I was gonna only have 1 week off and then be pretty much like grinding. So yeah, I guess I'm actually going to MSI as well. That's gonna be fun.
That's gonna be super fun. Like, I love being around the people, and every time that I was at a stadium event, they'd always ask about you and Monty and LS back in the day too. So I think it would be such a big treat for the fans to have the opportunity to see you face to face. Jamada, how have you been, man? How was your break?
Fucking boring. I can't believe I'm about to say this. I've missed you guys. I've actually missed hanging out for the hour and a half to almost 2 hours that we get a week. You know, my weeks have been filled with, you know, reviewing the games that we kind of didn't get to talk about here on the pod, and playing solo queue for the first time in like 3 years. Digon, you've infected me. Like, I haven't played ranked since maybe season 13 pretty religiously. I think over the last week and a half I've cranked out over 100 games. Like,
damn.
Yeah, it's just been good vibes. And content. I'm a content creator now. I made one decent, informative, educative video that kind of did some numbers, and I'm planning to make more. That is what your guys traveling has spurred on creativity in me.
The hole in the void was filled with solo queue rage.
solo queue rage, and like deciding to make content because I feel like there's a weird gap in like the content sphere for like educative and informative stuff. So that's what I've been doing. That's what I've been up to.
Good. Well, good, man. Excited to be back with y'all as well. I went to LA to go to Riot a couple times, and then I went to Vegas because that's where my storage unit was to see homies, and then it's my dad's birthday a couple of days. So I with this time that we have off before LCK starts on up, and then it was just announced recently I'll be hosting a Valorant in League. I guess that part wasn't announced yet over for EWC. So it's all the teams from Masters and all the teams from MSI. So just a little bit of time here that I had in the schedule to do some traveling. So sorry we left you hanging, Jamada, but I'm glad that we're back now, especially after MSI. However, because we had such packed schedules after the finals week of LPL, LCK, and LTA, we didn't have a chance to recoup some of the series and matches. We're not going to go through all of them, but we do have unique insight into one team's tragic loss and the effort that went into it. And I heard you talking on your stream earlier, the learnings that you've had with your little vacation. So let's dive into our first segment of the day. It is the Sack Tap, recapping Cloud9's LTA finals in a split 2 review. Let's get into it.
I was just getting warmed up.
Dom, it's kind of interesting because I don't think effort was the issue. You know, from an outsider's perspective, like Jamad and I got to see your schedule was pretty packed, but let's kind of go through that finals, the LTA North finals, and then kind of the learning lessons you took from the spring, spring middle of the season.
Yeah, I mean, it was a tough game to lose because I felt like we had complete control of games 4 and 5, and then we lost both of them. I can't imagine like a much more tragic way to lose a game than that, where things are going well, we're up 3k gold, we have full vision of Drake, and then we make one mistake, pretty big mistake, like trying to, kill the sunless Caitlyn mid, and the whole game just unravels and we just lose. And then we battle back, have the base defense, and then they backdoor us. It was so tough to watch because I feel like we don't normally make that mistake. Like that's the position that we normally close out games from. If you look at our games throughout the split, we're not a team that throws that much. Like if anything, we've had more comebacks than throws like that. Like normally we know how to play when we have those conditions like set up, and it just felt like, wow, that's just it's just something that can't even really talk about either. Like we knew there's no point in me being like, hey Blabber, you shouldn't have like suicided mid. Like as soon as the game's over, he's like I don't know, I went mid. Something we've worked on, like trying to do. Our team has a problem doing nothing sometimes. That's something that we've like been trying to get better at over time, and we have gotten better at it, but it ended up just not being enough. So yeah, it was a tough loss, especially because like not going to MSI, like it feels like we just should be at MSI. Like it feels like we're at the level of the teams. Like we're scrimming the MSI teams. Like fuck man, like we should just be in this tournament. Just take a slot away from EU. Like at this point, like, we've already seen it. Like it's not G2. Like let us play G2. Let us play G2 for a fucking final seed at MSI, and let's see what happens. Like give us a fucking slot. Like I don't understand how it came to be that North America, they just added 8 extra teams into like LTA and then took a slot from North America. Like now there's 16 teams. There used to be 3 slots for the 16 teams. Well, it was actually 18 because they used to have 10 in CBLOL still. You get the point. 18 teams, 3 slots, and then it was just like, yeah, now we just have 16 teams, 2 slots. I don't know. It makes no sense, especially if you think about like how it works. You saw LTA North play against LTA South. There was 4 best of 3s that were played in winter. CBLOL or LTA South, they won 1 game in all 4 series. They won 1 game, so 3 of their teams got 2-0'd. The last team got 2-1, and it's just like we don't even get to compete for the slot or anything. So it felt super tragic in multiple different ways because you really want to be at MSI, especially when it's in North America, being a North American team. But a lot of the lessons are just like we know what FlyQuest is better than us at. We know what we're better than them at. And we just need to become better in the mid game because they get too many advantages from losing positions. And we can consistently get into winning positions. And we should be able to predict what they're doing because they're not doing a lot of the mid game plays that they make from advantage positions, like that's when it's really hard to deal with a team. If they're winning in lanes and then they're out macroing you, it's like you don't really have an option because you're second to move. But a lot of times, like, we have the ability to control the action, and they will make plays that other teams wouldn't make, and we won't react to it as well as we should. So yeah, I mean, I think we just need to get better in that aspect, something that I'm going to put a lot of time into this split. But at the same time, it's like, you know, we were playing catch up from the beginning. They're a team that stayed together. They were at Worlds. They made it to quarterfinals, took Gen G to 5 games. They were the big favorite coming into LTA. We ended up having 2 new players on our team. Like, Sven's played with Flabber and Vulcan before, but obviously things change. And then, you know, he's never played with Thanatos before. And then we brought in Loki, who spoke 0 English pretty much at the beginning of his time working with us. Now he knows a little bit too much English. I'm starting to get nervous for the boys. Like, I talked about it on my stream. Like, Thanatos and Loki, they're both extremely intelligent. Just like the way they pick up stuff, like their processing speed is super high. And they just know, like, they just will randomly hit you with things, just randomly, like, phrases and words. It's like, how do you know this? Like for example, one thing I said on stream yesterday was we had a situation in a scrim where we were pincering people from three sides, and Thanatos said, "We've got them in a triangle choke." It's like, how the fuck do you know what a triangle choke is? Like Thanatos, why do you know what a triangle choke is? Like, have you been watching MMA or like what? He's like, yeah. Like, did I use it wrong? It's like, no, that was a good fucking use, but like, yeah, shit, it's just crazy. So, yeah, no, I mean, it's been good working with everyone. It just sucks that we weren't able to, like, get to where we wanted to get this early. Like, I still feel like we're on good pace. If you were to look at what the goals would be with the team at the beginning, and like, when the team was formed, obviously TL was keeping the same roster, FlyQuest was keeping the same roster. It feels like we're on track for what we were hoping to achieve, but we wanted it earlier, you know? Like, the goals are obviously going to be, it's going to be a full year-long process. And yeah, we're on track for our year-long goal, but like for our immediate goals, we didn't get
you were 1 game away. That's all. That's what it was. I mean,
it's not even like one game. Actually. It's like a 1 Drake. It's like a 1 second away. You know, like it's not even that we were 1 game away. It's not. To me, it wasn't like, oh shit, we got like rolled in game number 5, and it's like, okay, we won 2 games, but it, like there's series that are 5 games that are not actually close. Where it's like you get a good draft in 2 of the games or something, or like for example, let's give an example. Like the first time that Koi played against KC, they won like 4 out of those games. You know, it felt like Koi was just winning, and like KC like stole a random game in there, and that's why it went to 5. But Koi felt like the better team throughout that entire best of 5, right? Like when you're watching it, you're like, damn, Koi just has this advantage. Like early games, they're just getting leads, like they're just running the games, and they're the ones that have control. So like, not every 5-game series is close. Like obviously it's close in terms of score, but it's not. It doesn't indicate that it is like a super contested best of 5. But I felt like our best of 5 against FlyQuest was super contested. Like almost every single game was like close. Like game 1 was a little bit like I mean, it was close at points, but they had control most of it. Game 2 we had control most of it. Game 3 we had that big lead and then kind of through, and then it was really close for like 20 minutes there. Game 4, we started with the big lead that came from behind. Game 5, they started with an early lead. We came back, we built an advantage, and then they were able to win in the end. So it felt like just a tough best of 5, but also FlyQuest is a weird team to play against. They play like no one else, and that's why I feel like they're really good to have go international.
They put Balatro on the freaking Game Boy card reader things. The e-reader Game Boy Advance attachment.
Oh my god. What is my swap? Give me the mana one. Look, he doesn't expect it. Oh my god, he doesn't.
Impressive, yes.
Oh my god. What is my swap? Give me the mana one. Look, he doesn't expect it. Oh my god, he doesn't.
Impressive, yes.
Oh my god. What is my swap?
Dougal, what on earth are you doing? Why are you in there? Dougal, I know it's not your turn with the brain cell, but get out. Dougal.
I was born with this face. It's not my fault. And my mother said to me once, she'll kill me for saying this, but she said to me once, Nisi, you have to smile because otherwise you look very sour. And then when I got this part and when it came out, there's a picture of Dedra. We call it, in my family, we call it the down-turny mouth. And so I sent her a picture of Dedra with the down-turny mouth.
Oh my, yeah.
And I said, who's laughing now? Because it's made my career. Like, it's a good thing I didn't smile all the time. But this season, even I watched it and I was like, oh, Denise, come on. How much further down can your face go? So in my real life, I try to like keep everything pretty and nice because I do not look pretty this season at all. I was born with this face. It's not my fault.
Nintendo is forcing players to play intermissions. So I'm...
Hello, Jay Slat.
Hey, man.
I want to show you my room.
All right.
Now, I'm not going to lie.
Okay.
When you see this bad boy, you're going to flip.
Bandicam.com. All right, he's doing a screen... Open image in new tab.
I mean, here it is. Just view the mountains.
That's fucking awesome, man.
Beautiful. You can't beat it.
I love that.
Beautiful bed. I sleep in this baby every night.
Yeah.
Let me tell you,
I bet.
It's more comfortable every time. It's just all around the best room ever. Hello, Jay Slat.
Hey, man.
I want to show you my room.
All right.
Now, I'm not going to lie.
Okay.
When you see this bad boy, you're going to flip.
Bandicam.com. All right, he's doing a screen... Open image in new tab.
I mean, here it is. Just view the mountains.
If you eat an apple after you eat garlic, then the enzymes in the apple break down the sulfur compounds in the garlic, leaving you without garlic breath.
If you cook a potato and let it cool down before eating it, you can increase its resistant starch content, making it better for your gut and blood sugar control.
If you chop up broccoli and let it sit out for 10 minutes before cooking it, you can increase the cancer-fighting compound sulforaphane in the broccoli.
If you store an unripe avocado next to bananas, the ethylene gas from the bananas will speed up the ripening process of the avocado.
If you grate carrots before you eat them, then you absorb more of the skin-supporting antioxidant beta-carotene.
If you cut herbs with a sharp knife, then the sharp blade preserves more nutrients and flavor compounds than a dull blade, which can cause more damage to the cell structure.
If you eat an apple after...
Gimme.
This is the story of three best friends who woke up in each other's bodies 35 years in the past and realized that they were living the same day over and over again. Now, they're using their unique powers to escape the time loop and get back to their own...
And then it was really close for like 20 minutes there. Game 4, we started with a big lead that came from behind. Game 5, they started with an early lead. We came back, we built an advantage, and then they were able to win in the end. So it felt like just a tough best of 5, but also just FlyQuest is a weird team to play against. They play like no one else. And that's why I feel like they're really good to have go internationally, just in general, because of the fact that you have to like learn how FlyQuest sees the game. I mean, they're just a weird team. Like you see all the different picks that they have. I mean, you prep for them. It's like they just play Cassio in matchups that you never think would be good Cassio matchups. Like, for example, Cassio into Azir. So you have all these picks you have to think about. The pocket picks like Set that Whipple really likes. He's a really good Renekton player. Inspired to play every champion in the game. Lucio likes a lot of the like quote unquote racist supports, like the supports that are just like gonna fucking, you know, just go in lane and just do some bullshit, and they don't actually like they're not actually like real support champions even. It's like, okay, I guess you play a fucking lot of Elise and like Rumble support. Like what the fuck is this? Like this isn't like an honorable like support battle of like Nautilus versus Leona or some shit. This is like some cheesy like cringe shit that's going on, you know? So there's a weird team to play, and then also the way they play the map is different than almost every other team. And even when you look at FlyQuest in scrims, they scrim differently than almost any other team that I've seen scrim. Like they scrim not to like most teams in scrims are pretty loose. There's going to be a lot of kills. There's going to be more kills in a scrim game than in a stage game. But FlyQuest is the type of team where they actually scrim the way they play on stage, which is a lot. It's like heavy based on map movements. It's heavy based on like, you know, trying to make unique plays. And you get to see them on stage. So I mean, I feel like they're a good team to have going into series versus the, you know, dominant teams because of the fact that it's hard to prep for them.
Yeah. Before you jump in there, Dramatic, because this was a lot from Dom. I did have one question for clarification here, Dom. You said that the team has trouble doing nothing in the mid game. Like they have trouble being okay with like, hey, right here is we set up our vision and then we just chill and look for picks, but we're not. Is that what you mean, or like they need to be more active?
There's times where you're winning by not doing anything. Like the game is like naturally being progressed and being won by not doing anything. And I feel like we're the type of team where it's like we're trying to like squeeze like a bunch of like advantages. Like, okay, can we like then control this bush and that bush, and like can we move our vision 1 millimeter forward? Where it's like, no, we're chilling. Like we got the zone. They have to walk into us. We can control these 2 points. Wait for the Drake to spawn. Take this mid wave. Wait 15 seconds for the Drake to spawn if you need to. You know, like sometimes you just have to do nothing in the game and be happy with it. And I feel like that's something that we have to just get better at, and something that we did get better at over time, but we just weren't good enough at it, obviously, at the end.
Yeah. Jamada, that was a lot from Dom on Cloud9. What did you make of, I guess, the takeaways here?
Gosh, I mean, the series is such a long time ago as well, so it does make it kind of almost difficult to draw back from. But
I think that's interesting too. Like sometimes it's not just analysis of what happened, but now that you've had the time to take a step back.
Yeah, I mean, especially on I want to tag on to the point of like the doing nothing thing, because I think that is something that a lot of teams struggle with, and will, you know, overforce just feeling like that is how you progress the game. And it's something that even like I dealt with and like saw a lot in the short time that I coached my very, very piss low, like barely just in the bracket ERL team years and years ago, where it's like to at least fix that, what I implemented personally was like, hey, all right, basically like mini objectives instead of like, you know, hey, progressing the game is finding a pick and murdering whoever it is, like catching a wave. Cool. We're 2 or 3k gold up. Let's just choke them out. Let's just stop them from getting resources. Like that was kind of the way of kind of alleviating, hey, we need to murder the enemy team to get our lead, which sometimes it feels like Blabber is possessed by a red mist, right? To do that. And that was kind of the fix. But with C9, I think that will just come with time. And I mean, it's clearly been assessed, right? And it's the requirement of now of actually consistently implementing some kind of rule, as it were, to ensure that's not happening. But yeah, it just, I think watching MSI, especially the play-ins now, I can only imagine how frustrating it is seeing the level of especially G2, you know, knowing that realistically...
We also scrim G2 too, so...
And I'm sure it went splendidly. If the stage games are anything to go by.
Went pretty decent. Who got the better end of the scrims?
We know. He doesn't even need to answer. We know.
Look, I'm not a scrim leaker. I'm blaming Sven. I'm blaming my boy Sven on everything. He leaked it in Adriel's chat, so it's not coming from me. But yeah, I mean, it feels like we're better than G2 right now. At least that's all I can say.
It must. No, it's all good. It must be a little bit rough, but I think just looking at long-term goals is probably just the way to look at it, right? I mean, you already said FlyQuest have been together since last year. They've already had that time to progress. This is kind of your still building period, and honestly, I would count in this project, you know, internationals on the way to Worlds in your first year as kind of a bonus, right? And it kind of sucks that you got a little bit shagged by the format. That's just the way that things go sometimes. And honestly, given I think the amount of very passionate feedback that's happened this year, if MSI's format doesn't change to have 12 teams next year and, you know, mirror EWC, I imagine they will probably do the whole battle for the second seed thing between the LTAs and Europe, based on how this year's gone, and also just the results of the last couple of years. It gets to a point where when you start to seed, you know, based on recent performances, you can't ignore like what's been going on with Europe at Worlds like for much longer. Like it has gone on for too long. Even if I want to like sit here and like be an EU shield, not making it out of Swiss multiple years in a row is not a good thing. And I mean, I think we're probably also on pace for that to happen this year too, based on what I'm watching, because the European top teams will likely not do the same thing. So, you know, in C9's position, I think it's just coast through summer. Well, I say coast, but like, you know, obviously aim is to win, but making it to Worlds is the main goal. And I think like achieving the top 8, getting out of Swiss is like the goal, at least to me, running C9. And kind of looking at the goals of what's come from spring and trying to build up again.
There was a period, 2020, Dom, maybe, like where like Cloud9 was the only team to make it on out, but it had been like I think 3 years of us sucking, that where we don't really do anything. Was it 21? Yeah. So I think it was like, yeah, that was the Coke bottle I think I dumped on my head or whatever the fuck I was.
I mean, that was Perks playing, like, I mean, I don't know, he was just the main character. He played LeBlanc and just, you watched him play the game and it just felt like he wasn't even playing that well, but he just has so much more confidence than everyone else in the game. It felt like everyone was doing nothing. It felt like that game that we watched yesterday from G2 and GAM, that game 5, where it's just like everyone is so scared to do anything that if anybody is playing the game, they're just gonna have like a free option to like make a play. Then if it doesn't go well, it's like they're not getting punished and they make another play. That's how it felt watching that LeBlanc game from Perk. So yeah, I don't know. I think it could definitely happen. I mean, I think that it also depends on the situation, right? Like, I wouldn't blame Europe that much for last year. Like, I think that last year G2 could have deserved to get out of Swiss. I would have liked to see G2 versus FlyQuest. I think that would have actually been closer than people think. I mean, also, yeah, the thing you have to consider is, yes, G2 did play better once they were eliminated against like once they had dropped down against BLG, but it's a lot more pressure when you're playing against a team that's like of equal skill. We saw throughout this tournament that when you're punching up, you look much better. When you're playing against a team that's a big favorite versus you, you play a lot better naturally because it's just so easy for you to just like play without fear. It's like, okay, yeah, we just want to show that we're not dog shit. We saw it with Furia throughout, like they're just playing with a lot of confidence. Like you see it all the time, and if you watch enough of these leagues, you'll always see one of these like 9 or 10 seeds randomly beat like a team at the top of the fucking table in regular season. It's like, what the fuck? Who the fuck beat Hanwha? Didn't somebody ridiculous beat Hanwha Life? I know they lost to KT, but I feel like Hanwha Life lost in other series. Didn't they lose to like Pro or some shit? They lost to somebody towards the end of the split, where I was like, yeah, this is just not real.
It was KT, but I don't remember off the top of my head.
I think KT was the one that we did clown them for. They did get close to dropping a lot of series, like weirdly though. Like they might have 2-0'd a couple of them, but it was like weird 2-0s where the game states were like,
oh, they lost to DK. That's
yeah, they lost to D+. That made that super weird.
Yeah, they lost to DK where it was like, I mean, and this is like DK that looked like dog shit, right? Like DK looked pathetic, right? So
Beryl needs to go DK. Yeah.
I don't know what the answer. The answers to all of them were hiring CV Max.
Yep. I mean, honestly, I feel like maybe they do need to be like, you know,
a little bit more disciplined. It's the whole dichotomy.
Maybe they need a hardcore coach because they do look like a team that just like doesn't like they just play with. They need somebody to fucking yell at them when they fuck up. That's the vibe that I get. Is they need like that guy who's not gonna stand for the bullshit. Like, we have 2 inhibs down and we are just going to let the enemy rise, end the game bot lane. Like, they need the guy that's gonna be like, yeah, if you do this, you should be scared. Like, that's all I know.
Yeah, we've got the player coaches and then the traditional coaches, and that's a Bengi Pumandu team. I don't, you know, Bengi can yell at people. He's won all those championships, but I don't think that's his stop. Whereas we'll see what happens there with D+ later. But okay, Well, cool. Thanks for the insights there on Cloud9, NA, a little bit of EU, and we had another segment here because we were talking about the struggles of for Fraud Alert. You guys can already imagine where we're going with that one. Speaking of EU, but before we get to that, just an interesting little tidbit. The big off-season signing kind of came through. There's one young prospect, another prospect out of the T1 Esports Academy, getting his opportunity. It is time for the Ghost to show up on Fnatic. It is Poby. Poby making his debut now into the mid lane. See you later, Humanoid. We've been talking about... Dom, we have made so many episodes talking about that mid-jungle duo of Fnatic. We've been together forever. It is now broken up, and now it's Razork Poby. Just quick thoughts on that pickup in the middle of the season.
I don't know. It's just whenever I watch Humanoid, the reason why I'm so harsh on Humanoid is I just get a vibe. Like, there's something when you watch him play, there is this vibe that he just doesn't give a fuck. Like, it just feels like he doesn't care when you watch him play. And I don't know why that, like, it just, the deaths that he has look careless. He just doesn't look crisp mechanically. You know, like, there's something about, and there's something like, and I guess this is why some people really hate Perks. Like, people really hated watching Perks like run it down and then see him like grinning and stuff. And it just gives you like there's like that smugness, that vibe that, like, maybe that's just how Humanoid reacts, but for some reason I'm just triggered by Humanoid. I just feel like he doesn't give a fuck when I watch him play. So I've been wanting him to go for a while because it just feels like his trajectory has been so disappointing. Like, I thought that this guy was going to be maybe the new standard. Like, it felt like there was a year and a half there from 2021 to 2022, where the 2022 spring, where it before Caps 1, where it felt like, oh, Humanoid is just the new best mid laner in EU. You know, like, he was kind of just running the region. And I thought that was going to be like some battle, and then Caps just started owning him for the next like 3 years straight. Caps just dicked him down every single time you saw him. So it was like, it's just hard. It's hard to care about a team anymore after you see that type of attitude. And then also just the way Fnatic plays. I mean, the multiple throne games, just like the lack of discipline. I made a whole video about their lack of discipline because I was so triggered by the fact that Oscar called the team discipline. I just feel like they need to change. And I think that benching Humanoid first is the thing that makes the most sense to me within the team, because I do feel like even though Razork had a bad, I'm not gonna say bad split, but he definitely had a horrible playoff. Even though Razork has that, I do feel like Razork just needs like better guidance, and like I don't think that's coming from Poby, which is the reason why I'm against the signing. But I feel like Razork just needs somebody to help him get over this hump, and maybe with a different player, maybe it is like Mickey X that can help him do that. I feel like Razork is so in his own head when it gets to like pressure moments, because he's, you know, failed so many times, that it seems very difficult for him to play the way that he normally plays. Like, he doesn't make the same plays that he normally would, or he massively overplays and is making too many plays to the point where they're just like throwing games wildly. It feels like it's very hard for him to like dial into that sweet spot. And yeah, I think that he just needs an environment where it's like he almost gets carried in some of those moments. Just like maybe even just emotionally carried by somebody on his team through those moments. I think could be really good for him as a player. But I don't feel like Razork has a lack of effort the way that Humanoid has a lack of effort. You know, I think Yamato said something about he lacks motivation play. And for me, it's like, if you lack motivation when you're getting paid all this money and you're like competing, like, what's going to make you motivated? I don't know what would make him motivated then if this isn't enough. So yeah, getting a young, hungry player, I think that makes sense. I just really don't like the pairings, right? I feel like if you wanted to bring in a young, hungry player like Poby, then you'd want a jungler like Yankos or something. You know, like that's the guy you want. You want Judas on your team, or you just want somebody who's going to be able to be more stable and play around somebody who's going to generally have individual advantages, if that's even his archetype. I don't know. Maybe Poby's just terrible, right? I assume that he has to be mechanically talented. If you're getting an import, he better be. If you're getting an LCK CL import, he better be mechanically talented, because you're speaking a second language. It's not like he's going to be able to come in and just like lead the team automatically. And there's something that just feels very non-threatening about a top side of Oscar, Poby, and Razork. Like, you hear that together and you're like, hopefully Upset and Mickey can carry some fucking games. That's all you feel, man. Like, it just is what it is.
Yeah. Also, I just find it interesting that it was Poby because I mean, there's 3 junglers on Bro. You've got Yukao sitting on the bench. You've got Fisher sitting on the bench. Like, there were other ways to go. I just assume it's straight up just a cheaper option, but you pick the most expensive cheap option by paying the T1 education tax, I feel like. So, Jamato, what did you make of this one?
Just very weird. I mean, I don't know. Has Dardo snuck back in the behinds and like made the transaction happen? Like, what's the deal? I mean, at the end of the day, I think like mid first to go is always the play if you're going to change things, right? I recall a couple of months ago now. I can't remember if it was this playoffs or the previous where we spoke about Fnatic and we kind of ran it top to bottom where it's like, look, the only 2 people that have kind of like stood the test of time on this lineup has been Humanoid and Razzle. And if you're looking for championships, at what point do you change one of those 2 players to see effectively what shakes, right? Look at the contracts, Humanoid was first up to go. So I think it's just the way the game is. I don't know how Poby has progressed since the very infamous 23 or 24 summer sub-in for Faker. Was it 3, right?
Yeah.
I would imagine okay. I hope so because by LCK standards, Poby was struggling.
My chat has told me that Poby is shit, but they also tell me LPL is shit like every day. So
yeah,
I can't really trust them. You know,
the only person we can
on
really
their team.
to.
He wasn't the worst player on their team. I think.
Was he one of the best mids in LCKCL?
No, he was maybe like fourth, I think. So
that might be possible. I mean, the real guru to go to here is Chronicler, right? He's surely Mal will know. But at the end of the day, I think it's the right choice for Humanoid to go. It's funny you talk about like seeing it in the gameplay of like, hey, it seems like he just doesn't care. Mate, last year in the studio, at times, he exudes that aura as well in person. So it's really hard to argue against the transfer happening. Again though, I just don't. Poby to me is effectively under right? So I don't know how it's going to look. I can only hope that it's maybe going to change the work culture or something, right? Like, if it's a motivation issue and you have, theoretically, because it's still theoretical that, like, Humanoid is very low effort, doesn't care, etc. That having him out of that mix then changes, workflow, how like scrim feedback happens, how all of those kind of sessions occur behind the scenes, and I assume that he's gonna be kind of slotted as just a, fucking sit there and just don't lose lane / win lane and like exist kind of player. That would be my assumption of how they're gonna end up utilizing Poby. Whether he's gonna be up to that task is obviously the question to be seen. I feel like the level of mids in EU is in a weird fluctuation spot because like Caps played mostly pretty well in playoffs, whereas like players like Vladdy kind of took a bit of a step down. Everyone's assessment on Jojo is a lot higher than mine. I think Jojo had a mostly poor playoffs, but clutched up in the moments where he needs to clutch up, right? So if he's gonna come in and kind of just be like the 3rd or the 4th best mid or the 5th best mid, honestly, as long as he's not losing like entire game or map states, I think he's probably going to fill his role fine. And if he's giving other additives to how Fnatic function behind the scenes, then I can only really see it as a positive, if with Humanoid stepping aside.
I'm checking to see if it's out. It's not out.
It's not.
Is that what you're looking for? Yeah, I wanted to see how long the deal was for. Is it a 6-month deal or not? Because the unique landscape of LCK and Academy, or I guess Challenger players getting opportunities, with Faker being older, I think maybe then T1 could be like, hey, we're buying BDD, or we're gonna go get someone else. Sorry, like this might be your best shot, so take it. You know, the orgs. There are mentors in the org that will try to do what's best for the player. At the end of the day, they will side with what, you know, is best for the org. But Poby leaving, I think, is kind of just an interesting thing as well for what that means for T1. I think I would have, and we'll get to it later on when we talk about GAM, but Poby going to GAM might have been the key there. They just needed someone that could have laned against Cap. So interesting stuff here coming out of the LEC in the offseason as well. Poby moving to Fnatic. Okay, speaking of LEC, let's get to the former kings of EU, who look more like not themselves. There are many ways to go there, but let's maintain those relationships with the entity that is G2. Time for fraud alert, and it is the players of G2. Let's get into it. Top to bottom. That's how we're going. Top to bottom, and we'll rank them all the way up to all the way down. Obviously, Cap's probably the least fraudulent. BB will have an interesting score, and that's where we start. He kicks off the tournament playing Warwick and getting solo killed in the lane. And then had some good, but mostly had some not characteristic of Broken Blade performances. Jamada, let's start with you. What do you rate Broken Blade out of 10 in the fraudulency scale? And include who his competition is.
Just for this, like, to clarify what Tom just said, for the tournament, right? Like, not everything else, but yeah. Yeah, man, I think we're slamming 10. It speaks for itself. We've all seen the fucking Maroon 5 edit of the Warwick thing. We've seen basically almost every laning phase. Everything was just off about how BB has handled laning phases, how he's handled a lot of, like, even if I tried to think about the better games that he's had, there was still a lot of weird things in it, right? Like, I think the best game that he probably had was either the Jax game, which I think is, like, yeah, sure, like, no problem, cool. Did what you had to do in that draft on Jax, or the Gragas game, because I think that one particular TP flank where he got the Hui knocked in was, it felt like a bit. I don't see Gragas flanks like that anymore. Like, normally Gragas is like full front game. But otherwise, he had a horrible game. Like, Kiaya was splitting his cheeks open, Finn pulled his pants down. Like, Guigo, he made Guigo look Asian in that series. For more of it than he did it. I just don't know what's up with BB, man. Between the laning, between a lot of his team fighting, and just like kind of the, I don't know if it's him drawing like the rest of G2 into like some of the side lane plays, for example. Right, like the one that really sticks out in my head is the Olaf game where he's trying to kill Bin. And I think I can't quite remember if the game state was already fucked at that point. I feel like it was, but it's like even the way it's executed of like attempting to run him down. Ult's already gone, and I think Renekton has ult still just in the bank. You're never killing him, and BLG have first rotation in. Everything has just felt really weird. Really, really weird. And then there's also the other draft issues with, that specifically kind of pertain to BB, right? Like things like still, to this day, just not really having Rumble in his back pocket to play, right? Like, I think they've played it one time all year, and I might actually be wrong. Like, it might just be 0. It might just be a fat 0. They have not played it one time this year. I think it's only one time they've shown it. And that has generally hurt the way that I think G2 have been able to play the game. But focusing back on him, trying to get some of these weirder picks to work, like the Warwick, or obviously I know you said we kind of trying to keep this a little bit more pinned down to MSI, but even pulling out things like the Mundo on occasion. I know that's kind of a G2 thing specifically. Just don't look good. And I think that BB really needs to kind of sit down and really reassess. Honestly, at this point in time, I think, especially with how G2 are, like who he wants to be as a player on this roster. Because I think, especially with the way Fearless makes you operate as a top laner, you can't have games like this when drafts are already going to end up being so one-sided at times, just because of the system. So yeah, it's just a shame. Like, he had a horrible weekend. I think this was just hands down his worst international showing ever.
Yeah, I would give him. I mean, he's had pretty bad international runs, but I would give him about an 8 because I think that yesterday when he's playing versus Kiaya, I actually do think that he outperformed Kiaya yesterday, like overall. Like especially like game 5. Like people look at game 5 when he played Cassante, but I also would say that like his game 1 Renekton, like having the balls to play Renekton there when that was something that he had a really fucking bad game on earlier in the in the tournament. I forget which day it was. I think it was the first day actually where he went 1-9 versus Gigo. Yeah, so it's like for me, I would say that he's a player that you expect a lot out of, but he does still have that confidence, which is something that I've always liked about him. Just the ability to be like, hey, yeah, I ran it down that game, but just because I ran it down that game doesn't mean that I'm like dog shit and I'm just going to run it down every single game. I'm not going to be afraid to play the champion. I'm still going to like play what I think is like best for me and my team. So it's just always been like a respectable quality about him in my mind. So I'll give him I'll give him an 8. I think the other games were like pretty fucking terrible. Like his first day was really bad. His second day was like, I don't know how you want to rate that, but it's like I think his team is nowhere close to the same level as CLG, so I think they're just gonna lose no matter what. But I think that he escapes being like a 9 or a 10 based on the series that he played versus Gam and Kiaya.
Because he helped prevent the catastrophe.
I mean, I just think he was generally I think he was just generally better than Kiaya in the series.
All right. There you
I thought
go.
he had a better game 5, better game 1. Like, yeah, I think his game 2 was better. I think games like 3 and 4, I think they were really set up to win. It's not really on him to be making plays in those games. So I think that with the hand that he was dealt, I think he did fine.
10 and 8. Let's go to Skumon, the young man playing jungle. I think got better as the tournament went on, but that was I don't know. What did you make of it, Tom?
I mean, for me, I think that like when I look at Skumon, the issue that I have with him is that he just looks so afraid to make plays that I feel like he should be making throughout the game. Like, I just think he doesn't see a lot of stuff that's happening in games. Like, that's the only like reasonable response that I can see, is that he just doesn't understand what to do when the enemy jungler shows, or like how to punish enemy raptor camp, or when to take vision, or when to force a dive. It feels like he just wants to sit in his jungle and permafarm, which is why I was flaming Jamada for his take that Beichuan is worse than Skumon, because to me, I feel like Beichuan, like obviously Beichuan is not good compared to elite Asian junglers, but I think he does so many different things better than Skumon. Like, I think he's so much better at like understanding how a game should work, like having a plan for how he's going to play through his lanes, where I feel like Skumon is like, give him something that farms well, and then hopefully he will end up just being really good in carrying later on, because he has good mechanics, and that's how you win in solo queue. That's why this guy is like always top of the ladder. I mean, I had Natty Nat on my team in Ready Sack. Like, I know what it's like. A lot of times the way that these junglers see the game is they see the game as being about them, being about like, oh, how do I carry this game, because I need to end up strong, I need to be somebody who, you know, has the ability to have more items, I need to be head and experience, where the way you jungle in pro play, you need to be capitalizing on advantages. You have to be very opportunistic in a sense, and you have to be present enough mentally in the game to understand when you have these options to make stuff happen in the game. So I think that those things he does really poorly. And I think the other problem is that, like, yeah, LeBron is not good at this stuff either. So, you know how I said, like, on C9 we have a problem doing nothing? I feel like G2 has the opposite problem. They have a problem not doing nothing. You know, they have a problem doing something. Like, they just want to AFK, and I feel like part of the reason why people have been flaming Caps and been flaming BB, and the reason why they're playing worse is I feel like these players feel pressured to make stuff happen in the game. They're trying to do too much in the game, because if they're not doing stuff in the game, nothing is happening. So it's not to say that they're like that they're not to blame. Like, I think that's not a good approach. But when you're playing these really inactive games, a lot of times players will feel the need to increase the variance because they feel like they're not going to just naturally win based on how things are going. So yeah, that's what I would say about that pretty much. I mean, my take is not that randomly they are just dog shit out of nowhere. I think it's more that the circumstances of the team have led them to just take increased risks, and they're just like not comfortable playing the game the way that they should be comfortable playing the game, because they don't trust in the team's ability to progress the game from like a neutral state. It feels like they just want to pick, like when they look their best, and the reason why everyone's banning Maokai against them, because Maokai, you don't have to do anything, you know? You go to the objective, sapling a bunch of crutches, like you have so many things to play the game for you, and then if they walk too close, you ult them and you chase them down, or you just finish the objective. You know, it's like really easy for you to make your decisions on how you're going to play the game. But yeah, when that's not the case, then you see what ends up happening.
I like that you use the Cloud9 analogy, because it feels like Skewmond doesn't have what Blabber has, but doesn't make the mistakes that Blabber could make because he doesn't see those angles. I would say, like, Blabber.
It's easy to not make egregious mistakes when you don't do anything.
You're
it's
right,
really easy to like just not. He did also just like run it down multiple times in games later on. So it's like it's not even fair to say that, because realistically, he ran it down on Nunu. He did the same thing on Neferia, where like late game he just got caught and they instantly like lose a huge portion of the game. They're already behind at these points, but these are like moments where you just get caught close. Yeah. So to me, I think the Skewmon has potential, because I get like I don't even know if he has potential. I assume that when you're good mechanically like that, unless you're like you have a very unfixable mindset. Like some players just play like that and they're just like, yeah, no, what I'm doing is right, and they just don't believe that what they're doing has any flaws, and they're not willing to learn. He seems, from what I've seen and like his demeanor, he seems like a reasonable person, so he'd probably be somebody who's open to changing the way he plays if Caps and BB and these players that he respects, his coach Dylan Falco, people that have done it for a while, are able to help him with it, right? I just think that he's not there yet, which is understandable. I just think that generally when people analyze players like Skewmond, they overrate mechanical ability and just like being competent individually, like being able to control your champion competently, and they underrate like all of the other aspects of jungle. Like I feel like there's probably problems with game knowledge where people don't know what a jungler should be doing in a pro game a lot of the time, so they don't see when somebody is making a mistake by not punishing. But then also I think that people don't watch games intently enough to actually like to notice when it's like, oh wait, Skewmon just missed an opportunity, and like maybe this guy ganked something, maybe this guy made some play happen, but like he should get punished, and now he's just even in the game because Skewmon didn't attack one of his camps, I
like while you were setting up so much context around Skewmon and G2, it reminded me of how we on the LCK early on in the season had to talk about T1 and Doran and Smash, honestly, but it was mostly about Doran and how like the team's just different now. The team is different, it functions different, they're figuring it out, but they look like they don't know how to play League of Legends together, and these are 4 reigning world champions. Jamada, your turn. And Dom, what did you rate it out of a scale 1 to 10?
I don't know if I would it's weird for me because I don't know if I would consider that fraudulent. Like if I'm comparing it, am I supposed to be comparing him to like the best junglers in the tournament, or am I supposed to be comparing him to like his own expectations? Like I think that he's playing as well as I would have expected him to play in this tournament, because he's just not good at those things yet. That's how I see it.
Okay. Jamada?
I'll open with the score. I'll slot it probably a 5.5 to 6. I think in between the very egregious moments, like he's had some very, very strong games too, right? I think it's very easy to point to the GAM series. Some of the Game 5 angles on Viego, really solid. Even though I think that there were definitely moments like I think the very first mid gank that was actually successful in killing Eris. Like Eris probably should have flashed that W, right? Like chances are
I think he didn't have he didn't have flashes coming up. In like
was it still? Oh, okay,
yeah.
Cool. Maybe I just missed that going through the VOD's tiny little thing. But yeah, then like good angle, right? Like good play. I look at the Poppy game. I think the Nash call that they made and the way that they executed that was spectacular. And a lot of it came down to Skumond basically hitting his Archie and doing the Poppy thing in that moment. And just his overall like angle finding in that game was good, right? But then it's mirrored by these very, very big moments of you're already in a game state that's really bad. You are the jungler. Your death is almost worth, 3 deaths, especially once you're past the point where Baron's up. And we're snowballing down bot lane and just dying for fun, like it's a solo queue game. Or we're randomly almost touching the enemy Raptor camp 30 minutes into the game when my ADC is actually behind me and we don't have vision of the enemy team. Like, it's things like that to me that are really weird. And then as for I suppose that it's probably correct to call that intuition of like, hey, like enemy jungler is making a play here. I need to go check here to see if I can take away some camps because I know the camps are here. I need to go take them. What's weird is they have done this. Skumond and G2 have. It's not like it's not in their repertoire or their like language of gameplay at all to not do it. Against Koi, they did it very frequently. Actually, not the first series, not the second series where they lost, but the first series where they won. Skumond was really proactive. I think that it's a lot more about the tools around Skumond and whether or not he's actually got people around him and how well Labrov and himself actually link up. But I think the moment that you give them, slightly more nuanced setups or situations which aren't, very point A to point B to execute, he then falls back into that habit of, okay, I just need to full clear. And then I need to reset. There's nothing to play for on the map. I'm just going to go do my full clear again. Oh, maybe there's a dragon angle here. Like, it's very, very... to steal the word Dom's been using a lot, it's very vegan. It's very, very vegan, right? Where you're not looking for angles, you're just looking to kind of exist in the game. And sometimes that's not really what you need to do in, a lot of these game states. I think especially in a tournament like MSI, where there are a lot of very aggressive teams this tournament, in my opinion. I mean, even in, play-ins, right? BLG, Furia, GAM, these are teams that will like try to run your pockets for a scuttle crab for just the love of the game, right? And they'll do that for the entire game. So kind of being stuck in this mentality is weird from Skumond when you see them get very regressive when there's nothing to, air quotes, nothing to play for, or when there is a cross map available and they don't do it. It's weird. But again, mirrored by those moments of like, hey, this kid could be really, really good. In the same breath. So that's why I'm kind of landing at about 5.5. I want to believe that Skumond individually can do well because I've seen him do well. I think it's a lot more about the surroundings of any given draft for him specifically. And like Dom also highlighted, the slower games seem to benefit him a lot, yes. If you can set him up with those, fantastic. But then we need to make sure we're not fucking up game states pre 14, 15 minutes so that he then falls back into that pattern where there is never an angle that in his mind, right? There's never an angle to find anything. There's never a cross map. There's never a counter punch or a counter play.
Yeah. Skumond is still just a wait and see, and hopefully he's absorbing as much as he can from that veteran leadership, that veteran roster. But he too kind of under the microphone. As we go through the back half of these players, I want to take a second here to shout out one of our sponsors on the show. It is our partner that has been clothing us since the last year or so. It's our friends over at
All right, guys, we're back. We're back and locked in. Man, reviewing those past 2 games in my head, I have got to be there for my team on the important team fights, right? I think from the last 2 games, the biggest thing we can learn, I was absent on like 2 really, like Like a really important team fight here, I was absent, and a really important team fight here, I was absent. I mean, we won anyway this game, but like, I've really got to be there for those big fights. I think I'm side laning well, but I need to TP sooner. Meaning, what I'm doing right now is when I'm side laning, what I'm trying to do is clean the whole wave and push and then TP, or like clean the wave back, buy, and then TP. It's just too late. I think what I need to do is if there's a fight, I need to literally drop everything I'm doing and TP instantly. You know what I mean? Do you guys agree with that? Like, even if there's like a half the wave is still alive, I think I don't even kill it. Like, I think I just drop everything and TP instantly. If it's like juicy, if it's like a 4v5 and they need me, I've got to TP like right away. If it's a good fight, yeah, like around like a Baron or an Atacon or a Drake or like something, it's just a fat fight. I think I can't be late. You know, I think these last 2 games have been late to the fights and it's been hurting me. Normally what you do when behind is trade objectives, but in lower elo, your team will just go in 4v5 and die instead of trading. Right, yeah. In the ideal situation, they would see I'm TPing and they wouldn't like full send. They would kind of like bait for a while and like trade and bait. Okay. I told you guys right when I turned the stream on, but we got some coaching this weekend from Yushi, and Yushi has been challenger like almost every season, I think, and he coached for Team Liquid and Cloud9. I'm pretty stoked. We got to get some games in. That was sweet. Ari for sure here. I just locked in Vex. I just feel like a Vex game sounds fun. Shaco. Oh, we got a Shaco on our squad. Hopefully that's a good thing. You always go Shadow Flame. I mean, this says to go Storm Surge, but a Vigar. Okay. I might miss. Okay, I was like, I don't want to miss that CS just to get the ward. Okay. Horny what? His name is Horny Captain Falcon. Okay, I thought my Q would do more damage there. My passive's up now. Crap, I didn't mean to attack there. Got a really nice poke there. I should have maybe tried to deny more CS there. I've warded like 30. Kind of chilling. Okay, I missed my CS there. And we dropped our passive, so that really sucks. We missed our Q and the CS and our E there. And the cannon. Whew! That's tough. At least we know what's going wrong. That's good. Ow. Should have just stayed in the middle. I missed the Vigar.
Hey,
nice dodge. First blood.
Wondering if you were going to join the OSRS hype. Would love to see you grind it up.
I'm really thinking about it. If I wasn't so committed to leveling in League right now, like, I think I'd already be playing. But I'm having so much fun in League. Did I miss that? I think I did. That almost hit me. Trying to save like a little mana here, so I can try to land that combo when my passive's back up. I might. I'm thinking about it. I did promise my mom I would never play League, or that I would never play RuneScape again, though. So I don't know how we're gonna work around that. Oh, I almost ran into that. Man, my mechanics are so bad with the mouse. Oh my gosh, guys, it's rough. I'm gonna use my first pot here. mean, we're both in like the same spot. Like, it's like who's gonna back first? Like, you know what I mean? We could both theoretically back right here. I kind of faked backing. Maybe he actually did back. Maybe I get to clear one more wave and kind of punish him for it. Let's see.
What? Your guns don't talk?
Yeah, I think I do. Yeah, nice. So he saw my pack and backed, and then I canceled mine, cleared the wave, and then... Cool, that puts me like a little ahead. Definitely don't mind that. Okay, so Vigar got the last chapter. Crap. I got Boots, Dark Seal, and Tome. Does that mean he's stronger than me? Maybe I should have just got my chapter. He got chapter tier with a control ward. Maybe I should have just went chapter. I mean, I do like having the boots for easier dodges. Like, that was like the idea. Okay, I think they have Drake without me. I'm just gonna hold this vision and be close enough if anything scary happens. Could have maybe denied more of that CS. Let me use my second pot here. We got the Drake, which is awesome. Kind of ruined my passive there a little bit, and we just keep missing our Qs, so. This guy, I feel like, is a little stronger than me with that chapter, right? He's got to be a little stronger than me with that chapter. The Mumu is fighting the Shaco.
Glitter and gut. Now that's a winning combo.
Okay, my guy's missing in middle. Oh. I don't think this is gonna work. Oh my gosh. I had my W up right when I died. Would have saved me. Crap. I had so much burst, but I was just kind of holding it. Trying to get him back to that tower. That's unfortunate. Maybe they get the cleanup. Yeah. Okay, cool. I was gonna say, I don't think that should go unpunished. And then even their jungler could maybe die too. Looks alright. Cool. I usually like Eve here just because it's easier. Nice. We deny this whole minion wave, and I honestly think... Okay, I was gonna say, I honestly think we just start clearing this next wave out too. See if we can push a plate or something. Nice, I think we do get the plate here for that. So I think like overall we're like still kind of ahead. Being a little greedy here since my ward expired. Let's do that. Vigar is back. He does have that one kill. CS is pretty equalized, and he has an Archangel staff. I don't even know what item that is. I've never built that before. Nice. We got a little poke there. We actually have time to help this if we want. It's probably a flash. Yep.
Pandemonium with a purpose.
Okay, this owns. That's insanely good for us. Wow, that's incredible. There we go. Man, why is it on Vex we just always have good games? Okay, I want it back here, but I think we on, clear this first. She's more impactful. Yeah, I think that might be it, huh? It's like I know I'm a way better Diana than Vex, but it must just be the impact of the champ itself. Oh, I don't have TP for 12 actually. AoE fear, yeah. AoE fear in a fight is disgusting, bro. Like I went in there and feared both of them, and they're just like, and then queued both, and they're just like both dead. And it's like, okay. Fight barely even started, and we're starting with like a double here. Okay, so we're actually behind like 3 CS here, but we have some good stuff going for us, I think. Okay. I think I should have pinged to other side of Ripper actually, and then warded their Raptors. I think I would have liked that a little better. Yeah, shoot. Oh well. Okay, just kind of harassing. I didn't really do anything with my turn there. Maybe I could have. I mean, bot lane's not really doing much. It's kind of whatever. Missed that. Okay, Moomoo's up top and they cleared my pink. I shouldn't have let them just clear my pink for free, right? Yeah, that was kind of silly. We do have some pretty nice vision here. Missed our Q. There's a huge fight happening here. I think we make ourselves available for this. Oh. Yeah, we go in. Okay, I actually wanted to re-ult in, but we got our 2 kills. I think we bounced. Yeah, I could play that fight a little better. I'm gonna quickly shove and back, and then we get Ludens, and maybe we also have enough for boots. Yeah, I'm not like super happy with how I played that fight. Do we have enough for boots? I don't think we do actually. Definitely want to finish my Ludens. Alright, almost there for boots, so I think we just get a book. Nah, maybe we'll grab another pink. And next we'll grab boots. Okay, so I have TP to try to defend top. I don't know. I'm not going to. Maybe I shoulda. They're trying to fight near Drake. Oh, we just missed that. It's gonna be a big fight. We have ulti in 5 seconds. 4, 3. I thought that was gonna go better for us. Oh, they actually do get the Moo. Nice Shaco. Figar's still here. I kind of wasted my ulti. Okay, I think that's pretty much all we're getting there. I shouldn't let him get this uncontested, huh? He gets it again. Nice. Okay. I thought that was gonna go better. We did get the Drake. Oh no, the Drake is still up. Wow. Okay, what a crazy team fight. Yo, Ramhoz, thanks for the prime. Tribal, thanks for the prime. Appreciate you guys. Let's take a look top lane here. Okay, so I think they, like, this is still contested, right? Like, it's still, okay, we can get boots now, but they killed our top laner. This is, I mean, this is not good. I have no ulti. It really sucks. Vigar's almost dead. I still have no ulti. Oh man, we got a really nice chunk there. Man, if I had ulti here, it would be amazing. Okay. We cleaned up 3 of them there. That, I mean, yeah, we'll take that. Probably didn't need to ult there, but whatever. And then let's get our second component here. And hopefully they can get the Drake here now. We kind of cleaned him up twice. So Urgot's gonna try to solo the Herald. And Yorick's here. Oh, Vigar. Vigar might be a free pick, actually. I should chunk him pretty darn hard. Yeah. Beautiful. Nice. Nice. Could maybe just stick this. Oh. Spell immune. Moomoo's here. Gun plating. Shaco's dancing in the forest. Yorick's here. Don't think we get much more. We have ulti. What are these? Whatever they are. I don't like them. Yorick's gonna get chunked. Man, I do so much damage on Vex. It's a Machai's angle, huh? Little 10 stacker. Ah, the Morg saved him. Ah. Dude, what is going on? What are we doing? Like, what was that? Oh my god! They all just ran into with no creeps and died! Oh my goodness. Oh great. This guy's dead too. This guy's probably dead here. I could try to save him, but I don't want to fight that. I'm getting close to our Storm Surge. Could've maybe warded top lane. I'm gonna ping this guy so he leaves. Dude. Okay, I think we can push this. Oh, I was gonna ward Raptors and you warded it for me. What a homie. I think I'm actually just gonna back here. I should have backed like 10 seconds ago. I don't think these guys can stop me. Let's just get Machai's. Get some more vision too, why not? Dude, I love the loud music, man. The League music farms. Stack Magi. Stuff's happening bot lane. Okay, I'm gonna go clean up top. We have a pink and we have some decent vision with it. I can TP down here, but I have no ulti and gold spend. That's a bad TP. Yeah, I'm not doing that. There we go. I see Vigar. I see pretty much everyone. It seems like a little scary, but okay, I don't mind that. We push all the way through. I have a lot of gold spend. Moomoo's there. Cool. Now we go mid, clear that out. Nordis, thanks for the Twitch Prime. Let's go. Appreciate it. We're gonna keep an eye on this bot fight. We're gonna push mid through, then go back top.
We're on a mission.
I'm TPing here. Dude, that's so rough. I missed my ulti, but still got the double. I can't help him. I really don't want to die. Dude, I do so much damage. Are you kidding me? Urgot's here. Yo, 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 Urgot. Right here. Man, that's like a Zar TP right there, Vigo. What are you doing? Crap. This is sus. I don't like this. I have ulti in 4. Nice. I should have gave him that kill, huh? Atacon? Yeah, we definitely take that. Okay, we're not. Can't really do much Atacon. I think we get. I mean, we could have taken Atacon, but they didn't want to, so I think they're gonna get that, and I'll get this. And they res. I'm just gonna get this and back. Maybe I'll get one more wave too.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Alright, we have 3,000 gold, bro. Dude, what if I just go straight death cap here? Or like, whatever. Let's just do this and then this. No, there's gotta be a better way to do this. Shadow Flame? Dude, I don't know. I don't really know the best way to do it. I'm just gonna do this. Triple kill? Okay, my team's ending the game. Let's go play. There's probably a better way to do that, but okay. So the Vigar is trying to get. Like I said, trying. I should have left a little sooner, I think. That's okay. Alright, so we're 2300 gold up death cap. We have 1 down here. They're trying to team fight over there. Just gonna steal these. Our Lucian's just going in. What a hero. We got the turret there. We have ulti in 14 seconds. I can buy another rod if I sell Doran's and TP into this fight. I mean, this looks like a good fight. Guess we're down 1. Our Shaco's here. Where is everyone? Where's our team? Oh, Urgot and Sen are over here. Good luck, Lucian and Shaco. Good luck. Oh, good luck. No. No. That was Quadra Penta territory, man. I think they can just Baron. Dude, that was 6 Flash! Oh my gosh, am I watching Peekaboo, man? What was that? Alright, let's get our death cap. Let's get our death cap. And then we'll go Sonya last. Goodness, that's different. Okay, so these guys are not going... Okay, let's get the inhib. I mean, I can TP in. I don't even like TP. Nah, they're already here. We go Drake or Baron, I think. Okay. Okay, team fight might pop here. We have ulti back. That's so fun to do. Yeah, dude, Vex is like penta territory, man. It's like every game, it's like, ooh, can we penta that? Can we penta this? You know? Champ Mastery, we'll take it. Promoted bronze 3, guys, we're off. Woo! There we go, baby. Nice. Nice, dude. Oh my gosh, not addicted, but like, wow, that was fun. Bronze 2? Holy crap, dude, we're B2! 21 minutes surrender, baby. Oh my gosh. Woo! Guys, nothing can stop the winner's queue, even Ari. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I can't believe we won that match, man. Oh my gosh, guys, it's winner's queue. Guys, do we win this game if we're not typing in this team chat every objective? Like, tell them when to soul, when to baron, when to push, when to pull, where to go, what to do. Like, guys, I think we're getting it. I think we're understanding the macro vision a little bit. We gotta take control.
These are the Nothing Headphones 1. So Nothing has become very much a design company. And that's not a bad thing. People love great design. I love great design. But you can think of them as a design company in the genre of consumer electronics. They've made a few phones where design is like their major distinguishing feature. They've also now made a few earbuds and accessories where design is their major distinguishing feature. And now this is their first pair of $300 over-ear noise canceling headphones. So now they're playing in the space with the big dogs, like where people usually buy headphones like this for their audio quality, their noise cancellation, the Sonys, the Bose of the world, Sennheisers. And so these will obviously stand out because of this design, but is that enough? Now, first of all, the design is pretty wild, so it may be enough for some people. There's a dark version and a light version. I've been rocking the light version, and yeah, it's very much a like cassette tapes glued to the side of your head type of look. So there's nothing in the modern headphone world that's gonna look quite like it, which, you know, hey, that's also the Cybertruck effect. Like, all that means is some people are gonna love it because it looks different, and some people are gonna hate it because it looks different. I do think this is a bit more elegant than a Cybertruck though. There's some text, there's this red dot so you always know which side is the right side. And then of course Nothing really likes the transparent aesthetic. And obviously that's a little boring with headphones because all you'd really see is drivers and batteries, but I still think they kind of pulled it off and it looks neat. Is that crazy? Am I crazy for that? But I do have a theory. I do think that this slightly weirdo design was easier for me to accept because the rest of the product, as I've been using it, is actually pretty good. Now, when I first saw that Nothing was making these over-ear headphones, you know, I read the spec sheet and I got all the information about them. And one thing kind of stood out to me that you might have also seen in a keynote or whatever announcement they end up doing which is Sound by Kef. Right, so these headphones are designed by Nothing, but obviously this is their first pair of these big over-ear noise-canceling headphones, so they've partnered with this company that I honestly don't know that much about, called Kef. And my immediate reaction is, okay, how much of a brand collaboration is this really? So I went digging around Kef's website, and wow, they have a whole bunch of hi-fi speakers, a few $1,000s, a few tens of thousands of dollars. They've got bookshelf speakers, standing speakers. These things are $225,000. But then they did have exactly one pair of headphones on their site. One pair of wireless noise canceling over-ear headphones. These things are called the MU7. Is this one of those white labeled product type situations where Nothing just changed the design a little bit? That would feel kind of insane, and I had to find out. So I bought them. They were like $400 on their site, but they're listed for $220 on Amazon, so that's where I got them. But I'm happy to report that thankfully they're almost nothing alike. I mean, they sound similar enough, but if the premise is that Nothing just took like these drivers and just reintroduced the packaging and all the features around it, then I think they've done enough to make an entirely different product. There's about 5 different interesting buttons on the Nothing Headphones one. First of all, this top button here is actually also a slider, kind of like a mouse scroll wheel. So it's smooth, it goes back and forth, and it's volume up and down. But you can also press it in once to play pause, and then hold it down to switch between transparency and noise cancellation. I don't love that they still make this creepy sound when they do, but that's already way better than those finicky, touch-sensitive areas we've seen on so many other headphones lately, so I'm down with it. And then right below that, there's this like paddle that's large enough and easy to find without seeing it, and that is the next track and previous track button. And in certain supported apps, it'll also actually hold down to fast forward or rewind. Confirmed this works in chunks in Spotify, but it also works, I think, best in like a 2x scrubbing speed in Apple Music. But then the bottom of the right headphone has the on-off switch, the USB Type-C port, and the 3.5mm headphone jack. And then at the front of the right ear is a customization button. By default, pressing it once triggers the voice assistant on whatever phone you've paired to. But in the Nothing app, you can actually customize this button to do other things. And then on the inside here is a subtle but useful Bluetooth pairing button. So no touch controls, no awkward finicky swiping, only tactile physical buttons and switches. Thumbs up to the control system. And then they hit almost every other build quality fundamental too. These headphones are comfortable, they're well built. The ear cups are a mix of metal where you grab the headphones, but also plastic to save weight. And the headband is very flexible for a variety of head sizes. The ear cups are quite soft. They are a little heavier than the average completely plastic ANC headphones, but not too heavy. They're not AirPods Max heavy, for example. And they're still very comfortable to wear for hours on end. I know that because I just did. I had about 8 hours of flights this past weekend, and I watched tons of videos and listened to music and podcasts, and I was impressed by how good they feel. And they did that all on one charge. The battery life is rated about 35 hours, roughly the average for this category. And then when I didn't want to have them on or when I had to talk to somebody, I could take them off like this and they actually fold down, which is not something they all do. The one miss is these headphones don't fold. So traveling with them, that means the case is a little awkwardly bigger. And also this zipper in the case is kind of annoying. I'm not just saying that because I just came from this perfect Sony XM6 magnetic buckle case, but this is actually a small annoying zipper that I'm confident will annoy everyone who uses it. Just watch other videos. I bet they also hate the zipper. Just a little thing. Aside from that though, as far as comfort and fundamentals for headphones, they've done a great job here. So then what about the sound? What if you are buying them for the sound? Well, I think you could do a lot worse. First of all, the ear cups, the pads here are very soft, but also very thick. So when you put these on, the isolation from your environment, even without ANC, is really good. So then you turn ANC on, and it does a great job with room noise and general white noise. Turn the music up, and that's all you're really going to be hearing. I will say on the extreme end, it's about a notch and a half behind the Sony's ANC. I could still hear some plain engine noise on my flights where I'd never hear that through the Sony's. But it's definitely not a deal breaker. If the Sonys are an A+, these are a B+. Transparency mode is a different beast though. The AirPods Max and the Sonys have nailed that. These kind of fall in with the rest of the pack. I mean, functionally, they're fine. I can hear my environment. If people talk to me, I can hear them. But my own voice, maybe there's not enough mics inside, but my own voice is super booming. It just doesn't, it's not comfortable to have a conversation with these on, so I ended up just taking them off. And look, honestly, I don't think people are gonna buy these just for the sound. Like I said, Nothing is a design company, but the sound by Kef and these 40mm drivers do perfectly fine thanks to all that passive isolation. They're clear, they're balanced, with plenty of range all the way from bass through mids and highs without distortion at high volumes. Not a particularly wide soundstage, but some may like that isolated small room feeling. And you can dial in the sound characteristics you really like with the app. Matter of fact, let me just shout out the app. This is where you can do a ton of stuff. You can change exactly what the customizable button does with a single press or a press and hold. You can quickly manage which devices the headphones are connected to. And yes, they can be connected to 2 at once. You can change the level of noise cancellation from low to medium to high, and you can pick from a few pre-tuned equalizers, or go into the advanced one and literally drag the sliders around and make a preset for yourself. And there is a lot of range here. You can really mess up the sound if you want to, or dial in something nice and subtle. This might come as a surprise to some people, but these actually sound like $300 headphones. Now, part of that is because the leaders in the category have moved up a bit to $350 and $450 and $550. But I think that's the point. The price you'd expect to pay for a rock-solid pair of ANC headphones in 2025 with good sound, good battery life, spatial audio, USB Type-C audio, LDAC support, and a good, well-featured app is $350. And these are $300. So can you get better headphones than these? Yeah, of course. The Sony headphones I keep referencing in this video, the XM6s, are still those headphones. Like, they're better at everything objectively. Better ANC, better sound quality. They fold, they have a better case with that magnet. But are they $150 better? That's up to you. I mean, some people might prefer the actual physical switches and buttons on these headphones over the Sonys. Some people might prefer this design over the Sonys, believe it or not. Some people are going to prefer the money saved over the Sonys. So that's where these come in. And thanks to Insta360 for sponsoring this portion of the video. I checked out the X3 a couple years ago, and since then they've made some big upgrades to get to this X5. So this camera's got a larger 1/1.28 inch sensor, 144% size increase from X3 and X4's half-inch sensor. With the new sensor and pure video mode, the X5 excels now in low light scenarios. The X5 has the ability to shoot up to 8K 360 videos at 30 FPS, 5.7K at 60 FPS, or 4K at 120 FPS. And as you know, the ultra high resolution on these cameras is important because you still want it to be crisp when you're cropping and reframing. And now with their new triple AI chip system and InstaFrame mode, X5 can handle in-camera reframing in real time while simultaneously capturing a full 360 video for future flexibility. The new battery life's impressive too, up to 3 hours of continuous recording.
Like 500,000 people watching my videos every single day at this point, and I can't control that many people. So instead, I try to set some standards for my community. I always say never harass the people I talk about.
Wait! Case O! If that isn't a sign, then I don't know what is. Vice gloves come to Poppy. Wait! Case O!
Computer problems? Let me give you the only tech tip you're ever going to need. Step 1, assess the situation. The computer's not turning on. Step 2, take your sledgehammer and... Computer problems? Let me give you the only tech tip you're ever going to need. Step 1, assess the situation. The computer's not turning on. Step 2, take your sledgehammer.
Drop it.
Rules are made to be broken.
Go, Kylie, go. Good job, Kylie. You're doing amazing, sweetie. Wow, look at her go. Woo! Go, Kylie, go. Good job, Kylie. You're doing amazing, sweetie. Wow, look at her go.
Oh my god! What was that? What? Push! Oh my god! What was that? What? Push! Oh my no.
No. Don't move. Yes! I did it. I interrupted the Jin. No. Don't move. Yes! I did it. I interrupted the Jin. No. Don't move.
And so it begins. I was still looking for a full list of games I can get for my new Xbox 360. Someone recommended Castle Crasher, so I looked it up and was like, oh, this is like a pretty cool game. I think I'll add it to my list. I go on eBay, it's nowhere to be found. Oh, that's right, there's no physical version of the game from the 2000s. You can only get it digitally. I looked up the gameplay, it looked like so much fun. Now I can never play it. There should be a law that every game that comes out should have
always leave it to this comment section, and then I also try to embody the values I want you guys to have. Whenever I talk about someone, I try to provide evidence for all of my arguments, so you don't just randomly go and slander people like Hassan does. And if I ever make any mistakes, I will try and own up to it. And in that way, I take some level of responsibility, unlike, you know, people like Hassan who lets his chat spam hearts for a literal shooter who murders people. And he can obviously permaban them, but he chooses not to because that shows what he believes in. So Tectone continues his argument.
Ludwig, you have actively fought people who said that you aren't responsible for someone else's actions. You believe that you are responsible for someone else's actions. By the way, this was in regards to chat policing. This was in place for community policing, saying that a streamer is in control of their chat and a streamer is in control of their community, and they should dictate what that chat and community should do. So if you believe a streamer is in charge of their chat, randoms on the internet, why the do you think you're not responsible for taking care of one of your best friends in a weakened state around alcohol that you know is his vice, a suffering alcoholic in a public, on display format in front of hundreds of thousands of people?
Oh my god, I can feel the frustration coming from him here, because it is just insane that these guys were supposedly like super close friends, his ride or die. That is how Ludwig would refer to him. And with friends like Ludwig, who honestly needs enemies? Bro is so spineless, he immediately threw Mango under the bus, did not accept any accountability in what he did. You could have literally just said, okay, what Mango did was wrong, but also what I did was disgusting. I should not have invited an alcoholic to a drinking party. I should not have encouraged him to get more and more drunk on camera for the sake of views or entertainment for my stream. I should not have celebrated him literally drinking himself to the point of poisoning himself. But instead, what did Ludwig do? He wants to save his PR. Everything is about maintaining his audience. Oh, I'm such a good guy. I'm trying to mathematically craft the most inoffensive take possible. That is literally how Hassan describes him, by the way. And he's not wrong about that one. Ludwig tries to appeal to the max amount of people possible so he can get the max amount of viewers and the max amount of people don't hate him and watch his content. Well, sucks for him, but he couldn't hide his true self forever, and this drama just brought it out. And while the chat argument is definitely a little bit different and there's a lot of nuance to it, in this case, it definitely applies. Ludwig is absolutely in part responsible for what happened to Mango that night. And people brought this up in the comments as well, the fact that if a bar owner like overserves a guy drinking alcohol, they can be held like legally liable. If a bar overserves a customer, the bar can face several legal and financial consequences. This may include fines, loss of liquor license, and civil lawsuits from individuals harmed by an intoxicated patron. In some cases, bar employees or owners could even face criminal charges. So obviously, I'm not a lawyer, I don't know the legal details, but it seems like Ludwig could have possibly been held legally liable because he's the guy who hosted the event. There's tons of clips of him saying, let's get those numbers up, which is like so horrible, man. Anyways, after this, Tectone calls him out saying that this isn't just petty drama.
Ludwig, if you had a fucking spine, you would understand that you f***ed up bringing Mango into that situation. You need to wake the f*** up. Because if you are going to say that a streamer is in charge of their chat, yes, the streamer host should be fucking taking care of the people in their community. This isn't drama, Ludwig. This is you putting streamers' lives at risk for content. He blacked the out. Even his tweets show he has no idea what the happened. He doesn't even remember the night event. He doesn't even remember doing anything. He was that up, and you encouraged that. Now, some people are saying that he got to a .37 later in the party. I cannot verify that.
Okay, so again, I have no idea who actually said that, who messaged him privately or whatever. So I'm just gonna ignore that because, you know, .32 is already bad enough. It doesn't change the fact that the levels of alcohol were already way too high. And I think most people understand that this is way beyond drama. This is not something which you can just ignore, which is Ludwig's go-to strategy, by the way. Now, if you guys have been following the series, the last time I called out Ludwig, he was defending iDubbbz and Anissa for essentially taking 34% of the profits of the Creator Class charity event. And essentially, people were calling out iDubbbz and Anissa for taking money from charity. And I did my best to give him complete grace regarding the situation. I said that it's just a bad take. And you know, I memed on him. I called him a Hassan Glazer, which he is. But anyways, if you remember, Ludwig actually responded to me, completely brushing off the situation. A chatter asked him about me, and he said, I don't care about the Mr. Beast guy or the More Pegasus guy or whatever. And he basically said that he stays away from the drama frogs. Of course, he is so above it now, right? Now that he's quit his Mogul Mail channel, because he literally refused to criticize Hassan under any circumstances. And if he dared to start that channel back, everybody would be in the comments saying, why aren't you covering Hassan? And you know, that is all okay. Some of this stuff is just drama, but this particular situation is actually serious. And in my opinion, if you actually have a moral compass, you would just take accountability for this, so people just know you aren't a complete scumbag. People are literally asking for the bare minimum.
And it's like, dude, I literally feel like I'm talking to a child right now. Like, I hate how in big 2025, you're 29 years old. We're pretty much the same age. I'm 31.
Oh, okay. Well, then Ludwig is just forgiven. He's not 32, guys. He didn't learn empathy yet. It's time to forgive him, guys. Then Tectone talks about how Ludwig was fully aware of what Mango's doing, and he shows clips to back it up.
Maybe you just didn't see, and this is why you're reacting this way after the fact. Oh, let's watch this clip real quick.
Are you okay? Morning. Here. Guns are getting
apparently everyone's just trying to run it here because we got drinks and it's easy to set up.
I'm down.
Really?
Hi, Mango.
His eyes are glazed over. His speech is slurred. He's in an environment where his shirts are off because you thought of a great idea that it should be shirts versus skins. He's immediately trying to touch women.
You guys are amazing.
You push him away. He comes closer. You know he's being weird.
Right, so we literally see that Mango is trying to touch up on some girls, and Ludwig is fully aware of this. You know, he is purposely, like, pushing him away. So he's fully conscious. He knows exactly what's happening here. He knows Mango is in the wrong here. And instead of trying to help his friend, despite seeing all of this, he continues to encourage him to drink. I mean, come on. There's literally no excuse for this.
I got second in the...
It's right in front of you. You know he's being weird.
What the hell is that?
Right?
Borderlands sponsor actually good.
He's still being f***ing weird.
It was fun. I was loving it. I love Borderlands 4. But this was the best day ever.
You push him away again. You then try to block him off from extra Emily. You know very well that he is completely far gone. You know he was being weird. You chose to keep him on the stream because he's the two-time champion. You need him for content. You need him for views. You need him to make this event epic.
Ain't no party like a Luddy party. No, but for real, that shit is so weird and creepy. And again, absolutely nobody is justifying what Mango did. Obviously, being drunk is never an excuse to do something like that. It's just the fact that Ludwig is perfectly aware it's wrong, and he's aware enough to even control the situation, but he's still so desperate to make the event work, so desperate to use this guy, his best friend, for content, desperate for the clout and views of it, that he cheers his friend on. Ludwig sort of knew this was going to happen. He did not know that he's going to touch up on any girls or whatever, but he knew his friend would get drunk. That is literally why he invited him to the event, because he knows this guy's going to cause a bunch of chaos, and you know, it's going to be entertaining for the stream. You're telling me Mr. Let's Up Those Numbers guy didn't know? And as pointed out before, the fact that Ludwig can actually be compared to Johann Liebert from Monster, the most unhinged psychopath manipulator to ever exist, the guy who convinced an alcoholic to take another drink and convinced him to neck himself by jumping off a rooftop. I mean, Tectone also made this tweet where he just photoshopped Ludwig's face on top of Johann handing the guy a drink. Then he talks about how Ludwig refused to take even the lightest bit of hit to his reputation.
You couldn't even take a little bit of bad PR to ease it up on him even a little bit. You said, nah, f him. It's all his fault. I can't believe he did that. You said, oh man, disgusting. I don't condone that. Oh, pathetic. Not me. You couldn't have said, man, I feel horrible. Mango was my friend. I knew he was struggling with alcoholism, but I invited him anyways. I was warned. I didn't listen. People warned me again. I didn't listen. I fed into his weakness. I fed into his vices, and he up, and I hate the fact that I put him in that position. You didn't say that. You couldn't take any heat off of that. You let him cry and die by himself, and now his life is over. And I mean this genuinely, Ludwig. You completely butt Mango's entire life.
You know the best part about this? Everyone kind of knew this is exactly who Ludwig was. Everybody had this suspicion where Ludwig will do anything to save his own reputation, and it doesn't matter who he hurts in the process. I mean, Yeet posted this YouTube comment of the day from my channel, and the top comment on my video, Ludwig the type of guy to hide his zombie bite in the apocalypse. And you know, it's a meme comment, but if you think about it, it's kind of true. Bro will do anything to save his own ass. And what do you do in this situation? It is him sacrificing his own friends to survive. The fact that this comment fits is actually crazy. What the heck? The zombie that bit him? Oh my god, what the XQC, bro. He's the type of guy who would know how to cure the zombie infection, but won't say so because Hassan said on stream that the world deserves an apocalypse. Actually true. Hassan owns you, little bro. So let's check out Asmongold's response. Apparently, he has his own separate beef with Ludwig, because if you remember, Ludwig and his chat absolutely hate Asmongold and constantly glaze Hassan. I'm not entirely sure why. It's probably because, you know, he hangs out with Hassan, probably agrees with some portion of his politics, hopefully not the terrorist propaganda, but who knows at this point. Considering his girlfriend hosts a podcast with him and was there during the Hezbollah clip as well.
But I just don't respect people's morals. Like Ludwig goes and pulls up my chat to try to make me look bad. You're getting this brought up because you trying to play games on me. You trying to make me look bad. We're gonna talk about it.
Okay, Mango is like an alcoholic.
Even Ray immediately knows this is a little bit not great.
That's dangerous. Let's up those numbers!
I better not even for a fucking second hear anything about my chat. Oh, my chat said something bad.
Wait, hold up. Black female protagonists. Let's check Asmon's chat real quick. Halo DEI. DEI trailer. Oh, it's a DEI game. If you didn't notice, that woman, you heard me say woman, was black. So that is woke and not a game I'll play.
So you trying to make me look bad because of my chat, but you don't want to look bad because of your friend?
And no longer inviting Mango to Mogul Moves event.
That you told to drink alcohol at your party? You knew he was blood alcohol poisoning level drunk, and you were gassing him up. But the moment that I watch a trailer and I don't say a single thing, you're trying to farm hate on me. I wonder which one is worse. Oh, my chat said something bad. Fix your friends. Then maybe we can talk about my chat.
Dude, oh my god, Ludwig is such a pathetic worm, bro. The funny thing is, he's actually acting exactly like Hassan here. I mean, isn't that like a move that Hassan would do? Oh, let's check Asmongold's chat real quick. He probably doesn't like the black woman in the video game. You know, because he's probably just racist and sexist or something. That's the implication, by the way. That's the quiet part that is not being explicitly said. I don't know, it's just such a cringe low blow to take, and you just know these people are massive hypocrites. Here he is crying about Asmon's chat, but then again, he's not responsible for hosting the event and encouraging his friend to drink himself to a poisonous level. Newsflash, one of those things is about 100 times worse than cringing at a dumb video game.
I think Ludwig is a fucking liar. I think he's a fucking snake, and I think he would throw anybody under the bus to avoid a hate threat of his own.
Ludwig tries too hard to appeal to people, I agree. I'm not going to go as hard as Tectone, but I think that he tries too hard to appeal to people and it makes him feel inauthentic. I think that's where a lot of the negativity and hostility towards Ludwig comes from. I like Ludwig. I think he's smart.
Yeah, that's the problem. He's a little bit too smart, and people are starting to see through it. No amount of Hassan glazing is going to fix this. Your Lord and Savior is not going to help you out. My genuine advice to him is just take accountability. You effed up really bad. Just own it. Apologize, especially to Mango, and then move on. Obviously, you can't change the past now, but you can make it a little bit better by showing you're not a heartless freak and you actually care about the situation. Ludwig has picked a side. Let's see how it works out for him. Never be on the Hassan side of things. You are gonna get cooked every single time. This perfectly encapsulates Ludwig. He's perfectly fine with something, then sees that it's unpopular on the internet and completely changes his opinion. Oh my god, this is like perfect, actually. Am I being called out for this? Okay, no, I don't support it anymore, guys. Ludwig needs permission from his wife's boyfriend Hassan before taking accountability. Oh my god, are we gonna turn him into another iDubbbz here? Anyways, moving on to the Emiru situation. So basically, last time we talked about this, Emiru was being harassed by a bunch of Redditors and Twitter people for saying that stealing content is wrong, and she essentially supported Ethan's side of the lawsuit. So obviously, a bunch of Hassan supporters came out of nowhere and started calling her vile things. Well, turns out the guy who called her out was a Hassan moderator who was a complete degenerate freak. Wow, what a surprise. The insane person who called out Emiru after she briefly mentioned mention Ethan Klein's lawsuit, is a Hassan Piker Twitch and Discord moderator. So here we got this person called Gorby Chav who says, woman who hangs out with every rapist she meets, I think Israelis are fine. By the way, she never mentioned Israel. And here we have his Discord account, and here we got Twitch mod for Hassan Diddy Piker. You cannot make cinema this good. Now, apparently this guy sent this message. Attention, if you're protesting in LA today, please stop by the Kobe and Gigi mural and make sure it's still ruined. Bro, what did Kobe do to you? Absolute unhinged psychopaths. How is this helping your cause at all? Right, so Asmon called him out and he responded. Asmon killed his mom by buying her cigarettes and surrounding her with filth. So again, just doubling down and slandering someone again. I mean, I can't expect much from a literal Hassan moderator, but come on. So let's check out Asmon's response.
What is this here? Oh, I saw this. So there was an individual. This person has decided to go out, say that Imru hangs out with every rapist that she meets, and to say that Israelis are fine. This had nothing to do with Israelis. It had to do with React content. And this person is making all of this up and farming hate on someone who doesn't even know what the fuck a Zionist is. This person is advocating not only for vandalism as a baseline, but on one of the most iconic basketball players. This is the person right here. This is the kind of loser, repulsive. Oh, Asmongold killed his mother by buying her cigarettes. Guys, again, I don't care about this. This is just simply him talking shit, advocating for vandalism, and defacing Kobe's mural with his daughter. Both of them tragically died in a helicopter accident. And he did this just a few days ago. And this is one of Hassan's moderators.
And it gets even worse than that, guys. I'm not joking. He locked his account after people found out he had several profiles on Korn sites with his full name and everything.
Oh my god. So you're telling me the guy who was harassing Emiru is a terminal gooner? Bro, literal 47-year-old gooner. 31,000 prawn videos? How do you even do that? That level of terminal gooning is crazy. Ay, ay, ay. Dude, you cannot even make a TV series this good. Not even Netflix, Disney, or Amazon, or whatever could live up to this level of entertainment, bro. It is so perfect. Average Hassan fan. And don't worry, it gets worse.
So if Hassan is wondering why nobody wants to support him and his community, because your community is full of a bunch of weird fucking freaks. When it's one of your moderators, and this is a person that's representing your community, and they're doing this, they're leading hate raids on other partnered streamers based off of a just completely, totally baseless fucking lie, advocating for vandalism. I don't know who this guy is. The more that we find out, the worse it gets. It says, I'd low-key go in heat and start leaking juice from my gaped hole and cage. You were in class and you see this, what would be your reaction? Isn't it? Wait, so this guy's going and making sexual comments about high schoolers, and this is the person that is farming hate on Emiru and telling everybody that I killed my mom, and is a moderator for Hassan. Remember when Hassan was baby raging over XQC and your chat's being unmoderated? Yep, that's right.
Whenever your chat was calling me out, bringing my name up for no fucking reason, or just allowing that shit to run rampant in your chat, and I thought that was stuff.
Well, the worst part is that the real abuse on his community comes from his moderators themselves.
Okay, so this guy is thirsting over high schoolers? How is it that the Hassan supporters are some of the most degenerate freaks in existence? How does the profile match up every single time? I mean, it just can't be a coincidence anymore. There has to be something in the blood of every Hassan supporter that turns them into freaks. Also, I just find it so interesting that they randomly bring up Israel-Palestine when Emiru didn't even mention that at all. She was literally talking about the lawsuit, which is to do with copyright. But of course, they have to insert their own politics into the situation. And keep in mind, that tweet got 75,000 likes on Twitter. Now, I don't know if it's been botted or anything like that, but the amount of idiots on that website is genuinely shocking. The amount of idiots that follow Hamas Diddy Piker and his cronies. This is basically their go-to strategy. They will just brand anybody they disagree with a Zionist or an Israel supporter, and that will basically radicalize their community against them. So then he talks about why it's so important to actually talk about this stuff.
These people will stop doing this the moment that they feel like this type of behavior is unpopular. And as soon as people don't have a reward structure around it, it immediately evaporates. And that's the reason why I talk about it so much, is to make sure that it doesn't happen. And they're too far gone. No, you'd really be surprised at how fast people reacclimate whenever they realize they're not getting validation. And it's an insult to all mentally ill people that are like me. You're right. Yeah, that's true. 1 million views on that. Who the fuck is this person? It's just a random tard that makes up lies. And this is the reason why, again, you should never engage any of these people on the substance of what they're saying, because they're just manipulative liars that don't care about anything other than destroying people's reputation in order to push their worldview. There's no reason to try to stay above the board with these people. There's no reason to try to explain things to them. They're just parasites, and they should be treated like it. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of why these videos we make are so important, because Hassan and friends and fans go around constantly harassing and slandering people left and right. And suppose you are a random person, you are not in the drama, and you just see this on Twitter, on your feed. You would automatically think Amy Rue is some random political person who is a staunch Israel supporter, friends with rapists, like just the most unhinged stuff. It's just so unhinged, the sort of community that Hassan cultivates. And the fact that that guy is in a position of power in Hassan's community and is actually like his Discord and Twitch mod, it just shows what kind of a community he's cultivated. That guy is going to be the guy policing your speech, by the way. That guy's supposed to maintain order in his community. No wonder we got people spamming hearts for literal shooters. So here's what people are saying. 47 gay gooners Hassan mod checks out. Asmon, judge me by the people who hate me. I thought he'd be an immature 17-year-old, not a grown-ass man pushing 50. Hassan about to wipe his Discord server for the 5th time this month. Oh yeah, if you're new to the series, that's a thing that Hassan does a lot. He'll basically keep wiping his Discord because it has the most incriminating shit on him. Last activity 2 days ago. Hating and going. Oh yes, I just lived that classic lifestyle. You know, I hate that I goon. I hate that I goon. 30k prawn videos on one side is wild. We also have this clip of Hassan once again crying about Asmongold.
I think it started when he played Twitcher Terrorist after he came back from his ban and leaned heavily on deplatforming terrorist supporters because you made him look very bad in that debate and forced him to apologize, which angered his fan base. Yeah, that could be it. I think him playing Twitcher Terrorist was definitely a turning point for me, especially because he was leaning heavily on aligning with Destiny and Dan Stalkman, Sex Destiny and Dan Stalkman, when in fact he knew how much they can stalk my ass, and has even in private correspondence told me that he could not believe how much they fucking stalk my ass.
Yeah, this guy just lies as easily as he breathes. I would not trust a word he says. I mean, it's crazy you call everybody stalkers when the people you hang around are the most insane freaks imaginable. Your literal Discord mod is a terminal gooner who's thirsting after high schoolers and is basically slandering everybody left and right, but I assume you're okay with that, so you do the same. And can we just remember, Hassan literally called Ethan a stalker, like a mentally ill stalker, for defending his own copyright and just suing Hassan Orbiter. Based on copyright law, nothing to do with stalking. Like, you just cannot be serious, bro. And oh my god, bro, this guy's just so obsessed with Asmongold. It's crazy. And Destiny. Apparently, Destiny has taken a little bit of a backseat, but he's come up again. Anyways, let's move on to Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein's latest Instagram stories take aim at Taylor Lorenz, calls her a total hack, implies she simps for Hassan.
People want the public and these artists to have more positive sentiment towards the Israeli military forces.
I don't think anyone wants positive sentiment. I don't know why you twisted it around. We're saying we don't want anyone to call for the death of anyone. I mean,
okay,
if you are advocating against...
Here's the other thing with Hassan. He's unreasonably good looking and like cool and dresses cool.
Tell me about
But do you know what I mean? Like Hassan would be an influencer no matter what he was saying.
So Ethan responds, Taylor Lorenz is a total hack lol. This is her trademark move. Act obtuse when people accurately describe her views and outright lie and strawman your position to make it seem indefensible. Dude, Taylor is such a pathetic flippin' loser. Female gooner. Hassan simp literally will do anything for him, defend any crazy position. It is completely pathetic. People are defending like death chants, man. When you say something like death to America, don't be surprised when people aren't your side. Is it so shocking that the regular person doesn't want people to die on any side? They just don't want civilian casualties? Why can't you ever have the slightest bit of nuance in any situation? You have to take it so extreme. And this is pretty much like the average Hassan supporter's view. After this, Ethan went out calling out a celebrity photographer for sending unhinged messages to Harley. So here we got this guy. This dude left a comment on Harley Play's page saying that he wishes finishes, H-man, finish the job. Your photographer is a Nazi. Morons like you are why people start to understand why the Austrian painter did what he did. He should have finished the job with your bloodline, lol. Yes, these are the people calling other people Nazis. It is, dude, what kind of a Uno reverse have we stumbled into? Absolutely insanity. And there is just no defense for this, by the way. He is openly calling for them to finish the job. That is absolutely crazy. You're calling for the death of a whole group of people. That is just not allowed. At Seth Rogen, this is your photographer. So apparently he got dropped by his running group. We're recently made aware of the offensive comments. We want to be clear, we condemn it. This is after Ethan exposed him. Do your friends know that you're a Nazi? Ethan thanks these people for dropping him. Appreciate their thoughtful message. He also responded to this whole situation. Basically, these people were saying, globalize the Antifada, get the list, and round up the... I guess Jews. Hassan saying it's a joke. Hassan has never seen anti-Semitism he couldn't defend. Now click this video or you are transported into a zombie apocalypse and your only friend is Ludwig. You're cooked, pal. Alrighty, thanks for watching. Bye-bye.
On November 18, 2020, researchers in the Moab Desert discovered something unusual. While flying over a remote patch of wilderness, a lone passenger spots an artifact that, for all intents and purposes, should not exist. Standing in the middle of the rugged, dusty terrain is a thin pillar of metal. Its age, creator, and purpose are completely unknown. The structure is more than a dozen miles from the nearest signs of civilization. It stands about 3 meters tall and consists of what appears to be 3 stainless steel panels arranged in a triangular prism. The sheet metal is embedded in the ground with prefabricated grooves cut directly into the rock underneath. The whole object is in nearly pristine condition, with hardly any visible damage or wear. It contains no writing or any details that could possibly reveal its origin. For the wildlife rangers who stumbled upon the site, it's the most peculiar thing they've ever seen, and as far as they know, they're the only people on Earth who are aware of its existence. The crew are now faced with an odd decision. Their immediate instinct is to share the mysterious object with the rest of the world. But doing so would attract a lot of unnecessary traffic to such a remote spot in the desert. Unassuming sightseers attempting to reach the landmark could end up getting lost or stranded. With this in mind, the researchers arrive at a compromise. 2 days later, the Utah Department of Public Safety announces the discovery on its Instagram page. The internet will get its first glimpse of the fascinating structure with one catch. Its location was to remain undisclosed. In an official press release, the publishers chose to name the object under the curious label of the monolith. The creator of the monolith is unknown to the rest of the world, but are you? In modern times, staying anonymous is much harder than you think. If you use the internet in any capacity, it's only a matter of time before some very unsavory people know exactly who you are.
We've been trying to reach you concerning your car's extended warranty.
In the last 5 years, you've probably noticed an alarming rise in fake scam messages filling up your inbox. That's because just about everywhere you go online, Your personal data is constantly leaking. It gets scooped up by shady companies called data brokers who make a fortune off of compromising your privacy. These companies collect your information, package it, then sell it off to the highest bidder. And guess who's buying? Scammers on the other side of the globe, who bombard your phone and email with non-stop spam designed specifically to rip you off. Just take a look at what one of these data broker reports actually contains. It's disturbingly detailed with names, addresses, phone numbers, and much, much more. All captured and sold without your consent to people you'll never meet. And the worst part is, this whole process is completely legal. So if you think that Uncle Sam is gonna step in and save the day, you better keep on dreaming. It seems that on the internet today, everyone's out to get you. It's about time you finally had someone on your side. This video is sponsored by Aura, your go-to service for getting online real-time credit and fraud monitoring. It's best to lead by visiting. Gets that much easier. Incredible. The term monolith is not very well defined. Broadly speaking, it can refer to any single massive stone. In the field of geology, the term may describe a distinct rock formation that stands out from the surrounding landscape. In architecture, a monolith is more specifically defined as a tall, freestanding spire. It's a form most closely associated with the stone obelisks of ancient Egypt. These ornate monuments started appearing nearly 4,000 years ago and signaled a turning point in the course of human civilization. When the ancient Egyptians first constructed these objects, no one had ever seen anything like them. Not only did they tower over the landscape, their proportions seemed to defy conventional wisdom. If you've ever tried to stack blocks as a kid, you understand that the taller you build something, the more precarious it becomes. The laws of physics don't tend to agree with structures being both tall and slender. To unlock the obelisk, mankind had to reach a certain level of mastery in mathematics and craftsmanship. Their existence served as an unmistakable stroke of intelligent design. However, perhaps the most significant detail about the obelisk is why they were constructed. Never before had so much skill been dedicated to something with no practical purpose. These monuments were never intended for any sort of human habitation. In fact, their purpose was entirely religious. They tested the limits of how far we could go to satisfy something that we envisioned as greater than ourselves. But it turns out that the desire to show our reverence may have actually revealed our arrogance. Because in attempting to appease the great deities of nature, we produced something that could not possibly exist in nature. The obelisks were designed with a strict adherence to geometry. They were fashioned with fine